Senior Lin Yu, I like you, late at night. On the stage of the drama club at Jiangcheng Media University, a shy junior girl stood there wearing a beautiful sailor-style uniform skirt, her square-toed leather shoes reflecting the dazzling stage lights. Her makeup was exquisite, her hair tied up in cute and playful twin ponytails, holding a bouquet of bright and vibrant champagne roses in her hands. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned as he looked at the adorable junior who had suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, Lin Yu was dressed in British-style theatrical costume, a deerstalker hat, double-breasted suit, white gloves. He looked like the stereotypical image of a detective after all. For tomorrow's official performance, he was to play the role of an elegant and wise detective. This was Lin Yu's usual habit. The day before a performance, he would come alone to the drama club stage in costume to find the right feel. After all, Lin Yu was a very typical method actor, and as the current star performer of Jiangcheng Media University's drama club, Lin Yu had this privilege granted by both the club president and the faculty advisor. Logically, no one should have disturbed him at this time. So, looking at the beautiful junior who had just passionately confessed to him, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Right now is my rehearsal time, I'm sorry. My personal time is also dedicated to studying and practicing acting. I don't have plans for a relationship at the moment. My apologies. Lin Yu spoke somewhat stiffly, yet after hearing his words, the junior girl opposite him maintained her bright smile. Senior, don't misunderstand. My liking for you isn't romantic, it's the kind of admiration a fan has for their idol. I'm your die-hard fan. Lin Yu's frown deepened. A fan. If you want to give gifts, take photos, or get an autograph, there will be an interactive session after tomorrow's performance. Although he wasn't particularly fond of such interactions, but the club president had said it was necessary to attract audiences. The beautiful girl in the sailor uniform shook her head again. No, Senior, you're mistaken. I'm not the kind of fan who'd be satisfied with photos and autographs. I'm more like Mark David Chapman, die-hard fan. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze momentarily. Mark David Chapman. He searched his memory briefly before recalling. The man who shot John Lennon, and was also his obsessive fan. The beautiful girl beamed at Lin Yu's words. Correct, Senior Lin Yu. I knew you weren't just a great actor, you were also very knowledgeable. With her bright laughter, the bouquet of champagne roses in her hands burst open. Whoosh. The girl tore apart and discarded the bouquet. Pale orange petals scattered like splashes of blood under the stage lights. And from the ruined bouquet, the girl retrieved the object most emblematic of violence. Just as roses symbolize love, this was equally unmistakable. A black, heavy piece of metal replaced the soft, bright flowers, now gripped in her slender, pale hand. It was a gun, Beretta M9. Seeing the gun barrel suddenly pointed at him, Lin Yu felt his entire body turn cold, his mind blank. Instinctively, he identified the model of the pistol. A prop, a prank. In China, the appearance of a handgun was most likely a fake, but Lin Yu wasn't feeling optimistic, not just because the gun looked unnervingly real, but also because of the sharp, calm, unwavering gaze fixed on him. As someone who had once studied serial killers extensively for a role, Lin Yu recognized this look all too well. It was the gaze of someone viewing another as prey, a gaze that could only be described as murderous intent. Bang! The gun fired, the bullet piercing through a falling petal before striking Lin Yu's beating heart with equal precision. Iron and fire, blood and death proof that the Beretta M9 in her hand and the killing intent in her eyes were both terrifyingly real. Pain and coldness spread rapidly from the bullet wound in his heart. Lin Yu felt all strength leave his body as he collapsed weakly to the ground. From above, the girl's voice reached him again, no longer playful or flippant, but now deadly serious. Almost reverent, may you be seen by the gods. As her words faded, Lin Yu felt his consciousness slipping away. What kind of joke is this? How absurd. His initial confusion gave way to overwhelming bitterness as he realized death was imminent. How could he die here too? Some deranged stranger, some senseless shooting. I don't want to die. There was still tomorrow's performance. And next month's, his whole life ahead filled with performances. His acting still needed refinement. So far, he hadn't even delivered a single performance that fully satisfied him. How could he die here like this? But no matter how bitterly Lin Yu resisted, how fiercely he raged, in the end, everything faded into eternal silence. An immeasurable time later, Lin Yu opened his eyes again. The pain from his death still lingered in his chest, but now it felt like an illusion. He instinctively touched his heart in a wound. Looking around, he found himself in a dark, empty void. Is this hell, the underworld, or am I just brain dead, my consciousness trapped like this? Lin Yu gazed around in confusion, his mind racing with wild thoughts. As if in response to his questions, blood-red text suddenly appeared in the void before him. Welcome to the death game. Here, we offer the deceased who harbor a powerful will to live a chance to begin anew. Participate in the game and you shall be granted rebirth. Do you choose to participate? Reading the crimson words, Lin Yu understood. He had encountered some kind of supernatural phenomenon. As a university student, Lin Yu was admittedly obsessed with acting, spending most of his time honing his craft. His life was simple, even monotonous, but he wasn't a caveman. Had read web novels and watched anime during his downtime. Drawing from those, he grasped his current situation. Some higher being had created this so-called death game. Selected deceased individuals could revive by participating, and based on those stories, Lin Yu knew full well, games that offered resurrection were often brutal and deadly. But even so, do I even have a choice? Lin Yu sighed softly. If he wanted to live, to keep performing, to continue his life, there was only one option. I'll participate. As he answered, the blood-red text shifted again. Welcome to the death game, player Lin Yu, now drawing your initial class. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique class, Fraudster. Class ability, when activated, any deception you perform will manifest to some degree if believed by others. The extent of manifestation depends on how strongly they believe you. Lin Yu read the new text, but before he could fully process it, more crimson words appeared. Initial class generation complete. Now entering the game. Game title, Who is the Outsider? Clear condition, eliminate all players of opposing factions or survive until the designated time. Number of players in this game, 7. Dong. A heavy bell toll sounded right beside Lin Yu's ear. He was somewhat startled to realize that he was no longer in that void of darkness. Instead, he found himself in a spacious but dimly lit room. The entire room was decorated in a medieval Baroque style, luxurious yet dilapidated. Thick carpets, exquisite oil paintings, crystal chandeliers, wrought iron candle holders. Every item was covered in dust and cobwebs. Upon closer inspection, some even bore dark red stains that looked like dried blood. On one side of the room was a massive floor-to-ceiling window. The wooden window frame was adorned with moon phase relief carvings as decoration. Moonlight slanted through the window, barely illuminating the room. From all this, Lin Yu deduced that this was likely a room inside an old, long-abandoned Western-style castle. At the center of the room stood a wooden long table. Lin Yu was currently sitting at the head of the table. Beside him and in front of the table sat 6 other people. 6 people, including himself, that made 7 in total. Exactly the number of players, so these 6 must be the other players in this game. Lin Yu quickly composed himself and calmly scanned the 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, with no obvious commonality in age or temperament. The only thing they shared was a look of varying degrees of suspicion and confusion on their faces. It seems not only are they all players, but none of them have any clue about this game. As an experiential actor, Lin Yu had some knowledge of psychology to better understand his characters' minds. He couldn't read minds at a glance, but judging by the expressions on their faces, he could roughly tell their states of mind without much difficulty. At the same time, Lin Yu noticed a detail. In front of each person, including himself, lay a brown envelope on the table. However, Lin Yu didn't mention this out loud. Since he wasn't clear on how this game was played yet, he didn't want to speak up and become the center of attention under such uncertain circumstances, especially since his ability was the Fraudster, a class that required deception to be effective. A few seconds later, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Everyone, may I ask if you're like me? That after dying you ended up in a pitch-black space and saw some strange things like words and games. Among the group, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses whispered, "What exactly does all this mean?" Hearing her, Lin Yu understood immediately. Although he had quickly figured out the situation, Lin Yu knew this wasn't just because he calmed down quickly. More importantly, he was a contemporary university student who often surfed the internet and had seen many fictional works about battle royals and death games. Among the 7 people present, it was obvious that a few looked like they had never been exposed to this kind of fictional content. Still, Lin Yu didn't intend to remind them at this moment, because someone else was already about to do so. On the other side of the table, a chubby young man wearing thick glasses and a white printed crew neck shirt heard the middle-aged woman's question and couldn't help but speak up. "I think this situation is very similar to some anime and novels I've seen. Basically, it's a group of people who died accidentally but were chosen by some god to play a brutal game, using their abilities to overcome the challenges and survive. Although cruel, it's also our chance to change our fate." Bang. Suddenly, a muffled bang sounded as a man with a scar across his face, a fierce expression, and a lean build slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it, what kind of bullshit god is this? I already died for no reason, and now after death, I have to suffer in this crazy place." The scarred man seemed to be recalling the last scene before his death, his face extremely dark. "I actually think this isn't a bad thing." A young woman with a gentle yet shy demeanor tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing slightly and spoke softly, just like the glasses-wearing young man said, "At least we still have a game to play now instead of truly being dead." "HMPH, you believe whatever that fatso says." The scarred man sneered at her. "What if that so-called god is just messing with us?" The young woman pursed her lips under the scarred man's stare, clearly unwilling to argue with this obviously dangerous guy. Seeing her silence, the scarred man snorted coldly. After just a few sentences of conversation among the four, Lin Yu had already made some judgments about their personalities. The glasses-wearing chubby guy seemed a bit silly, looking like a naive high schooler who hadn't been exposed to society. Scarred Man was fierce, quick-tempered, and eager to send a clear message: I'm not someone to mess with. The two women, the middle-aged one appeared quite serious and earnest, while the younger was softer and more fragile. Lin Yu used his psychology knowledge to analyze these personality traits because no matter what the game content was, he would definitely have to interact with these 6 people. They could be opponents or teammates, so the more he understood them, the better his chances of winning the game. As for the 2 who hadn't spoken, Lin Yu looked at the last 2 who remained silent like himself. One sat directly opposite him, a short young man around his own age in his early 20s with shifty eyes furtively observing the others. He occasionally licked his lips, seemingly very nervous. The other was the tall man who had been sitting beside Lin Yu all along, square-faced, stern-featured, well-built, and exuding power. Like Lin Yu, he listened carefully to everyone's words. After the scarred man finished speaking, this square-faced tall man knocked on the table and spoke. All right, everyone, stop arguing. No matter what that god wants, since we all appear in this game, it means we're all grasshoppers tied to the same string. After he finished, Lin Yu immediately rejected this thought in his mind. Grasshoppers tied to the same string? Not necessarily. And just as Lin Yu had this thought, seemingly to prove the square-faced man wrong, a chilling rustling noise suddenly came from the wall beside them. They turned to look and saw a large, glaring line of blood-red characters appearing on the wall. Then one line after another of blood characters appeared, quickly covering the entire wall. Among you 7, 2 outsiders have infiltrated. Find them, expel them. Among you 7, 2 outsiders have infiltrated. Find them, expel them. Among you 7, 2 outsiders have infiltrated. Find them, expel them. Accompanied by a strange rustling sound, lines of crimson text spread across the surrounding walls like countless vengeful spirits writing grievances with blood. The 7 people present were all startled. The delicate-looking girl turned deathly pale and screamed in fright. After several seconds, the bloody words gradually faded away. It's the game hints, Lin Yu immediately understood. He then glanced around and noticed the square-faced man had quickly composed himself. This guy really is professionally trained military, Lin Yu thought to himself. The square-faced man spoke coldly. Everyone calm down. This is nothing serious. Words appearing on the wall are likely hints about this game. After speaking, he turned to the bespectacled chubby boy from earlier and asked, You said you've seen similar animations and novel-any ideas, expelling the 2 outsiders hiding among us. Sounds like some kind of spy-finding game. The bespectacled chubby boy cleared his throat. But the game instructions are way too vague. Both the bloody words earlier and these on the wall are unclear. Lin Yu chose this moment to speak up. I think these envelopes on the table probably contain clues about the game. We should check what's written inside. Earlier, Lin Yu had remained silent to avoid becoming the center of attention. But staying quiet now would seem suspicious. Had already noticed several people secretly eyeing him and the short youth who hadn't spoken at all. Following Lin Yu's suggestion, the group collectively had an epiphany. Right, we almost forgot about these envelopes. The tall, square-faced man spoke while opening the envelope before him. The others followed suit. The scar-faced man hesitated briefly before also opening his envelope. Lin Yu slowly opened his envelope but didn't immediately take out the contents, first observing how others reacted while reading their letters. He noticed varied expressions. Some frowned deeply, others looked tense, while a few had unreadable expressions. Moreover, they weren't reading as quickly as expected. Seems the game won't be that simple, Lin Yu mused before opening his own envelope. The letter's contents appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Hello, my fellow human. Regardless of why you're here, I must tell you some things about this castle. We've left many chests throughout this castle containing useful items. Open any you encounter. But beware of red chests. Those belong to werewolves and contain their weapons. Humans can't open them, so be wary of anyone who can. To maintain the castle's normal operation, remember to complete daily tasks on the schedule. Otherwise, the castle's traps, poisonous fog, and extreme cold may kill everyone. Every night at 7 p.m. is meeting time. You can vote to banish anyone outside the castle. The meeting room is sacred. No violence is possible there, so use meetings to banish them. If 2 people tie in votes, no one gets banished. If you discover a corpse, you may immediately call an emergency meeting. Time will then jump to 7 p.m., and everyone must go directly to the meeting room. No free movement allowed. During nighttime rest hours, you must gather in the meeting room until 7 am the next day. No violence can occur there during this time either. Beware, werewolves are cunning masters of disguise, appearing completely human during the day while harboring hatred and murderous intent. Even werewolves cannot directly identify each other. My fellow human, I hope you eliminate all hidden werewolves and survive. If any humans survive 7 day 7, if werewolves remain, you may all leave. The handwriting appeared rushed, as if written in urgent circumstances. Besides the letter, the envelope contained an identity card. Lin Yu took out the card. Your identity is human. Lin Yu silently looked up from the card in his hands. Before he could observe the others' expressions while reading their letters and cards, a sudden crackle sound came from his hands. Crimson flames erupted, though not burning his hand, startling Lin Yu into instinctively letting go. Before the burning identity card, envelope, and letter could hit the ground, they completely burned away without leaving even ashes. Flames flickered out as they fell. This time no one screamed. Having read the letters, the group remained solemn. Combined with the earlier bloody words, everyone now understood. They weren't all on the same side. This was a player versus player game. Finally, the bespectacled middle-aged woman broke the silence. This letter. What do you all think? The bespectacled chubby boy adjusted his glasses and said quietly, I've pretty much figured it out. This is like a werewolf game. Everyone nodded slightly. The oldest present was the bespectacled middle-aged woman, appearing in her 30s or 40s. While most might not know about death game fiction, they weren't completely offline, having at least heard of the wildly popular werewolf game. Seeing their understanding, the chubby boy continued, we're divided into humans and werewolves. 5 humans, 2 werewolves. Humans must complete tasks and open chests to survive 7 days while identifying the werewolves. Werewolves must hide while finding werewolf chests to obtain weapons, then use them to kill humans before 7 days end. No one objected to his explanation. Clearly, it aligned with most people's understanding. The scar-faced man scratched his head irritably. Damn, making the rules so convoluted and writing this damn letter needing translation. You'd play this shit normally. The short youth finally spoke for the first time. That's why that damn god kidnapped us dead people. Otherwise nobody would play this crap game. His joking tone, though ill-timed, lightened the mood slightly with some chuckles. Lin Yu observed the short youth. This guy seems suspicious. Lin Yu understood that easing awkward and tense atmospheres came naturally to some people. But this was a werewolf game where people actually died. Did this kind of game really need someone to lighten the mood? Moreover, this short young man had remained silent until now, his eyes shifty, only to suddenly spout such slick, joking words. Lin Yu instinctively felt something was off about him. However, this was just Lin Yu's intuition. He wouldn't jump to conclusions based solely on intuition that this short young man was the werewolf. After all, the guy might just be a plain idiot. Regardless, this overly harmonious atmosphere was something Lin Yu wanted to disrupt. So he cleared his throat, but since we're stuck playing this damn game now, let's discuss some actual strategies for playing it. The gentle, fragile woman spoke softly after hearing Lin Yu earlier. Someone mentioned boxes. I remember the letter said only werewolves can open red boxes. So if we see who opens a red box, wouldn't we know who the werewolf is? The scar-faced man snorted coldly. The werewolf knows that too. They wouldn't be stupid enough to open a box in front of everyone. We could secretly watch them. The woman retorted quietly. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. What nonsense is this bitch muttering about? Lin Yu quickly mediated and changed the subject. All right, no need to argue. In games like Werewolf, you can't expose hidden roles during the first discussion. Only as the game progresses can we gradually identify the werewolf based on everyone's actions. The middle-aged woman froze, then said, but that would likely mean people dying. As the game continues, the werewolf would indeed be exposed, but at the cost of lives. Hearing this, Lin Yu slowly said, that's why it's called the death game. We'll have nothing left except our lives. Even these lives are merely borrowed for now. Everyone at the round table fell silent at Lin Yu's words. The slightly eased atmosphere grew heavy again. Right, though called a game, this was no child's play. They were dead people competing for a chance to live again. This might be the cruelest competition in the world. An uneasy atmosphere spread. Lin Yu maintained a grave expression, but inwardly he felt completely calm. Good. This atmosphere should make them realize they have more than just their lives to rely on. Lin Yu's earlier words were deliberate. He didn't want this overly harmonious mood. Lin Yu needed to guide everyone to think seriously in this tense environment. To achieve this, he'd even employed some acting techniques to make his words more impactful. As expected in this heavy atmosphere, the previously cheerful chubby guy suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly, wait, it might not be so hopeless. We have our professions, besides our lives. Before coming here, I got a profession. That auntie earlier also mentioned seeing professions in the blood-written letter, so you all must have your own professions. These must help in the game. The chubby guy spoke enthusiastically. The square-jawed man nodded slightly. We can take turns introducing our professions and abilities. Then, based on everyone's skills, we might devise better strategies. Hearing this, Lin Yu relaxed internally. Things were developing exactly as he'd anticipated. After obtaining the fraudster profession and arriving here, Lin Yu had pondered how to utilize his ability. After brief consideration, he'd reached a conclusion. He needed to disguise himself as another profession. But first, he needed to hear others' professions and abilities. The others also seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. Indeed, they still had their professions as hidden cards. The The square-jawed man, seeing no objections, went first. I'll start. I'm Yu Longuo, profession soldier. Ability, five-fold physical enhancement. His confident tone showed this straightforward ability was indeed powerful. The scar-faced man looked surprised at Yu Longuo, then smiled. Didn't expect such a profession. Very practical. But is giving your name necessary? Absolutely, Yu Longuo said coldly. In a game where werewolves must lie, providing basic information helps me detect deception. The scar-faced man shrugged at Yu Longuo's attitude. Fine, no harm introducing this stuff. I'm Bao Liu, profession ruffian. Ability can break one rule. Though not as simple as soldiers, don't provoke me, I can ignore rules. He gave everyone a sinister look. Lin Yu observed these two, noticing their professions strongly correlated with their real selves. Yu Longuo, strong, resolute-faced, with a soldierly demeanor, had the soldier profession. Bao Liu, exuding delinquency from the start, was a ruffian. Next was the bespectacled, middle-aged woman. Adjusting her glasses, she said, I'm Su Ziyume, profession teacher. My ability grants me game-related information. Others nodded slightly. While teacher didn't sound powerful, it was somewhat useful. Everyone pondered each ability's potential, but only Lin Yu, hearing Su Ziyume's profession, reached a quiet realization, just as I thought. Though less obvious than Yu Longuo or Bao Liu, Lin Yu's keen observation noticed her plain clothing, throat-clearing habit when speaking, thick calluses on thumb and forefinger. She likely was a real teacher. In other words, the game's professions probably closely correlated with players' real-life occupations. While Lin Yu was analyzing, the conversation among the other participants continued. Upon hearing Su Ziyume's introduction, Bao Liu immediately asked, what information did you get? Is it extra intel about this game? Tell us. Su Ziyume hesitated. Beside her, the soldier Yu Longuo raised a hand to stop Bao Liu. Don't rush her. She has no obligation to share what she learned. Right now, none of us know who the werewolves are. Revealing crucial information recklessly might backfire on us humans. Bao Liu, the ruffian, retorted defiantly, what if she's the wolf herself? At that moment, the gentle-looking woman shot Bao Liu another glance before speaking softly again. You're so eager to pry information from Su Ziyume. If anything, that makes me suspect you're the real wolf here. Those words made Lin Yu reevaluate his impression of the seemingly delicate woman. Though she appeared fragile, there were needles hidden in that. From the start of the game, Bao Liu had likely been targeting her to assert dominance and showcase his aggression. But no one expected her to strike back during the self-introduction phase. Bao Liu's eyes bulged with anger. He slammed the table and pointed at her, shouting, don't you fucking slander me. You accusing me now? Seeing the situation spiral, Yu Longuo stood up and said sternly, enough. Arguing like this is pointless. Let's wait until everyone has introduced themselves before discussing further. The imposing stature and authoritative presence of the soldier cowed Bao Liu into submission. With a cold snort, he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. He jerked his chin at the bespectacled chubby boy. Your turn. The chubby boy cleared his throat and spoke. My name is Chen Zhuo and my profession is otaku. As for my ability, it's a secret. A secret. The others were taken aback. Bao Liu snarled, we all shared ours and now you're playing mysterious. Think you're special or something. Chen Zhu flinched slightly but put on a mysterious air, shaking his head and whispering, and no, my ability is just too unique to describe in words. You'll understand once you see it. Though Chen Zhu chose to conceal his ability, his profession otaku made the others ponder. What kind of ability would an otaku have? Otakus usually stay indoors reading manga and novels. What could such a profession offer? Chen Zhu's vague explanation left everyone baffled about the otaku role, but given his demeanor, no one bothered pressing further. Deep down, everyone had a hunch even if Chen Zhu were on the opposing side, this chubby kid likely posed little threat. Sure, he had been providing useful information earlier, but the fact that he had blurted out everything he knew only reinforced the impression that he was naive and harmless. If he were a werewolf, he'd have probably given himself away already. Even Lin Yu thought the guy seemed a bit too simple. If this was an act, then he'd have no trouble becoming an award-winning actor in the future. Next, it was the turn of the short, scrawny man. He hesitated before saying, my name is Yao Zhengai. My profession is thief. My ability I won't say. This time the others frowned slightly. Bao Liu clicked his tongue. Another one playing mysterious. You copying him? He shot Chen Zhu a glare. Look at the precedent you set. Chen Zhu shrunk further into himself, too afraid to speak. Yu Longuo remained silent, deep in thought. Though Yao Zheng also hid his ability, the thief profession spoke for itself. His skills were likely related to stealing. Given that, there was no need to press further. Everyone had already formed their own guesses. Then came the gentle-looking woman's turn. She said, my name is Zia Yue. My profession is veterinarian and my ability is healing small animals. What the hell's the point of healing animals? You think there are pets in this castle? Bao Liu sneered. Still smarting from Zia Yue's earlier counter, Bao Liu was clearly itching for a fight. Who knows, maybe the castle's owner keeps pets here, Chen Zhu chimed in. Even if there were animals, what good would healing them do? Bao Liu turned to glare at Zia Yue. You expecting them to sniff out the outsiders for you? This time, Zia Yue simply turned her head away, ignoring him. With her introduction done, only Lin Yu remained. All eyes shifted to him. Your turn, kid, Yu Longguo said. What's your profession? Yeah, my turn. Lin Yu rested his hands on the table, fingers lightly interlaced. His moment had come. Having listened to everyone's professions and introductions, Lin Yu knew his own role fraudster. Without a doubt, revealing his profession and ability would render them useless. So, true to the name of his profession, this was a role that demanded deception. Lin Yu pinched the bridge of his nose before meeting their gazes again, his eyes sharp and composed. Before I introduce myself, I think most of you have noticed something. The professions you drew are somewhat connected to your real-life identities, right? Brother Yu here gives off military vibes. Chen Zhu, you're the spitting image of an otaku. Zia Yue, you're even wearing a white coat. Miss Suzume, you're probably a teacher in real life too, aren't you? Suzume nodded faintly. That's right, I'm a middle school teacher. Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Exactly. My deduction's spot on. Was fraud just about lying? Lin Yu believed it included lying but wasn't limited to it. At the very least, everything he'd just said was based on his earlier analysis truth. But after finishing his analysis, Lin Yu had pondered something. If this pattern held true, what did the fraudster profession have to do with him, a college student? He'd never committed fraud, nor was he even good at lying. Then he recalled something his professor had once said in class. At its core, acting is deception. You must deceive yourself, deceive the audience, make everyone believe you truly are the role you're playing. Lin Yu might not be skilled at lying, but he was skilled at acting, a far more advanced, far more effective form of fraud. Now, the performance would begin. In the castle room, all eyes at the long table turned toward Lin Yu. It was like a spotlight on stage. Lin Yu sat at the table with crossed hands, his expression brimming with confidence. If you trust me, this game isn't actually hard to win. Bao Liu frowned at Lin Yu. Why should we believe you? Just because you analyzed our professions being related to our real-life occupations. All this roundabout talk just means you're saying I'm a hoodlum in real life, and this Yao Zhengai is a thief, right? Bao Liu pointed at Yao Zhengai, speaking unhappily. Yao Zhengai nearby indeed looked rather displeased. So you're saying since we're bad people in real life, we should just vote us out, huh? As expected, the two reacted intensely after Lin Yu's words. The others also regarded them with increased wariness. Lin Yu shook his head. Gentlemen, I deliberately avoided mentioning your professions earlier to prevent misunderstandings. I only said this to convince you that I truly have the ability to lead us to victory not just through my deductive skills, but also my professional ability. Lin Yu's gaze swept across them as he adjusted his costume. His British-style attire was elegant and proper, giving an immediate impression of wisdom. My name is Lin Yu and my profession is detective. My ability is to verify the identities of everyone present. Lin Yu spoke calmly, spreading his hands. What? Hearing this, the other six all showed shocked expressions. Verify identities. Chen Zhu was the first to exclaim, holy shit, a seer. Zia Yue, the veterinarian, immediately spoke up. You claim your ability is to verify identities, but this game is called Who is the Outsider, an identity-based game. Your ability perfectly matches it. I think you're lying. Su Ziyume, the teacher, nodded slightly. Our professions were assigned before this game started. Logically, professional abilities shouldn't directly relate to the game's content. Yu Longguo watched Lin Yu silently, his gaze somewhat scrutinizing. Initially, they were indeed startled by Lin Yu's claim. This was already an identity game, and now he says his ability is verifying identities. What a coincidence. Only Chen Zhu seemed somewhat convinced, but in werewolf games there usually is a seer role, the chubby boy muttered. Seeing their varied reactions, Lin Yu felt some tension internally. He was testing whether he'd gained the identity verification ability he'd just claimed. According to the fraudster's ability, if they all believed him, he should have obtained the detective ability now. Yet Lin Yu didn't feel no ability to verify identities at all. Clearly, the players present didn't believe his words, or rather, their belief fell far short of granting him that ability. Still, though nervous, Lin Yu remained composed, somewhat unexpected, yet within expectations. These guys aren't that easy to fool after all, he exhaled. Before speaking, he'd known his statement had loopholes, but having half disbelieve him immediately still surprised Lin Yu. That ruffian wasn't stupid, and those two women plus the soldier were all smart. Lin Yu rapidly analyzed the situation, fortunately. His performance had been exquisite enough. His earlier demeanor, subtle mannerisms all conveyed the aura of a true detective. Now, he just needed to patch the loopholes in his story. Lin Yu's mind raced, but his expression remained unchanged. He adjusted his deerstalker cap, appearing utterly unflappable. Correct, my ability isn't exactly verifying identities, but the reason I said that is because my ability can achieve the same effect. What do you mean? My actual ability is knowing one hidden secret about someone. Applied to this game, doesn't that equate to verifying identities? Lin Yu's tone remained measured, exuding calm confidence. Their expressions varied upon hearing this. Suzume frowned slightly. Then why didn't you say so initially? Lin Yu was prepared, because stating I can peek at people's secrets would make everyone uncomfortable. No, his calm reasoning proved convincing. I see, Xia Yue mused. No wonder you phrased it that way initially. Knowing someone's secret does suit the detective profession. Yu Longguo nodded slightly. This version sounds much more plausible. In an identity game like this, the detective role seems overpowered. Bao Liu clicked his tongue, suddenly feeling his own profession rather useless here, compared to Lin Yu at least. Chen Zhu chuckled. Obviously, the seer role always leads in werewolf. Follow him and will win easily. The others nodded slightly. The detective's ability indeed held innate advantages in an identity-based game. Yet observing the five's expressions excluding Chen Zhu, Lin Yu inwardly sighed. Indeed, no one likes having their secrets exposed, even if his ability greatly benefited the team. Apart from Chen Zhu, the other five all regarded him with varying degrees of wariness. Some gazes even held outright disgust. Nobody enjoys feeling their secrets are vulnerable. However, their disgust and wariness meant. They believed Lin Yu's claims. Now bathed in their collective gaze, Lin Yu clearly sensed a new innate ability awakening within him, as if he could peer into others' minds. If he wished, he could now choose any present individual and directly probe their deepest hidden secret. It could be this game's identity, or other Sekretch could select the general direction. The fraudster's ability had officially taken effect. Lin Yu's performance had fooled them all. After gaining his ability, Lin Yu felt slightly more at ease, yet he remained vigilant. Indeed, the ability to verify identities was incredibly powerful in games like Werewolf. As Chen Zhu had pointed out, if the human faction centered their strategy around Lin Yu, victory would come relatively easily. But the werewolves would realize this too. In other words, Lin Yu had now placed himself in a highly dangerous position. Given the chance, the werewolves would spare no effort to eliminate him. Unless he stuck closely with the others, leaving no opening for the werewolves. But Lin Yu knew this game wouldn't allow such a scenario. Beep beep. An urgent alarm sounded above everyone in the room. Lin Yu looked up and realized the noise seemed to come from the floor above. That sounds like it's coming from the second floor, he alerted the group. Chen Zhu, the otaku, panicked. What does this alarm mean? Are the werewolves starting to kill? Before Lin Yu could reassure him, Yu Longguo, the soldier, spoke firmly. Don't panic. This isn't the signal for werewolf killings. Remember what the letter said. Thai's castle has a schedule listing daily tasks. If we fail to complete them, deadly mechanisms will activate. After his explanation, Chen Zhu froze momentarily before exclaiming, doesn't that still mean we'll die? Where's the schedule? Lin Yu pointed to the nearby wall right beside where the bloody text had appeared earlier. Near the doorway hung an unconcealed schedule. Chen Zhu rushed over, with the others following closely. The schedule was densely packed with text. Day 1 tasks: repair generator location, second floor engineering room. Estimated time 10 minutes. Countdown 1549. Refuel equipment location, third floor machinery room. Estimated time 3 minutes. Countdown 1722. Clean library location, first floor study. Estimated time 15 minutes. Countdown 2106. Rows of tasks were clearly listed. Just the tasks with countdowns under 3 hours already numbered over 10. Each task included its location and a steadily decreasing timer. Though no one knew what consequences awaited failed tasks or what mechanisms would trigger. No one wanted to gamble with their lives. This many tasks. What the hell? I didn't even work this hard in real life, and now I'm clocking in for this damn game. Bao Liu couldn't help but curse under his breath. His words echoed the group's sentiments. Lin Yu understood clearly. There were simply too many tasks, scattered across different locations. Sticking together would make completion impossible. The fastest way to clear the tasks was to split into groups. This was undoubtedly the game's method to prevent the human faction from clustering together. After tallying the tasks, Lin Yu did quick mental calculations. If we split into 2 groups, 3 and 4 people respectively, and plan routes carefully, we might barely finish. Lin Yu silently contemplated how to complete the tasks with minimal group splitting. But before he could finalize routes, Bao Liu spoke up first. I say we split up immediately to handle these tasks. I'll take the generator repair. He made as if to leave. The others seemed inclined to agree. Lin Yu frowned slightly and stopped him. Wait, you can't just leave like that. Bao Liu turned back, glaring. What's your problem, kid? Can't you see the timer's ticking down? Are you trying to get us all killed? Don't think your so-called detective title makes you special. Facing Bao Liu's aggression, Lin Yu remained calm. Do you really want to go alone, or aren't you afraid the werewolves will pick you off? These tasks are urgent, but having all 7 of us go solo would gift the werewolves perfect opportunities. Even if we split up, we must form groups. After Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhu quickly nodded. Exactly. Splitting up is the worst move in Werewolf. Bao Liu hesitated, about to retort. But Yu Longguo interjected firmly. I agree with grouping. With 7 people, we'll pair up. Lin Yu looked at Yu Longguo, preparing to speak. But Yu Longguo continued, I know you're concerned if a human gets paired with a werewolf, that human would be in danger. But remember, if anything happens to someone, their partner becomes the prime suspect. So from this perspective, group partners are actually safe. Cutting off any objections, Yu Longguo declared, time's short. We'll proceed with paired groups. Xia Yue hesitated, but with 7 people, pairing up means one group will. 7 players divided into pairs would create 3 teams of 2, leaving one person alone. Yu Longguo cut her off decisively. I'll go solo, I'm confident in my abilities. Even against an armed werewolf, I can hold my own. Chen Zhu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, I agree. Brother Yu's skills can handle solo action. Yu Longguo's plans seemed to have gained unanimous approval. Lin Yu didn't object either, yet he found it all increasingly strange. Yu Longguo's reasoning sounded logical. In real-life werewolf variants, pairing up was indeed a common strategy. This grouping method would accelerate the game, revealing identities faster. But smaller groups meant greater risk for humans. This essentially used lives to determine identities. Though they were in a death game, this wasn't just a game. Rather than focusing on winning or faction victory, shouldn't everyone's priority be survival? So why was no one objecting? Lin Yu's thoughts swirled chaotically, but the urgency of the countdown left no room for contemplation. Simultaneously, a vague sense of unease told him not to voice these doubts now. Just then, someone tugged his sleeve. Lin Yu turned to see Xia Yue standing beside him, biting her lip. Detective, may I partner with you? She asked softly. Lin Yu had no reason to refuse Xia Yue's request. The two naturally formed the first team. Among the remaining 4, Chen Zhuo and Su Ziyume didn't want to team up with Bao Liu and Yao Zheng'ai. Thus, after Xia Yue invited Lin Yu, the 7-person grouping was effectively complete. First team, Detective Lin Yu and Veterinarian Xia Yue. Second team, Ruffian Bao Liu and Thief Yao Zheng'ai. Third team, Otaku Chen Zhuo and Teacher Su Ziyume. Fourth team, Soldier Yu Longguo operating alone. After grouping up, everyone took turns selecting tasks from the schedule. Once tasks were confirmed, all 4 groups quickly left the conference room. After all, they didn't have much time to complete their first assignments. Lin Yu and Xia Yue hurried to find the engineering room mentioned in their first task. The corridor outside the conference room continued the slightly extravagant decor, iron candelabras with wolf head carvings, deep red carpets woven with golden threads. Through the corridor's damaged windows, they could see exterior walls of stacked stone, likely part of an ancient castle. The conference room was at the far end of the castle's first floor. After leaving it, they soon encountered a spiral staircase. Lin Yu and Xia Yue quickly ascended to the second-floor corridor. Right beside the staircase, Lin Yu spotted a wooden door with a metal plaque, Engineering Room. Lin Yu read the plaque aloud. From behind the door came the source of the alarm they'd heard downstairs, sharp, incessant beeping. We found it so quickly. We still have plenty of time. Xia Yue sighed in relief, then reached for the doorknob and turned it gently. The unlocked door opened easily, admitting them into the engineering room. Inside the spacious room, an old-fashioned generator hummed slowly, surrounded by numerous halogen lamps. One lamp had turned red, emitting loud beeping alarms. The generator connected to other equipment, all functioning normally without apparent need for repair. Lin Yu and Xia Yue approached the generator. As a gentle woman whose profession was veterinarian, Xia Yue clearly knew little about machinery. How do we fix this? She asked worriedly. Isn't there an instruction manual or something? Though called a game, the death game didn't let players progress by holding buttons. The repair generator task required actual troubleshooting. But Lin Yu remained calm. The estimated completion time is 10 minutes, meaning it's not a major malfunction. Probably just a minor issue. Besides, this is essentially a werewolf-style game. These tasks are likely just ways to separate us. They shouldn't be too difficult. As he spoke, Lin Yu's gaze fell on a storage cabinet beside the generator. A toolbox sat atop the cabinet containing wrenches and screwdrivers. Beneath the toolbox lay a booklet. Lin Yu lifted the toolbox and pulled out the booklet. The thin manual's pages were dog-eared, its cover stained black with oil, bearing the title Wolf III Generator Instruction Manual. Here's our lead. Lin Yu flicked the booklet confidently with his fingers. Xia Yue sighed in relief, looking at Lin Yu with admiration. No wonder you're a real detective. Even without special abilities, you're incredibly sharp. Lin Yu shrugged noncommittally and opened the manual. 3 indicator lights. If this light turns red, it means insufficient engine lubrication requires adding oil stored in the first-floor storage room. As Lin Yu expected, the manual straightforwardly identified both problem and solution. So we need lubricant from the first-floor storage room. I'll go get it, Xia Yue offered. I saw where that room was on our way here. Lin Yu frowned slightly at her suggestion, his expression turning stern. But the whole point of pairing up is to avoid solo movement. Xia Yue smiled, but time's limited. You stay here studying the machine. What if we get the oil but can't find where to pour it, failing the task? Don't worry about me. This is a dangerous game anyway. And like I said, this life is already borrowed. She tilted her head playfully, hands behind her back, her tone light. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Fine. According to task assignments, only the otaku and teacher team should be on the first floor. Be quick and you should be safe. Try to return within 5 minutes 30 seconds. Beyond that, you'll be in greater danger. Lin Yu spoke calmly. He didn't explain why 5.5 minutes specifically. Of course I'll hurry. There's a countdown after all. Xia Yue laughed as she left the engineering room, closing the door behind her, leaving Lin Yu completely alone. His composed, confident expression instantly vanished. He rubbed his face vigorously. Even during those private moments with Xia Yue, he'd still been playing the role of a smug, intelligent detective who liked controlling situations. Why 5.5 minutes? Complete nonsense. He just wanted Xia Yue back as soon as possible. If only pretending to be a famous detective could actually give me super observation and analytical skills. Lin Yu massaged his temples in frustration. He considered himself reasonably smart after all. Jiangcheng University's acting program ranked top 3 nationally with high admission scores. He'd always found acting courses and self-studied psychology relatively easy. Frequent stage performances with the drama club had also strengthened his mental resilience, enabling quick calm under pressure. In fact, Lin Yu believed he had some talent for analyzing people, but in this lethal game, he keenly felt his intelligence and composure were woefully inadequate. Lin Yu was just a sophomore acting major whose greatest asset was theatrical experience. He couldn't track everyone's movements, couldn't truly see through people's minds to identify the werewolf, and certainly couldn't remain completely calm facing life or death situations. Since earlier, Lin Yu had vaguely sensed something off about this game from its rules to other players' reactions. Numerous details seemed abnormal, yet he couldn't decipher what these anomalies meant. But even without sufficient cleverness, he had to keep playing desperately. Lin Yu adjusted his mindset. Unsolved problems can wait. I should make good use of these 5 minutes alone. With this thought, Lin Yu began carefully examining the room. Compared to the others, Lin Yu trusted Xia Yue more. To be precise, among the current 6 people, the person Lin Yu thought least likely to be a werewolf was obviously the somewhat silly-looking Chen Zhu. Xia Yue, with her delicate appearance, probably ranked second. Still, Lin Yu couldn't completely trust Xia Yue either, just as Xia Yue didn't seem to fully trust him either. Moreover, to maintain his confident and arrogant detective persona, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to start rummaging around in front of Xia Yue. Yet Lin Yu actually had something specific he wanted to find. The letter mentioned there are chests in the castle, divided into human chests and werewolf chests. Lin Yu began searching the engineering room, hoping to find any chests there. Besides the generator, the engineering room contained various other equipment and facilities, appearing rather cluttered. According to the letter, human chests should contain supplies and items that would greatly assist the human faction. If he could find a chest and obtain something useful from it, Lin Yu would feel much more confident. After a quick search around, Lin Yu found that while the engineering room looked messy with scattered items, those random objects were completely useless. But Lin Yu couldn't say he found nothing at all. The smell of incomplete diesel combustion from the generator permeating the air, the constantly blaring alarm ringing in his ears, and the choking clouds of ancient dust stirred up from rummaging through the piles gave Lin Yu a thoroughly dizzying and unpleasant experience. Already wasted 2 minutes. No, can't keep wasting time in this room. Lin Yu opened the engineering room door. Stepping outside, he immediately felt refreshed. Then he focused on the room opposite the stairwell. That door looks pretty big, Lin Yu muttered to himself. The castle had 2 staircases in total. One was a spiral staircase in the center spanning all 3 floors. The other was a zigzag staircase at the edge. With the castle's enormous size, the second floor alone had over a dozen different rooms or hidden chambers. Pushed for time, Lin Yu could only choose the nearest option. This was also why they had to split up. The castle was simply too large. They all stuck together, running back and forth. Even with planned routes, it would inevitably become too hectic and leave little room for error. Approaching the large door, Lin Yu could now read the room name on the placard, kitchen. Without hesitation, Lin Yu pushed open the kitchen door. Upon entering, he immediately caught a faint whiff of something foul. Damn, how long has this kitchen gone without cleaning? Lin Yu wrinkled his nose involuntarily. No wonder there's a clean the kitchen task later on the schedule. But who knows what traps might trigger or dangers might appear if we don't clean it. The kitchen walls bore dark red stains that looked like long dried blood. The floor had even more bloodstains and was extremely filthy. The countertops held not just chunks of raw meat, but even hanging severed limbs. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine, especially those withered, twisted limbs, somewhat human-like but not quite enough. It was enough to give him the Happy Valley effect, a Chinese internet term for extreme disgust. Why's the kitchen like this? Nobody dealing with these severed limbs and flesh. The castle owner must have some seriously twisted tastes, living in such a huge place but can't afford a cleaner. At least hire a hygienic chef then. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Yu moved closer to examine the limbs. Covered in bloodstains and partially decomposed, it was hard for Lin Yu to determine what creature they came from. From afar they looked somewhat humanoid, but up close the resemblance faded. Not wanting to linger, Lin Yu quickly left the kitchen. However, upon exiting he discovered a brown chest placed in an alcove right next to the kitchen. A brown chest. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. The letter had mentioned that red chests belonged to werewolves. As a human, he probably couldn't open werewolf chests, but this brown chest meant it was one humans could open. Lin Yu approached and flipped the chest's latch. As if recognizing him, the latch clicked open. Inside was a neatly packaged loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Food. Seems whoever left the chest knew that after seeing that disgusting kitchen, there'd be no edible food in this castle. Lin Yu took the bread, tore open the packaging, and quickly devoured it with the water. After eating his fill, he returned to the engineering room. He didn't want to reveal to Xia Yue that he'd opened a human chest, even though human was the good identity. There was one crucial point: the two werewolves likely didn't know each other's identities. The letter had hinted at this too. A werewolf's disguise can often fool even their own kind. In other words, in this game, werewolves wouldn't know who their teammate was either. Thus, Lin Yu had no need to prove his human identity by opening chests. It wouldn't benefit him if Xia Yue was a werewolf. She wouldn't make a move before confirming whether he was her teammate or not. But why hasn't Xia Yue returned yet? Time was running dangerously short. Lin Yu had been mentally counting the time. Xia Yue had now been gone for about 8 minutes, over 2 minutes longer than his estimated 5.5. This made completing their tasks even more urgent. If Xia Yue didn't return soon, they might not finish in time. Did something happen to her? Lin Yu was starting to debate whether he should go downstairs to look for her. But before he could decide, bang, the engineering room door swung open. A breathless Xia Yue appeared in the doorway, holding a small bucket of lubricating oil. Her hair was disheveled, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her white coat was dirty. Xia Yue quickly approached, apologizing profusely. Sorry. The lubricant was placed quite high up. It took some effort to retrieve it. As she got closer, Lin Yu noticed her flushed cheeks and how she kept fanning herself by pulling at her round-necked shirt beneath the white coat, a rather pitiable sight. Lin Yu instinctively wanted to comfort her, but immediately remembered. His current persona was that of a cold, arrogant detective. Thus, method actor Lin Yu instantly slipped into character, merely snorting coldly. Fine, didn't take too long. With that, he took the lubricant, expertly located the generator's lubrication point, and easily completed the task. After completing the task, Lin Yu and Xia Yue immediately left the engineering room without delay. Their next assigned task was still on the second floor, specifically in the prayer room on the opposite side. The objective was to arrange offerings and light candles. Although they had ample time before the next task deadline, neither Lin Yu nor Xia Yue wanted to waste any extra time. However, having just completed a task together, the two seemed to have grown more familiar with each other. Especially Xia Yue's delicate, pretty girl seemed to have developed some dependent feelings toward Lin Yu, likely due to the suspension bridge effect of being trapped in the death game, combined with witnessing his efficiency and reliability during the task. Even though Lin Yu had treated her somewhat coldly and harshly earlier, she didn't seem to mind. On their way to the next task location, Xia Yue even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Yu. Lin Yu, speaking of which. Have you used your detective ability yet? Xia Yue walked briskly ahead of Lin Yu with her hands clasped behind her back, completely exposing her back to him. Hearing her question, Lin Yu grew slightly wary, but seeing her completely unguarded posture, he hesitated before answering truthfully, I haven't used it yet. Xia Yue turned around, continuing to walk backward while curiously asking, why not? How do you plan to use it? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before explaining, to be honest, as the detective and information role that can determine the game's outcome, I'm inevitably the werewolf's primary target. For you civilians, even if I identify a good person on the first day, it still helps eliminate a suspect. But for me, if I can't find and vote out a werewolf on the first day. If there are 2 werewolves remaining who have had time to recognize each other by the second day, my situation becomes extremely dangerous. Even yours would be too. Xia Yue looked slightly confused by Lin Yu's thorough analysis. She tilted her head in thought before giving up with a wave of her hand. All right, so how do you plan to use it then? For the first day's investigation, I'll save it until the final meeting phase. I'll carefully analyze everyone's statements and then identify the most suspicious person to reveal their identity. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Xia Yue smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. You're amazing, detective. With you here, this game feels much easier, she said sincerely. As they talked and walked, they had already covered most of the distance, passing by the spiral staircase at the center of the castle. Then footsteps and voices came from the staircase. Damn it, this task is so fucking annoying I even scraped my hand. Yeah, Brother Liu, this task is seriously messed up. Where's our next task again? Whatever, let's go find the others first. The voices clearly belonged to Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai. As the voices and footsteps grew closer, Lin Yu quickly pulled Zia Yue aside, hiding behind a corner of the staircase. Startled by being suddenly grabbed, Zia Yue almost cried out, but Lin Yu covered her mouth. Be careful, they might be the two werewolves, Lin Yu whispered urgently. Zia Yue looked at Lin Yu with confusion and shock. This damn castle is way too big. Yeah, imagine the owner getting up to pee at night. They'd probably shit themselves before making it. Seriously, do you think anyone actually lived in this creepy place? Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai's voices gradually faded as they seemed to head toward the first floor. Only then did Lin Yu remove his hand from Zia Yue's mouth. Zia Yue quickly extricated herself from Lin Yu's grasp, nervously clutching her sleeves. Let's hurry, she said shyly, resuming their walk. After walking together in silence for a while, Zia Yue finally whispered, Detective, why do you think they're werewolves? Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai's first task was adding fuel in the machinery room on the third floor. Their second task was in the cleaning supplies room on the opposite side. Both tasks had estimated completion times over 15 minutes. It's unlikely they finished both tasks in the time we took for one, so if they didn't complete both third-floor tasks, why would they be going to the first floor? Lin Yu analyzed calmly. Recalling Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai's words, Zia Yue instinctively replied, I think they said they were looking for people. Do humans need to go searching for others? Lin Yu interrupted. Zia Yue's expression finally changed slightly. So, those two are probably werewolves. Lin Yu didn't deny it. At the very least, their behavior is suspicious in my eyes. However, Lin Yu's current certainty was partly due to maintaining his detective persona. In reality, he had some doubts. What were the odds of both werewolves being assigned to the same group? Moreover, the werewolves in this game didn't initially know each other's identities. Even if they were grouped together, could they really confirm each other's roles so quickly? Putting himself in their shoes, Lin Yu couldn't imagine how they'd quickly determine if their partner was a teammate. His sense of unease grew stronger. As Lin Yu wrestled with these thoughts, Zia Yue's voice brought him back. Detective, we're here. Lin Yu looked up, realizing he'd nearly walked past the prayer room's entrance. Sorry, I was distracted earlier, Lin Yu said before pushing open the prayer room door. Unlike the castle's other dirty, dilapidated rooms, the prayer room was surprisingly clean. The small room had heavy curtains completely blocking the windows, leaving only the dim glow of wall-mounted candelabras for illumination. On the wall opposite the door stood a waist-high shrine carved with lunar phase reliefs. Inside the shrine was a tall humanoid statuette's powerfully muscular body, exuding both strength and wildness, but the head was missing. Below the shrine was a circular altar filled with offerings, flanked by two kneeling cushions. When Zia Yue saw the altar, she suddenly gasped. Ah, she pointed fearfully at an irregular, shriveled spherical object placed at the altar's center, something Lin Yu had initially mistaken for fruit. But upon closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat. It was a horrifying human head, with its facial features carved off. After clearly seeing that the sacrificial offering was a shriveled human head, Zia Yue was naturally terrified out of her wits. She stood leaning against the wall with a pale face, clearly unable to complete the tasks of arranging the sacrifice and lighting the candles. In contrast, although Lin Yu was also startled, he remained much calmer than Zia Yue. On one hand, it was because Lin Yu had already been frightened in the kitchen earlier and had a general understanding of this game's nature. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was also somewhat afraid, someone still needed to complete this task, so he deliberately maintained a composed demeanor. Sometimes, acting can bring positive psychological suggestions to oneself. By the end, Lin Yu genuinely didn't feel as scared anymore. Soon, Lin Yu finished the task. All he needed to do was move the head to a new position, placing it directly in front of the shrine, then use the matches on both sides of the shrine to relight the two extinguished candles. Fear and physical discomfort were essentially the only challenges of this task. After easily completing it, Lin Yu quickly led Zia Yue out of that unsettling room. In the corridor, Zia Yue felt immense gratitude toward Lin Yu for completing the task alone. No problem, it was nothing. After all, if we didn't finish it, we'd both be in danger, Lin Yu said casually. You can contribute more for the next task, that makes sense. As they say, men and women working together gets the job done easier. Zia Yue smiled by the corridor window as crows perched on the withered tree outside cawed incessantly, but compared to before, her smile seemed somewhat forced now. That shriveled head had undoubtedly reminded her once again. This was a game themed around death. That was definitely not some fake prop, but the remains of a real life that had passed away. The two reached the end of the corridor, preparing to head to the third floor for their next task. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairs below. Zia Yue and Lin Yu immediately became alert again. However, this time, before they could hide, they came face to face with the people ascending from downstairs. It was the pair of Chen Zhu and Su Ziyume. The chubby Chen Zhu stopped in his tracks upon seeing Lin Yu and Zia Yue. Be careful, teacher Su. These two seem to be lying in wait for us. Chen Zhu bravely positioned Su Ziyume in front of himself protectively. Suzume also looked at Lin Yu and Zia Yue warily. Lin Yu felt exasperated. Who's lying in wait here? We're just going upstairs too. More importantly, if I remember correctly, your assigned tasks aren't upstairs. What are you trying to do up there? He turned the question back on them. Cornered by Lin Yu's question, Chen Zhu immediately retorted, we have no obligation to tell you what we're doing. With that, Chen Zhu pulled Suzume back downstairs. Observing their movements and combining it with his earlier observations of the castle's layout, Lin Yu guessed they were likely trying to reach the second floor via another staircase. Not just the thief and the ruffian, but even the otaku and teacher pair are acting suspicious too. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. Encountering two suspicious pairs in succession made him wonder if there was something wrong with the game itself. Zia Yue asked curiously, what was suspicious about those two we just met? Was it also because they were going somewhere unrelated to their tasks? Yes, and the strangest part is that they were going together to places unrelated to their tasks, Lin Yu said seriously. Put yourself in their shoes. If I told you I wanted to go somewhere unrelated to our tasks right now, would you agree? Zia Yue paused, then thought carefully before answering, I'm not sure. It would probably depend on your reason. If it was convincing enough, I might agree. Lin Yu nodded and countered, then look at it from another angle. Suppose you needed to convince me to go somewhere unrelated to our tasks. What compelling reason could you give that would not only make me go, but also make me trust you completely? Lin Yu's question stumped Zia Yue. After a long silence, she gave a bitter smile. Now that you mention it, it does seem very strange. Exactly. Especially that Otaku clearly heard about my detective identity and abilities earlier and seemed to trust me somewhat. But this is actually good. It's precisely these abnormal behaviors that will help me better identify who the werewolves are. Seeing Zia Yue growing worried again, Lin Yu changed his tone to comfort her. You're right. With you here, detective, there's nothing to worry about. Zia Yue regained her composure and said, let's continue with our tasks, then you can showcase your skills during tonight's meeting. Lin Yu nodded and proceeded with Zia Yue to complete the remaining tasks. However, after encountering two suspicious pairs earlier, both Zia Yue and Lin Yu couldn't help but become more cautious. Coupled with the inherently tedious nature of the tasks, by the end of the day, both were utterly exhausted. I'm completely exhausted. This is even more tiring than work. Zia Yue sighed after finishing the final task on their daily schedule. By then, the already dim sky outside had darkened completely. Dong. A heavy bell tolled, signaling that it was almost 7 p.m. time to return to the meeting room. Let's go. Lin Yu was also worn out, feeling like he was back in the hellish final exam week where he had to rehearse plays after studying all day. The two dragged their weary feet back to the initial meeting room. When they opened the door, they discovered that the other 5 participants were already seated inside. Yu Longguo raised an eyebrow when he saw Lin Yu and Zia Yue enter. What a surprise, not a single death today. At his words, Bao Liu looked at Yu Longguo and asked, hey soldier, what do you mean by that? Zia Yue also frowned. After sitting down with Lin Yu, she stared at Yu Longguo and said, isn't it good that no one died? Of course it's good, Yu Longguo said coldly. But it also means the werewolves are more patient than I imagined. If they had killed someone today, we'd have a breakthrough by noisant that the whole point of pairing up. That's such a cruel way to think, Zia Yue said indignantly. Yu Longguo sighed. Don't be so naive, girl. Haven't you realized this is a death game? Even if the werewolves don't kill anyone, humans still need to eliminate at least 2 werewolves to surviving. Elimination means death. This is a game where at least 2 people will die no matter what. As Yu Longguo spoke, Zia Yue fell silent. Not just Zia Yue, others in the room also grew quiet. Finally, Chen Zhu broke the silence. All right, I actually think the humans have a strong advantage now. Although the werewolves might have held back because they couldn't find a good opportunity, in werewolf game terms, this is equivalent to wasting a werewolf's turn. With the detective here, the good guys can confirm one person's identity every day. So as long as the detective uses his ability, the werewolves are actually at a disadvantage now. After Chen Zhu finished speaking, everyone's gaze naturally turned toward Lin Yu, who had remained silent all this time. Lin Yu's initial strategy had indeed been exactly what Zia Yue described: find the most suspicious person and immediately use his ability on them. But now, after 2 daytime encounters and listening to everyone's statements during the meeting, Lin Yu found every single person suspicious. Yao Zhang'ai and Bao Liu had suspiciously teamed up and seemed to be actively searching for people. Chen Zhu's attitude toward him had suddenly changed, though he didn't know what Su Ziyume might have told him. Then there was the lone soldier Yu Longguo. From the moment he proposed pairing up during team assignments and aggressively pushed for it, this guy had already seemed extremely suspicious in Lin Yu's eyes, especially when the last group could have easily been 3 people, yet he insisted on going alone. What exactly was he planning? Lin Yu didn't even fully trust Zia Yue, despite having worked with her all day. When they later went to the first floor to handle tasks, Lin Yu estimated. The storage room was simply too close no matter how much they delayed. There was no way it should have taken that long. Moreover, even if they genuinely couldn't find the item, would searching really have exhausted Zia Yue that much? Everyone seemed suspicious. Lin Yu felt his thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Forget it, I can't just not use my ability. Thinking this, Lin Yu decided to randomly pick someone to investigate first. Let's try Bao Liu. As Lin Yu focused, he activated his ability ever since gaining the detective skills. Using it felt almost instinctive. Mentally reciting Bao Liu's name while visualizing his appearance, Lin Yu experienced a mystical sensation, as if Bao Liu's very soul was laid bare before him. With just a thought, he could uncover any secret the man concealed, whether related to this game or otherwise. I want to know Bao Liu's identity in this game. As Lin Yu focused his intent, a memory fragment appeared before his eyes. Bao Liu's first-person perspective. The image showed Bao Liu sneakily using stationery to shield his identity card while carefully checking it. The words on the card read, "Your identity is werewolf." Then the vision dissipated. Lin Yu was stunned. Bao Liu actually was the werewolf, which likely meant he and Yao Zheng'ai were both wolves. Hey detective, who'd you investigate? Hurry up and share the results. Bao Liu's impatient voice rang out. Lin Yu looked up at the group and opened his mouth. The optimal strategy would be to immediately reveal Bao Liu as the werewolf and have everyone vote him out. But was that truly the best move? Lin Yu exhaled and made his decision. I've used my ability to verify someone's identity, but sorry everyone, I can't disclose the results right now. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone's expressions subtly changed. The most transparent of them, Otaku Chenju, immediately panicked. Dude, what? You check someone but won't say. What's with the mystery? Trying to be some kind of riddler? Lin Yu remained silent, simply giving Chenju a calm look. After Chenju spoke, Yu Longguo also voiced his displeasure. Detective, what's the meaning of this? Whether you found a werewolf or human, revealing it would be the optimal play. No. Bao Liu spoke up with a dark expression, though his words weren't aimed at supporting the others. Mr. Detective over here can't even share his findings properly. Doesn't seem like a good guy to me. And you damn otaku, you're the one who started this riddle crap by being vague about your ability, giving the detective an excuse to hold back now. And you soldier, acting all high and mighty after going solo all day. I can't stand pretentious assholes like you. Bao Liu's indiscriminate insults targeted all three men simultaneously. Only after Bao Liu finished did Lin Yu leisurely respond. Do you honestly think revealing everything I find would be beneficial? Think carefully, fools. What if the person I checked turns out to be human? Leveraging his arrogant detective persona, Lin Yu counterattacked while insulting everyone equally. Hearing this, Zia Yue froze momentarily before recalling Lin Yu's daytime comment about werewolves not knowing each other's identities. A realization dawned on her. He's right. If the checked person is human, revealing that might not actually help much. Chenju looked confused. How? That'd be like confirming someone's innocence and giving us good guys more information by eliminating a suspect. How's that not useful? Zia Yue patiently explained on Lin Yu's behalf, but there's a key difference from regular werewolf games you might have missed. Werewolves don't know who their teammates are. Chenju blinked. So what? Lin Yu leaned back slightly, adopting a lazy tone. The werewolves didn't kill anyone on the first night. Could part of the reason be they feared accidentally killing their own teammate? This finally made Chenju understand. Oh, so not only do we good guys have limited vision. The werewolves are in the same boat. So detective, you're not telling us because you don't want to give the werewolves a safe, kill, target while also helping them narrow down their search for teammates, right? Lin Yu chuckled, not completely hopeless after all. Then what do we do today? Suzume asked with a frown. My suggestion is we nominate no one. Lin Yu naturally took the lead again. A peaceful day and night. Let's wait for my investigation results tomorrow before deciding. Okay. As Lin Yu spoke, the meeting room fell silent again. Yu Longguo coldly interjected, and if tomorrow you check another human, if it's human I'll reveal it then. With 5 humans remaining to hide 2 werewolves, the odds are better. Plus if you trust my results, you're basically confirming I'm a good guy, Lin Yu said casually. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I'll catch a werewolf right away. He said this with optimistic laughter. Suzume poured cold water on his optimism. 2 in 5 chance isn't low, but still more likely to be human. Lin Yu shrugged noncommittally. Statistically, he'd only had a 1 in 3 chance of finding a werewolf today, yet he'd immediately caught Bao Liu. But this realization sparked a sudden insight. Wait, was this really just luck? Such nebulous concepts were precisely what Lin Yu trusted least. Since Lin Yu didn't reveal any investigation results, everyone tacitly agreed not to hold any vote today. The first day's meeting ended inconclusively in silence. According to the letter's instructions, they had to spend the night in the conference room. The conference room was absolutely safe. Werewolves couldn't commit murders here, so they didn't need to worry about being attacked by werewolves while sleeping. Several sofas in the conference room provided ample space for rest. However, even so, no one truly slept. Everyone was clearly filled with anxiety. Some sat while others lay down, but each chose to keep their distance from others. Yu Longguo leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed. Meditating, it was unclear if he was actually asleep. Bao Liu half closed his eyes, his pupils occasionally darting around as he observed others. Chen Zhu didn't sit but kept pacing around the conference room, appearing deep in thought. "Could you stop walking?" Su Ziyume whispered. Though Chen Zhu's footsteps weren't loud, they still disturbed others in the quiet night. Okay, Chen Zhu sighed and found a seat. Zia Yue lay sideways on a sofa, seemingly the only one asleep. Yao Zhengai curled up in a corner sofa, lost in thought. Lin Yu casually leaned against a sofa without sleeping, repeatedly checking the wall clock. He was waiting for midnight. At the meeting's conclusion, Lin Yu had formed a crazy hypothesis. Yet this very hypothesis could explain all the strange incidents he'd noticed. Soon, dong. The heavy bell announced midnight. Lin Yu's detective ability refreshed. He gained another chance to uncover someone's secret. Lin Yu exhaled and immediately activated his ability. "I want to investigate Yu Longguo's secret," he silently recited, visualizing Yu Longguo's face. That mysterious sensation returned. Lin Yu seized the moment and whispered, "Investigate Yu Longguo's hidden identity in this game." A scene of Yu Longguo opening his envelope appeared. Unlike Bao Liu, Yu Longguo immediately noticed the identity card, casually glanced at it, and put it away so fast Lin Yu almost missed it. But he still saw it. The card read werewolf, another werewolf. With this, Lin Yu had identified two werewolves. By previous reasoning, the game should be over. Yet Lin Yu showed no reaction. He exhaled, feeling his crazy hypothesis gaining confirmation. But for now, it remained just a hypothesis. Lin Yu closed his eyes. "Tomorrow will verify whether my hypothesis is correct, regardless of the outcome. Whether the hypothesis was right or wrong, this game would reach its conclusion. Of course, he might die during the verification process. After all, the verification method could be dangerous." With these thoughts, Lin Yu gradually fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the grand bell rang again, startling the light sleepers awake. Dong, Lin Yu got up from the sofa. Soldier Yu Longguo was already at the schedule board. "Today's tasks are refreshed. Let's continue with yesterday's groupings." No one objected. Bao Liu grumbled as he dragged Yao Zhengai over. Chen Zhu and Su Ziyume already stood together. Zia Yue yawned and approached Lin Yu. "Morning, Detective Bro." "Morning, Vet Girl." Lin Yu smiled. Though nervous last night, he now felt completely relaxed. Zia Yue pouted. "Vet Girl sounds awful. How's it different from Detective Bro?" "Of course it's different." Their whispered banter drew Yu Longguo's disapproval. "Enough private chatting. Let's assign tasks same areas as yesterday for familiarity." Yu Longguo continued. "Tasks are evenly distributed with some repeats." Lin Yu and Zia Yue stepped forward to receive their assignments. Everyone then filed out toward their designated areas. Lin Yu and Zia Yue ascended the central staircase again. Morning mist shrouded the castle windows. Fewer crows perched on the withered trees now, but the remaining ones still faced the castle as if watching something. As others' footsteps faded, Lin Yu suddenly stopped and looked down at Zia Yue. "What's wrong, Detective Bro?" Zia Yue tilted her head. Lin Yu studied Zia Yue intently, really looking at her for the first time. She was prettier than he'd imagined. Though makeup-free, her skin was flawless. Her watery eyes had subtle double eyelids. Her thick hair made this college student envious. And as a veterinarian, she must love animals. "Sorry," Lin Yu thought, then spoke solemnly after a long pause. "Zia Yue." He used her real name instead of her profession, surprising her. "Huh, why so formal?" "I actually identified a werewolf yesterday," Lin Yu interrupted. Zia Yue froze, then looked shocked. "Really? Then why didn't you say anything last night? We could have voted them out." Lin Yu sighed, his expression pained. "Zia Yue, it's because the werewolf I identified was you." His trembling voice suggested inner turmoil. Zia Yue stood stunned. "You must be mistaken, Detective Bro." When Lin Yu didn't respond, just kept staring, she eventually sighed sadly. "What a shame. I actually liked you, and I'm not ready to kill anyone." Despite her words, Zia Yue lifted her white coat and drew a dagger from her waistband. "When did you suspect me, and why?" she asked softly. Lin Yu remained expressionless. "Probably because your acting was terrible, Vet Girl." Even facing the dagger, Lin Yu appeared calm, though this was just his excellent acting skills. Watching the glinting blade in Zia Yue's murderous eyes, his scalp tingled. That crazy hypothesis had been confirmed. The werewolves were Bao Liu, Yu Longguo, and Zia Yue. The werewolf count wasn't 2, but 5. From the very beginning of forming the team, Lin Yu had never trusted Zia Yue. As he had just said, Zia Yue's acting was truly terrible. The naivety, timidity, and vivacity she displayed when alone with him were all heavily laced with performative traces. Such amateurish acting was something Lin Yu could see through at a glance. Thus, Zia Yue was suspicious after all. Her performance was clearly hiding something. But Zia Yue wasn't the only suspicious one. From the first day of grouping, there were far too many suspicious people in this game. Yu Longguo, who had urgently pushed for everyone to pair up, and the other 6 who hadn't objected to this proposal at all. Then there were Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai, who had inexplicably strayed from their assigned areas during the mission, as well as Suzume and Chenjuo, who had suddenly changed their attitudes and clung tightly together. Most importantly, last night, after Lin Yu proposed not revealing the inspection results, everyone had accepted it as a matter of course. Though Lin Yu's reasoning had sounded logical at the time, he himself knew full well that it was a flawed argument that couldn't withstand any scrutiny. Weren't they afraid that he, the detective, would fail to report the inspection results and get killed today? Most crucially, when Lin Yu later proposed not voting, everyone had readily agreed again. In fact, no one had even bothered to compare their schedules for the day, as if everyone had silently agreed not to bring it up. At that moment, a wild thought had suddenly occurred to Lin Yu. Could it be that all of them are werewolves? If he treated all of them as werewolves, their behavior suddenly made sense. Everyone had been eager to split up and had planned to muddle through the meeting without sharing any information. But Lin Yu's first reaction had been, how is that possible? The game rules can't be wrong. Yet the moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu had been struck with a chilling realization. From start to finish, there had never been any game rule stating that there are only 2 werewolves. The so-called game rules were all conclusions they had drawn themselves during the game. He immediately recalled all the details of the castle. Lin Yu's elective course in stage design had ranked first in his department, so he was extremely sensitive to such environmental details. Omnipresent wolf motifs on the candlesticks and paintings throughout the castle, the human-like severed limbs in the kitchen, and the clearly human head offering on the altar. And all the human supplies were piled in a manner completely out of place with the castle, as if they had been temporarily placed there by later arrivals. Coupled with the warning in the initial letter, Lin Yu suddenly realized a misconception. All 7 participants had taken it for granted that the werewolves were the outsiders. Was the owner of this castle truly human? Lin Yu adopted the perspective of stage design. If he were to create such a castle as a set, the inhabitants would definitely not be human. Thus, if he continued thinking along these lines, bloody words they had seen on the wall at the beginning, there are 2 outsiders among you, might not be referring to the werewolves, but rather to the humans. And even earlier than those bloody words, there was the title of this game they had seen before entering. Who is the outsider? It was almost like a hint. And now through Xia Yue's reaction, Lin Yu had finally confirmed his hypothesis. In this game, the humans are the outsiders. Therefore, there are 5 werewolves and 2 humans. The reason the werewolves don't know each other's identities isn't some arbitrary game setting, but a necessary condition for the game to proceed. Whether human or werewolf, whoever realizes the true meaning of outsider first gains a tremendous advantage. Lin Yu exhaled, a smile appearing on his face. Now he held an overwhelming advantage in this game. Hey, Detective Bro, why are you still smiling? But then Xia Yue's words brought Lin Yu back to reality. The girl before him stood on the 3rd step of the stairs, holding a dagger and smiling at him. Even though he had uncovered the most crucial truth of the game, the immediate danger remained. However, though Xia Yue had drawn her dagger, she still hadn't attacked. This too was within Lin Yu's expectations. So looking at Xia Yue, he spoke confidently. Of course, it's because I already know exactly who the 2 werewolves Aryan this morning. I used my ability again and discovered who your other werewolf teammate is. Even if you kill me, I already know the truth. In a sense, I've already won. Lin Yu understood perfectly why Xia Yue hadn't struck yet. She truly didn't know who her other werewolf teammate was. Because everyone seemed so suspiciously like a werewolf, Xia Yue must be utterly confused. She must want to use Lin Yu's ability to identify the other werewolf or at least eliminate one possibility. Thus, Lin Yu's words played right into her hands. The arrogant detective persona he had carefully cultivated finally paid off. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xia Yue's lips curled into a smile. Is that so, Detective Bro? But how did you figure out my other teammate? I'm completely clueless. She was trying to coax information out of the arrogant detective, but unfortunately Lin Yu's persona was entirely an act, and his acting was far superior to Xia Yue's. Looking at the curious and excited Xia Yue, Lin Yu lowered his voice. It's simple. Your teammate, though well disguised, is. Mid-sentence, Lin Yu suddenly turned and bolted up the stairs. Xia Yue reacted quickly, barely pausing for a second before charging after him. She had been prepared for Lin Yu to run. I can't let him escape, she thought to herself. After all, in Xia Yue's eyes, if her identity were exposed by Lin Yu, it would be over. Even if she killed Lin Yu, the remaining 4 humans would vote her out. With Lin Yu's corpse, they wouldn't even need to wait until 7 p.m. Humans could call an emergency meeting immediately. But what Xia Yue didn't know was, Lin Yu had never intended to run. After just 2 steps, Lin Yu whirled around and kicked Xia Yue squarely in the abdomen. Thud. Xia Yue, sprinting at full speed, instantly lost her balance and was sent tumbling down the stairs. Oof, Xia Yue cried out in pain, though she tried to adjust her landing. The 7 or 8 steps still left her back and rear in excruciating pain, her vision swimming. She struggled to get up, but a sudden, sharp pain shot through her right hand. Snap. The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and Xia Yue screamed, her dagger clattering to the ground. Then her scream was abruptly cut off. Dagger had plunged into her chest. She looked down to see blood gushing from the wound, staining her white coat red. Her body instantly went limp. With her remaining strength, Xia Yue desperately grabbed Lin Yu's left wrist with her uninjured hand, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Trembling all over, Lin Yu looked at the life fading from Xia Yue's eyes and whispered, "Sorry. This was the only way I could think of to win." Based on the premise that there are only 2 humans and 5 werewolves, Lin Yu derived a new deduction. There are 2 ways for humans to win this game. One is to mislead the werewolves into mistakenly voting out their own werewolf teammates while believing they're voting for humans. The other method is hunting down the werewolves in the game, just as the rules never explicitly stated that werewolves are outsiders. Although the game constantly emphasizes that werewolves are more powerful and have weapon crates, the rules never specified that humans must always be the prey. Xia Yue feared exposing her identity as a werewolf, but Lin Yu feared her exposure even more, because once Xia Yue was exposed, not only would Lin Yu lack 4 human teammates to vote with him, it might also make other werewolves realize the discrepancy in their numbers. Thus, Lin Yu had no choice but to kill Xia Yue here. Afterwards, noticing from the corner of his eye the furtive, short figure spying on him from the 3rd-floor stairwell corner disappear, Lin Yu instantly stopped his performance of being nauseous after killing for the first time. So thief, Yao Zhengai is also a werewolf. That means my teammates can only be either Chen Zhu or Su Ziume. He wiped the blood off his dagger expressionlessly on his sleeve and turned toward the 1st floor. Of course, his heart wasn't completely calm. No matter how much he consoled himself with thoughts like this is to survive, Xia Yue attacked first, or she's already dead. This was still murder committing murder with his own hands. Yet it was precisely these turbulent emotions that made Lin Yu realize one thing with absolute clarity. He wanted to survive, to stand on stage again, to become an outstanding theater actor, to deliver soul-stirring performances, and to uncover why that inexplicable junior wanted to kill him. Even if it meant killing, he wouldn't hesitate. Lin Yu descended the stairs, sheathing the dagger at his waist and hiding it beneath his British-style coat. Just as he reached the 1st floor, Lin Yu bumped into Chen Zhu and Su Ziume emerging from the dining room. Meeting Lin Yu again, Chen Zhu remained highly vigilant. But this time he seemed slightly more confident and initiated conversation. "Hey, Lin Yu, why are you alone? Where's Xia Yue?" Lin Yu spread his hands. "I don't know. We got separated. I'm looking for her too. If you see her, tell her to meet me on the 1st floor." As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhu frowned. "Separated? How?" But Lin Yu ignored him and hurried away. Soon after, he heard Chen Zhu leading Su Ziume upstairs. Lin Yu exhaled and headed toward the meeting room. Simultaneously, he began a silent countdown in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before he finished counting, urgent bell chimes rang out. Dong, dong, dong. As the bells sounded, the sky outside the windows suddenly darkened. Lin Yu understood this was the emergency meeting bell. Someone had discovered a body. Most likely Chen Zhu and Su Ziume found Xia Yue's corpse on the stairs. He reached the end of the corridor and pushed open the meeting room door. On the schedule inside, all mission timers had frozen. The wall clock showed 700 p.m. Lin Yu swaggered back to his seat. Shortly after, Yu Longguo was the first to enter. He glanced at Lin Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did you call the emergency meeting?" "No." Lin Yu shook his head tersely. Just as Yu Longguo was about to ask more, the door burst open again. Bang! Bao Liu pushed the door open dramatically, followed not just by Yao Zhengai, but also Chen Zhu and Su Ziume. All 4 entered together. Seeing this, Yu Longguo immediately understood. "So the veterinarian is dead," Yu Longguo murmured. The 4 took their seats. Pale-faced Chen Zhu spoke. "Right. We found the veterinarian's body." Chen Zhu was clearly severely shaken. Su Ziume took over, recounting the events. "Chen Zhu and I finished our tasks on the 1st floor and were heading to the 2nd when we found Xia Yue's body on the stairs. There was a stab wound in her chest, likely the cause of death." After Su Ziume finished, Chen Zhu regained his composure and glared viciously at Lin Yu. "It's him. Not only was he partnered with Xia Yue, but Teacher Su and I found the body on the central staircase. Minutes before discovering the body, we saw him descending those same stairs. I thought it was strange and asked why he was alone. He just mumbled something about getting separated from the veterinarian and left." All eyes instantly focused on Lin Yu. Chen Zhu's accusation undoubtedly pinned suspicion squarely on Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu burst into exaggerated laughter. "Ichichichiche," he stood up, hands on the table, and coldly declared, "Everyone, I didn't kill anyone. This is all that fat bastard framing me. Xia Yue and I did get separated, but how could I have killed her? If I were really a werewolf, would I target my own partner first? Just now, when this idiot accused me, I already investigated him." Pointing at Chen Zhu, Lin Yu said icily, "As expected, his identity is werewolf. He killed my partner Xia Yue to frame me, the highest status seer here." Lin Yu spoke passionately, lacing his words with personal insults against Chen Zhu. Naturally, Chen Zhu trembled with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? I've been with Teacher Su the whole time. Then you're both werewolves. Good guys, listen to me vote out this otaku now, then eliminate the teacher tomorrow night to end the game, Lin Yu declared shamelessly. Lin Yu's logic was utterly flawed, but his confidence was overwhelming. Combined with Chen Zhu's fury-induced incoherence, he couldn't immediately counter Lin Yu's claims. Finally, Chen Zhu pulled out a walkie-talkie-sized device from his pocket. Fine, detective, if you claim you didn't kill Xia Yue. Dare to say that again while holding this lie detector. Teacher Su's profession revealed there are 2 key items for humans. We just found one this lie detector. A lie detector. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised when he saw Chen Zhu take out that little device. But soon, a thought occurred to Lin Yu. He realized this device's appearance was actually beneficial for him. Lin Yu immediately turned to Chen Zhu and said sternly, fine, let's do the lie detector test. I'm not afraid of you. Turn it on right now. Chen Zhu snorted coldly. All right, let's see how you keep up your tough talk later. Suzume added from the side, don't try any tricks later. This lie detector can only test 1 sentence per day. Chen Zhu froze for a moment and looked at Suzume. Teacher Su, why are you telling him this? Suzume seemed to realize she had spoken out of turn and looked apologetic. Oh, sorry, I was worried he might make trouble and waste this precious opportunity. But this way, if he avoids the question later, we can directly assume he's afraid to take the test, right? Suzume said seriously. Chen Zhu nodded. All right, Teacher Su. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, between these two, Chen Zhu was more likely to be his human teammate. Suzume's earlier words seemed suspiciously like feeding him information. Of course, this didn't matter to Lin Yu. I won't play any tricks, let's just get started. Chen Zhu pressed the button on the side of the lie detector. Begin. He pointed the lie detector at Lin Yu, and the indicator light lit up. Lin Yu looked at the device and calmly said, Xia Yue's death has absolutely nothing to do with me. Beep. The lie detector's light turned red and emitted a sharp sound. Chen Zhu jumped up excitedly. See, you're lying. Lin Yu's face showed astonishment, but this expression was also part of his act, because Lin Yu's goal was to make everyone think he was definitely the werewolf. This way, probably only Chen Zhu would vote for him. Moreover, going forward, to all the werewolves, he would appear as their most likely teammate. Therefore, when Lin Yu confronted Xia Yue on the stairs, he hadn't just considered how the stairway's layout made it easier to counterattack an armed Xia Yue. Another important reason was that stairways are open areas where bodies can be easily discovered, making Lin Yu more suspicious. As for why he made it so obvious, Lin Yu looked towards Bao Liu and Yao Zhangai's group. Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume were easier to handle. They must already think he's their werewolf teammate. Bao Liu and Yao Zhangai likely identified each other as werewolves on the first day, so Lin Yu had to make it extremely obvious to make these two doubt their initial judgment and believe he was the werewolf. Sure enough, Bao Liu now wore I'm thinking expression, while Yao Zhangai kept glancing sideways at Bao Liu with disbelief. Of course, even after all this, Lin Yu still had to put up a fight. What if the other werewolves thought he was a lost cause and voted him out immediately? Although the voting was anonymous, they'd probably avoid voting if possible since there were only 2 werewolves left. Even if Lin Yu got voted out, someone abstaining could easily claim I didn't vote. But regardless, he still needed to make excuses. Facing the red blinking lie detector, Lin Yu began his nearly nitpicking defense. What, just because you say I'm lying means I'm lying? Maybe the red light means telling the truth. Besides, you say this thing's a lie detector, but I say it's a tape recorder, might even be nail clippers. Most importantly, even if what I said was a lie, so what? I said Xia Yue's death has absolutely nothing to do with me. Maybe her death actually does involve me. After all, it was because I got separated from her that led to you killing her. Lin Yu fired off rapidly. Chen Zhu listened with continuous sneers. These are just weak excuses. Do you see anyone believing you? I call for a vote, Chen Zhu shouted. Suddenly, a flame ignited before each person. From the flames dropped a white paper and a quill pen. Blood-red words appeared on the paper. Write the name of the person you wish to banish. Chen Zhu immediately grabbed the pen and started writing furiously. Lin Yu also wrote Chen Zhu on his paper. Then, the voting concluded. Whoosh, the flames reappeared, consuming the papers and pens. This time, though, everyone was getting used to the game's dramatics and weren't startled. Next, bloody words appeared on the wall. This round's voting results. Lin Yu votes 1. Chen Zhu votes 1. Tied votes and no one received over half the votes. No one is banished. The bloody words gradually faded. Chen Zhu was dumbfounded. Dude, you guys. But before Chen Zhu could finish, Lin Yu loudly interrupted. What are you all doing? Why not vote out this otaku? He's targeting me, the detective. I am the highest status here. Damn it, can you even play? Why didn't you follow the vote? Chen Zhu was stunned, staring at Lin Yu with his mouth hanging open. He wanted to ask. Why did you say all my lines? Why is the werewolf in such a hurry? The others, having been berated by Lin Yu and recalling the vote count, also seemed surprised. Clearly, Lin Yu not being eliminated was unexpected for them too. However, Lin Yu observed that the remaining 4 didn't seem too bothered by it, almost as if thinking not getting eliminated is good anyway. They had already started resting. Only Chen Zhuo, full of resentment, found a corner sofa and began snoring loudly. And so, time came to the second day. Dawn broke again and Lin Yu got up from the sofa. Despite having killed someone, he had slept better than ever last night. It was time to assign tasks again. Yu Longguo stood before the schedule board and glanced at Lin Yu. Your partner is dead. Regardless of whether you're the killer, what's your plan now? Of course he should team up with you, soldier bro. You need to keep a close eye on this werewolf. Chen Zhu quickly interjected. Lin Yu spoke unhurriedly, but I think I should go solo. If I really am the werewolf, aren't you risking Brother Yu's life? Chen Zhu said anxiously, but Brother Yu has the soldier ability. His physical abilities are 5 times normal. Stop being so generous with other people's lives. Otaku, don't you realize werewolves might have weapons? Even with 5 times the physique, you shouldn't make the soldier take risks. Lin Yu reprimanded sternly. Chen Zhu, caught on the moral high ground by Lin Yu, was left speechless, his face turning red. Suzume quickly pulled at Chen Zhu. All right, stop arguing with him. Yu Longguo also gave Lin Yu a meaningful look before saying steadily, fine, we'll do as you suggest. After memorizing the tasks he needed to complete, Lin Yu left the conference room alone. He still went to the second floor. The first task was in the second floor kitchen, requiring him to clean the kitchen stove. After entering the kitchen, Lin Yu closed the door and let out a sigh. This is exhausting, but the exhaustion was worth it. Last night's hyperactive and somewhat idiotic speech and performance had definitely left a deep impression. Now, except for Chen Zhuo, the other 4 players, remaining werewolves probably more or less believed he was their teammate. Yu Longguo and Su Ziume were obvious cases. Even Bao Liu and Yao Zhengai, who had confirmed each other's identities, might feel something was off. I just don't know if these 2 are smart enough to realize that. There are actually 5 werewolves. Lin Yu wiped the bloodstains off the stove with a rag while pondering. Of course, he hoped they wouldn't figure it out. Just as he was halfway through cleaning, the kitchen door creaked open. Yao Zhengai peeked in cautiously, then looked at Lin Yu. He grinned and spoke. Detective bro, Lin bro, doing your task? Seeing Yao Zhengai sneaking in alone like this, Lin Yu was already 70-80 sure of his intentions. As expected, Yao Zhengai and Bao Liu hadn't pieced together the truth that there are 5 werewolves, Yao Zhengai coming alone. It was probably to confirm whether Lin Yu was truly a werewolf. If Lin Yu was real, then Bao Liu must be the fake. But even so, Lin Yu pretended not to understand Yao Zhengai's motive and put on a guarded expression. He placed a hand near his waist and spoke cautiously. You're the thief. Why are you alone? Where's your teammate? I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Lin Yu said coldly, prompting Yao Zhengai to quickly explain. Bro, I know you're a werewolf for your teammates. As he spoke, Yao Zhengai hurriedly pulled out a sharp hand axe from his coat, its handle engraved with a wolf's head. Look, this is my werewolf exclusive weapon. Lin Yu feigned surprise upon seeing it. You're a werewolf too. He naturally drew his dagger from his waist, weighing it in his hand, but suddenly put on a fierce expression. Wait, you didn't steal this from one of my werewolf teammates using your thief ability to trick me, did you? Yao Zhengai quickly defended himself. Bro, I really am your teammate yesterday morning. I saw you on the 3rd floor after killing the veterinarian, leaning over the railing gagging, but I didn't tell anyone during last night's meeting. Doesn't that prove I'm on your side? Yao Zhengai desperately tried to prove his loyalty. Only then did Lin Yu pretend to have a realization. So you really are my teammate. That's great, the 2 of us can work together. We can do double kills now. And even though the soldier is strong, he won't stand a chance against both of us. Lin Yu put on an excited act. Seeing Lin Yu practically itching to rush out and start slaughtering, Yao Zhengai was fully convinced Lin Yu was a werewolf. But then he hesitated. But Detective Bro, there's something weird, Yao Zhengai said awkwardly. The ruffian in my group also seems to be a werewolf and we confirmed each other's identities yesterday. Just as expected, Lin Yu had anticipated this exact scenario. The fact that Yao Zhengai was sharing this with him meant he likely trusted Lin Yu more as his real teammate. So Lin Yu also acted confused. How did you figure that out? Yao Zhengai scratched his head and chuckled. Detective Bro, your guess about my ability was right. As the thief, I can steal an item from some monions per day. I randomly take 1 item from a person. After finishing the first task yesterday, the ruffian sneaked off, making an excuse about going to the bathroom, but I saw him heading in the wrong direction. When he came back, I got suspicious and used my thief ability on him, and found a machete with a wolf's head engraving on him, clearly a werewolf exclusive weapon. I figured he might be a werewolf, so I confronted him, told him my identity, and gave the machete back. At first, he didn't believe me, but then we found a werewolf box. He opened it in front of him, and he was completely convinced. As Yao Zhengai explained, he fell into thought. Bro, do you think there might be more than 2 werewolves? While listening, Lin Yu's mind raced. Should he tell Yao Zhengai the truth here to gain more trust? No, wait. Just now in Yao Zhengai's story, there was a fatal trap that could be used to bury Bao Liu. Lin Yu suddenly had an epiphany and turned to Yao Zhengai with a dark expression. Damn it, you got played by that bastard ruffian. Using a werewolf box and weapons to verify identities is a good idea, but you forgot about the ruffian's ability. Hearing this, Yao Zhengai's face paled. Oh no, his ability is to break one rule. He used it to open the werewolf box. Crap, my identity is already exposed to him. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Yao Zhengai reached this conclusion. And the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Given Bao Liu's arrogant and hot-tempered personality, using his ruffian ability to force open a werewolf box and arm himself was totally plausible. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu pressed further. I just used my detective ability today. The ruffian is human. Sweat beaded on Yao Zhengai's forehead. Then what do we do, detective bro? He already knows who I am. Lin Yu immediately reassured him in a low voice. Don't panic. He didn't expose you in yesterday's meeting, which means he's still playing along for now. With his selfish and violent nature, he probably isn't planning to tell anyone about you. He might be waiting to expose 2 werewolves at once, or maybe he plans to kill them himself, and I strongly suspect he enjoys watching the werewolves kill a few people first, turning this into a bloodbath. Even if he's on the same side, he might not want the others to survive. For example, when I killed Xia Yue yesterday, he was probably thrilled after all. He argued with her on the first day. After hearing this, Yao Zhengai nodded in agreement. That ruffian really is. So what do we do now, Lin bro? Lin Yu's expression turned ruthless as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Strike first while he's still unprepared. You ambush and kill him. After Lin Yu's smooth talking, Yao Zhengai was gripping his axe, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brother Lin, you're right. We have to strike first now. But I have one concern, Brother Lin. The ruffian is in my group after all. Won't killing him make me look suspicious? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, just go ahead and kill him. While you're doing that, I won't be idle either. I'll find an opportunity to kill another one. With 2 deaths happening at once and both of us werewolves still in play, you saw yesterday's vote. As long as we stick together in voting, we won't be eliminated, Lin Yu said confidently. Even if I don't find a good opportunity, try to hide the body wealthies where we might get a chance to double kill, then vote out the last one during the meeting. Instant victory. Yao Zhengai, thoroughly convinced by Lin Yu's words, felt victory within reach. Got it, Brother Lin. I knew you were smart. Having someone like you as a teammate is such a blessing. Lin Yu patted Yao Zhengai's shoulder. But you must be careful. Everything depends on you successfully killing the ruffian. So don't hesitate when you see him. Strike immediately. No matter what he says, don't falter. Yao Zhengai nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll split his head open with one swing. With that, Yao Zhengai lifted his axe and left. Lin Yu watched him go, a faint smile playing on his lips. Perfect. Whether Yao Zhengai killed Bao Liu or Bao Liu counter killed Yao Zhengai, the number of werewolves would decrease by 1. Next, he needed to regain Chen Zhu's trust. If he could win over Chen Zhu, the game would be completely under Lin Yu's control. Lin Yu recalled the tasks assigned to Chen Zhu and Su Ziyume. At this point, they might have already completed the first 2 tasks. Lin Yu quickly finished clearing his own first task, then headed to the 3rd-floor bedroom area. This was the location of Chen Zhu and Su Ziyume's 3rd task. After scouting the area, Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised to find an unopened human supply crate in the bedroom. What a lucky find. Not long after, Lin Yu saw Chen Zhu appear alone. The chubby boy panted as he climbed the stairs, stopping at the bedroom door. Such a perfect opportunity. Overjoyed, Lin Yu waited for Chen Zhu to approach before jumping out. Hey, otaku. Chen Zhu nearly jumped out of his skin at Lin Yu's sudden appearance. Recognizing Lin Yu, Chen Zhu immediately turned to flee. But Lin Yu grabbed hold of the overweight boy before he could escape. Before Chen Zhu could scream, Lin Yu spoke quickly. Otaku, if I wanted to kill you, I'd have slit your throat already, so don't scream. As he spoke, Lin Yu drew his dagger and pressed it against Chen Zhu's neck. Chen Zhu turned pale, stammering, don't be rash. Teacher Su is just finishing the 2nd task, sent me ahead. She'll be here soon. If you kill me, you'll definitely be voted out this time. I'm not killing you. I know you're human, so am I, Lin Yu said coldly. I did kill Xia Yue, but she was the werewolf. I just disarmed her and counter-killed her. The game rules never said humans can't kill werewolves. Use your pig brain for once. Would a crucial information role like detective really be a werewolf? Lin Yu spoke with absolute conviction, adding, there's a human supply crate in this bedroom. If you don't believe me, I'll open it for you. With that, he released Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu looked at Lin Yu with skepticism. You really are human, of course. Lin Yu pushed open the bedroom door and headed straight for the brown crate in the corner. With a click, he opened the human supply crate, retrieving food and water before tossing some bread to Chen Zhu. Now mostly convinced, Chen Zhu exclaimed, damn detective, you really are human. He looked apologetic, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry about last night, voting for you as a werewolf. But the apology quickly faded as Chen Zhu stroked his chin. Though to be fair, can you blame me? You acted exactly like a werewolf last night. I did it on purpose, Lin Yu said calmly. If I hadn't acted like a werewolf, I might have been voted out. Doesn't it strike you as odd that despite looking so suspicious, only you voted against me? Chen Zhu was puzzled. What do you mean? It means this game has a word trap. Human faction are actually the two outsiders. The soldier is a werewolf, the ruffian is a werewolf, the veterinarian is a werewolf, the thief is a werewolf, and even the damn teacher is a werewolf. Only the two of us are human. This revelation shocked Chen Zhu. Holy shit, seriously. Chen Zhu grabbed his hair, muttering to himself, now that I think about it, Teacher Su never opened any human crates. She even made me open the lie detector and pistol crates. After Chen Zhu spoke, Lin Yu asked, right, Teacher Su? Wait, pistol. Chen Zhu nodded. Yeah, Teacher Su's profession ability gives one useful piece of information about this game. Her info was that the human faction has two powerful items, a lie detector and a pistol. The lie detector can verify one statement per day, and the pistol only has one bullet but it never misses. Chen Zhu explained seriously. A bad feeling crept into Lin Yu's heart. Where's the pistol now? With Teacher Su, realization dawned on Chen Zhu's face as well. Now the human's best weapon against the werewolves was in a werewolf's hands. Lin Yu remained silent for a long time before looking at Chen Zhu. Level with me, Chen Zhu. What exactly is your ability? My ability reduces physical exertion to 1/3 normal levels when I remain still, with triple recovery speed. Chen Zhu answered honestly. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu smiled. Since that pistol only has one bullet, how about you take the hit? A guaranteed hit doesn't mean guaranteed death. If you lie still afterwards, you might heal. Besides, this is your fault to begin with. Chen Zhu turned pale. Bro, are you serious? Just joking. Lin Yu sighed. The soldier was already tough to kill, and now there was an armed teacher. This game was brutal. Lin Yu could hardly imagine a worse situation. Guess we'll have to rely on ambushes, or trick Yao Zhengai again. Lin Yu sighed, contemplating solutions. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Seeing the two people entering, Lin Yu exhaled slowly. Turns out, things could indeed get worse. The newcomers were none other than Soldier Yu Longguo and Teacher Su Ziyume. The simultaneous appearance of Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume was undoubtedly the worst possible scenario for Lin Yu. After confirming the rule that humans could kill werewolves, Lin Yu had pinned all his hopes of winning the game on personally eliminating the werewolves. In Lin Yu's original plan, he never intended to confront Yu Longguo directly. The ideal situation would be keeping Yu Longguo until the final meeting to vote him out. After all, his ability was a 5-fold physical enhancement. Being a former soldier, he was undoubtedly skilled in various combat techniques. Additionally, as part of the werewolf faction, he likely possessed a werewolf weapon. Considering all these factors, Yu Longguo was absolutely the most difficult to kill. If there was even the slightest chance, Lin Yu wanted to avoid fighting him at all costs. Meanwhile, Su Ziyume, now armed with a pistol, had become extremely dangerous. The power of firearms should never be underestimated. Though it only had one bullet, the guaranteed hit effect was practically equivalent to certain death. Even a leg wound would cause bleeding impossible to recover from naturally. This game had no emergency rooms. Lin Yu knew this all too well. After all, he'd been sent to this game by a gunshot. He understood better than anyone the helplessness of being shot. To win the game, eliminating either Su Ziyume or Yu Longguo was almost mandatory. Originally, Lin Yu had been weighing which one to ambush and kill. Now, with both appearing simultaneously, he didn't even have a choice, especially since Lin Yu had noticed one crucial detail. Su Ziyume and Yu Longguo had entered one after another, standing close together after coming in. This suggested they'd established some kind of mutually trusting alliance, and the foundation of this trust was almost certainly their mutual confirmation as fellow werewolves. Lin Yu's thoughts raced as he decided to strike first. Both of you must have discovered this game's truth by now, right? Su Ziyume and Yu Longguo stood at the bedroom entrance. Between them and Lin Yu with Chen Zhu lay a double bed. Su Ziyume drew her gun, an exquisitely crafted revolver with floral engravings on its wooden grip. Indeed, when I was alone, the soldier tried to kill me. Fortunately, this made him reconsider. Soldier Yu Longguo grinned widely. Turns out there are more than two werewolves. Humans are the outsiders here. Lin Yu nodded. I've realized that too. After all, only Chen Zhu voted against me yesterday. Counting Zia Yue whom I killed, the only remaining human should be this chubby guy here. Lin Yu casually threw Chen Zhu under the bus. Chen Zhu turned to stare at Lin Yu in disbelief, mouth agape. You. But Lin Yu ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume. Their expressions weren't right. Both Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume regarded him with hostility and wariness. He quietly drew the dagger from his waist, deliberately showing it to them. This not only reinforced his argument but also boosted his self-defense capability. Just then, another figure appeared peeking through the doorway. Hey, why's everyone here? Quite the party. I heard noise from far away. What's going on? Yao Zhengai's figure emerged. Seeing 4 people gathered in the bedroom, he slowly entered. Noticing Lin Yu standing beside Chen Zhu, Yao Zhengai immediately started making meaningful facial expressions at Lin Yu while edging towards Su Ziyume. Lin Yu understood Yao Zhangai's message. He must have already killed Bao Liu. Now, he wanted Lin Yu to double team with him simultaneously attacking Chen Zhuo and Su Ziyume. Then, vote out Yu Longguo during the meeting, exactly as Lin Yu had previously suggested. Unfortunately, Su Ziyume also saw through Yao Zhangai's intention. The middle-aged woman raised her revolver again, aiming at Yao Zhangai. Easy there, thief. Whatever you're planning, calm down. I'm a werewolf like you. Yao Zhangai immediately raised his hands, looking utterly stunned by Su Ziyume's words. What do you mean, you're also a werewolf? Su Ziyume nodded, repeating her conclusion. Yes, the outsiders in this game are humans. There are actually 5 werewolves. Both Yu Longguo and I are werewolves. Believe it or not, just don't cause trouble now. Yu Longguo studied the bloodstains on Yao Zhangai's chest with interest, asking gravely, you killed the ruffian. Yao Zhangai nodded, then suddenly looked regretful. Shit, Detective Bro got it wrong. We didn't know there were 5 werewolves. On the first day, the ruffian told me he was a wolf, but then I saw the detective kill the veterinarian on the second day. Something felt off, so I went to talk privately with the detective. We concluded there were only 2 werewolves, meaning the ruffian couldn't be one, so I ambushed and killed him. Yao Zhangai sighed but quickly composed himself. Whatever, it's done. So now the only human left is that otaku, right? Kill him and it's over. As Yao Zhangai spoke, Chen Zhu began trembling violently. He realized he'd become everyone's target. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Chen Zhu didn't expose Lin Yu as human. Instead, he mustered his courage and deliberately shouted, fuck, so you're all werewolves. 5 wolves against 1 human. How is this game even playable? Forget it, just kill me if you want. Fuck this. Lin Yu felt a surge of gratitude toward Chen Zhu. Everyone in this game had a strong will to survive, so Chen Zhu must have desperately wanted to live too. Yet he chose to divert attention from Lin Yu. However, it's useless. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Just as expected, upon hearing Chen Zhu's words, Yu Longguo sneered. 5 werewolves. Wrong, you still have a teammate, otaku. The detective behind you is your ally. He's not a werewolf at all. Yu Longguo spoke with absolute certainty. Lin Yu felt helpless. Indeed, he'd noticed from Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume's expressions earlier. These two were completely convinced he belonged to the human faction. Now, he found himself in an extremely perilous predicament. Although Yu Longguo and Su Ziyume already seemed quite certain, Lin Yu still hadn't given up his performance. Besides, having awakened as the fraudster, Lin Yu felt he should struggle a bit more. What if he managed to bluff his way through? Thinking this, Lin Yu put on an annoyed expression and glared at Yu Longguo. What do you mean? Why do you think I'm not a werewolf? You're the one who doesn't seem like a werewolf. I have werewolf weapons, do you? As he spoke, Lin Yu waved the dagger in his hand. Yu Longguo took out a curved knife with a wolf's head carved on its hilt from his pocket. Don't try to flip the script on me, I have werewolf weapons too. Chen Zhu couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Yu and Yu Longguo arguing. Even in this life or death situation, he found it darkly humorous that everyone was competing to prove they were werewolves in this werewolf game. Seeing Yu Longguo produce the curved knife, Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all and continued aggressively. Then if we both have werewolf weapons, why do you think I'm human instead of a werewolf? Su Ziyume spoke up then. The thief just said he discussed with you before mistakenly thinking the ruffian wasn't a werewolf and killing him. You clearly knew yesterday there were more werewolves. Why did you let him kill the ruffian? Su Ziyume said with great pressure. Lin Yu was about to speak when Yu Longguo interrupted. Don't bother making excuses about just realizing it now. I don't believe you didn't know about your intentional werewolf-like behavior during yesterday's meeting. Detective, you're smart, don't say stupid things. Yu Longguo blocked one of Lin Yu's potential excuses, but Lin Yu remained calm. He hadn't planned to use such a dumb excuse anyway. Because I truly thought the ruffian was human, thief told me he and the ruffian identified each other as werewolves because the ruffian had werewolf weapons. But I considered the ruffian's ability, so I suspected the werewolf weapons might be bait from using his ability. Initially seeing how closely bonded the teacher and otaku, ruffian and thief pairs were, appearing to trust each other completely, I guessed they might be 2 werewolf pairs identifying each other. So from my perspective, the humans I initially suspected were the soldier and veterinarian. But after killing the veterinarian, I checked you, soldier, and you're a werewolf. This proved one human was pretending to be a werewolf in those 2 groups. Who could guess my assumption was wrong, and the reality was this, otaku being too stupid, completely fooled by the teacher. I'm really sorry, brother thief, I was too arrogant. So I didn't tell you the truth, Lin Yu said with a sigh. This speech was quite convincing. Chen Zhu looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if genuinely thinking he was a werewolf. Although Yao Zhangai was unhappy, he also 70-80 believed Lin Yu was a werewolf. Damn it, Detective Bro, you really screwed me over good. Even Su Ziyume's expression showed signs of wavering. But then Yu Longguo sneered again and declared loudly, Detective, you're truly dangerous, your words are too deceptive, if I didn't have conclusive evidence. I might have really been fooled by you, Yu Longguo said coldly, making Lin Yu feel uneasy. He looked at Yu Longguo and forced himself to ask, "What conclusive evidence do you have? That dagger of yours belongs to the veterinarian." Yu Longguo said calmly, making Lin Yu's scalp tingle. Then, as if to crush any remaining hope, Yu Longguo continued, "Although I was alone, I completed tasks much faster than you'd imagine. On the first day, after finishing my first task, I wandered around and happened to see her enter the storage room alone. I hid, and after she left, I went into the storage room, where I found an opened werewolf weapon box." Yu Longguo spoke coldly as Lin Yu felt chills down his spine. No matter how much he calculated, he could never have anticipated such a coincidence. Yu Longguo's voice came again. "Stop struggling, detective. Humans were never meant to win this game. You managing to kill the veterinarian and scheme the ruffian's death was already beyond my expectations." A bitter feeling rose in Lin Yu's heart. Indeed, this game was too hard for humans. He attempted one final struggle. "But is it possible that I really am a werewolf?" Yu Longguo cut him off, revealing a cruel, ferocious smile. "It doesn't matter if you are. Lin Yu, there are 5 werewolves. This means losing 1 or 2 werewolves doesn't matter. Regardless, I'll kill you today." Yu Longguo declared with cruel finality. Lin Yu exhaled, despair. This soldier was even more ruthless and decisive than he'd imagined. Truly, his luck was terrible, not just because of the coincidence of Yu Longguo witnessing Xia Yue, but being assigned to the human side was already terrible misfortune, because this was a faction where even the smallest coincidence could spell absolute doom, especially with his only teammate being the otaku. It was just too unbalanced. Lin Yu even considered giving up. Maybe I should just die. After all, he was already dead anyway. But instantly he dismissed this thought. No way, it was already absurd enough that he got dragged into this game. How could he give up just because the game was absurdly unbalanced? Calm down, Lin Yu. Being assigned to the human faction might mean the higher beings designing this game believe I'm stronger and smarter than all of them combined. Besides, my profession is the unique class fraudster. I shouldn't have chosen detective from the start. Knowing this situation, I should have claimed to be a gunman with the ability to summon infinite ammo AKs. Lin Yu thought through gritted teeth, but he knew that was just fantasy. If not for being the detective, he wouldn't have immediately spotted the game's traps, and an ability like summoning AKs would be hard for them to believe. Moreover, things had progressed this far with no turning back time. He needed a solution that could work right now. Looking at the cold-faced Yu Longguo eagerly gripping his curved knife, Lin Yu felt death approaching step by step. Any last words, detective? Should he try fighting Yu Longguo? The chances were slim. Even if he defeated Yu Longguo, there was still Su Ziyume with her gun. Try convincing them he's a werewolf again. No use. Yu Longguo was determined to kill him, and with suspicion already cast, further delays would be meaningless. The more Lin Yu thought, the more despair he felt. The only solution seemed to be turning back time, but then an insane idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. What if time could really be turned back? His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Fraudster, performance. Lin Yu remembered his old theater professor's teachings. Performance is essentially deceiving the audience, and the most primitive performances originating from witchcraft were meant to deceive gods and the world. People dressed in green during harsh winters, dancing to portray vibrant trees, attempting to deceive gods and the world into thinking spring was coming, making gods bestow warmth and moisture. The current situation could indeed be called desperate, but his innate performance talent had already brought him through desperate situations before. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Since he was going to die anyway, why not try, in these final moments of life, to perform a grand spectacle capable of deceiving the world and gods? He looked up at Yu Longguo, revealing a helpless smile. "Ah, this time, I lose again to you. Now, the performance begins." Yu Longguo was undoubtedly a smart man. Lin Yu admitted he had slightly misjudged him before. Among the other 6 players, Yu Longguo was definitely the most ruthless and intelligent, and precisely because of this, it wouldn't be easy to deceive him through acting. But conversely, once such a clever person was fooled, he would start helping Lin Yu fool himself. So when Yu Longguo saw Lin Yu's helpless smile and heard his words, he immediately sensed something wrong. "What do you mean by again? Have we met before?" Yu Longguo said coldly. Watching Yu Longguo's reaction, Lin Yu continued his performance calmly and composedly. "Of course, why don't you guess when else we might have met? Don't listen to him, he's probably just bluffing," Suzume said sharply. Yu Longguo wanted to think so too, but Lin Yu's current demeanor was too composed. Who would remain this calm before death just to bluff? What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Yu smiled and turned to Chenju. "Hey otaku, Chenju, among the anime you like, there's Danganronpa and Detective Conan, right? Do you like Hibara AI? There's a new season you're currently following, isn't there?" Chenju froze. How do you know that? Of course, because you clearly showed great enthusiasm for this deduction-themed game, so you must enjoy similar anime. And among 10 otaku who watch Conan, 9 like Hibara AI. Then Lin Yu turned to Su Ziyume. "Teacher Su, you're teaching a graduating class with good grades, right? But there must be a few troublesome students you're worried about. and your own child's academic performance must be giving you headaches too. Suzume, who had been planning to urge Yu Longguo to kill Lin Yu directly, was now dumbfounded. You, how could you know? Again, obvious. Suzume clearly looked like a highly capable teacher, and such teachers usually teach graduating classes. And as a responsible teacher, how could she not worry about her students? Her strong obsession to be here must relate to her students. As for children, Suzume wore a wedding ring, and given her age, she most likely had kids, and Lin Yu had never met a teacher parent satisfied with their own child's grades. Lin Yu then looked at Yao Zhengai. Thief, I actually quite like you. Though you call yourself a thief, you've had it tough and haven't stolen much, I think. Your family really treated you poorly, both your father and mother. After dying this time, you really want to turn over a new leaf after getting out, don't you? Yao Zheng's mouth fell open. Detective, how do you know all this? Still obvious. If your parents had loved you and your family was good, would you have become a thief? And what thief doesn't want to reform after getting out? Lin Yu's composed gaze finally landed on Yu Longguo. His previous persuasive tactics utilized his analytical skills, and the psychological Barnum effect people tend to believe vague, general descriptions apply specifically to them. Though partly a gamble, it seemed. He had won. All three were now shocked. Upon closer inspection, they might notice something off, but Lin Yu's rapid-fire statements left no time for that. Moreover, the others' shocked expressions created a herd mentality effect. But now came the toughest challenge, Yu Longguo. He was ex-military, strong-willed, and genuinely smart, even somewhat socially awkward and paranoid. So, activate ability, probe Yu Longguo's deepest, darkest secret. Lin Yu exhaled, and then an image surfaced. Guo, what are you doing? Smuggling this stuff is a serious crime. Platoon leader, I'm sorry, my mother is very ill. A bloodied, buzz-cut soldier in uniform was brutally bashed with a rock by Yu Longguo. She has uremia. Still 400,000 short for a kidney transplant. If there was no matching kidney, fine, but we found one. I desperately need the money. Platoon leader, I'm sorry, he kept smashing. Lin Yu exhaled. Final puzzle piece obtained. The show must go on. He turned to Yu Longguo and grinned. And you, Yu Longguo, I never liked you. But you've had it rough too. You're really worried about your mom, aren't you? Uremia. Even after the transplant, she needs your care. As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Longguo's face darkened. What the hell are you trying to do? Lin Yu remained expressionless. Everyone here has reasons they must survive. I understand that. I know none of you want to die. Now, his performance had created a crucial impression that Lin Yu knew them intimately. Time for the climax. No time for them to recover or think. Lin Yu spread his arms with a regretful expression. As you've guessed, this isn't my first time playing this game. While you retain no memories, for me, this game has repeated over 10 times. That's how I know you all understand why each of you wants to live. His words shocked everyone. What? How is that possible? You're spouting nonsense. Suzume pointed at Lin Yu. I don't know why you're saying this, but you got this through detective skills, right? Lin Yu smirked. Forget how it's only day 3 and I know all 4 of your secrets. He reached into Chen Zhu's pocket and pulled out the lie detector. Lin Yu's face showed nostalgia. Ah, the lie detector. Helped so much in previous runs. He pressed the button and the indicator lit up. Lin Yu spoke slowly, listened carefully. My awakened class isn't detective but a unique class. He held up the lie detector. The green light remained steady, no reaction. He tossed it aside. Then, Lin Yu delivered the most crucial line of his performance. My class name is Player. My ability is Rewind. Rewind? Lin Yu's words immediately excited Chen Zhu the most. I get it, Lin Yu. You mean you can go back to the past and start over like the protagonists in Ray Zero or Edge of Tomorrow? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Exactly. That's impossible, Suzume exclaimed. Wouldn't that make you invincible? As long as you don't win, couldn't you just keep rewinding? So I don't believe at the very least he can't rewind arbitrarily. There must be some restriction to this ability, Yu Longguo said coldly. We just need to. Before he could finish speaking, he lunged forward and punched Lin Yu in the face. Restrain him before he activates the rewind. This punch carried Yu Longguo's enhanced physical strength. Though perhaps not his full 5-fold power, it still nearly knocked Lin Yu unconscious, sending him sprawling to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth as dizziness overwhelmed him, sharp pain radiating from his jaw. The overwhelming metallic taste and agony almost completely consumed his awareness, but Lin Yu forced himself to stay conscious, couldn't afford to black out now. Pa. Lin Yu spat out blood and a broken tooth. Yu Longguo looked down at him contemptuously. Why haven't you rewound yet? What are the conditions for your rewind? Tell me now and I'll make it quick for you. Lin Yu raised his head, grinning through bloody teeth at Yu Longguo. Why haven't you killed me yet, not using your weapon? Do you particularly enjoy bludgeoning people to death? He then turned his gaze to the stunned Chen Zhu, Suzume, and Yao Zhengai, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, ayo. Damn, that hurts. Did you know this honorable soldier brother is actually a murderer? I'm genuinely curious. Is Bao Liu's profession ruffian and Yao Zhengai's thief, but yours isn't traitor or criminal or something similar. Yu Longguo growled enough. His fist smashed into the floor beside Lin Yu's head. Struggling to his feet, Lin Yu roared back at him. Hit me properly just like you smashed your squad leader's skull and back then. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson as he screamed. Blood-flecked saliva sprayed from his mouth. Yu Longguo's eyes became bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. I'll fucking kill you. He drew the curved knife from his waist. At this moment, Yao Zheng'ai suddenly shouted, "Wait, soldier." His rewind condition might be getting killed, but it was too late. Lin Yu provoked again. Come on, Agu, you smuggling traitor. Using smuggling money to treat your mom's illness must have been so proud, right? Yu Longguo completely lost control, slashing Lin Yu across the chest. Don't you fucking mention my mother. Don't you dare insult her. The blade struck deep and Lin Yu's body collapsed. Yet his face showed no pain, only faint mockery. Dumbass, you're the one who insulted her. His expression looked almost accustomed to death. As blood gushed from his chest, Lin Yu addressed everyone present. Pretty clever deduction, Yao Zheng'ai. Figured it out again. Next time I hope you'll vote me out. This endless cycle is too painful. With these final words, Lin Yu fell backward. He exhaled. Perfect, Yu Longguo. See you next time. The rewind was imminent. Next time. How to win this game? Lin Yu had absolute faith in his rewind ability. After all, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. His own belief could become the crucial factor in determining whether something would manifest, and as an actor who embraced method acting, Lin Yu was exceptionally skilled at fooling himself. At this moment, he believed more strongly than anyone present that his profession was player and his ability was rewind. Holding on to this intense conviction, Lin Yu embraced death. Infinite darkness and void assaulted him again, the primal terror chilling him to the bone. But this time, Lin Yu faintly heard something like, praise truly, magnificent, as if some deity was applauding his performance, whether it was a god or not. Lin Yu exhaled sharply and opened his eyes. Once again, he had returned to the game's beginning, back in that conference room, facing the long table. The familiar faces were still unconscious. Lin Yu checked the wall clock. 5 minutes to 7, last round had started precisely at 7. Lin Yu understood. They must still be receiving their professions, so our bodies arrived here first. This rewind had actually granted him 5 precious minutes of free movement. But even with this advantage, even knowing the game's narrative traps, Lin Yu still lacked confidence in winning. His identity was human, and with fanatics like Yu Longguo possessing the awakened soldier profession on the werewolf side, victory seemed nearly impossible. His fraudster ability also warned that another rewind wouldn't work. Such reality-defying, rule-breaking manifestations had limits no matter how strong the belief. They couldn't be activated twice in quick succession. Lin Yu found this reasonable. Since this game was clearly created by gods, whether for amusement or benevolence, that deity probably wouldn't tolerate someone repeatedly using time reversal to cheat their way to victory. Last round I did everything possible, but it wasn't enough. As I realized before dying, the human faction walks on thin ice even without mistakes. Bad luck means failure. What now? Should I trick them into thinking I have some powerful profession to face Yu Longguo one-on-one, since detective is useless now, or swap identities with Yu Longguo during this time? No, if he finds he can't open the box, he'll realize something's wrong. Lin Yu felt his brain might explode from the pressure. There had to be a way. As a unique class, fraudster must have some method to overturn this unbalanced game. Abandon conventional thinking, cast off all restraints. Beyond the fraudster unique class, there was his proudest Assetha's acting, plus this being his second attempt. Stacking all these advantages together, a mad idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Might as well go crazy. This game is insane enough already. Lin Yu stood up. 1 minute remained. He collected the envelopes before each person, then swaggered out of the conference room. Closing the door, he counted down silently. Bang! Lin Yu kicked the door open. The others had begun waking up, exchanging confused glances. With elegant flair, Lin Yu flicked the brim of his fedora, sweeping his gaze across them with a haughty, mocking smile. He strode to the table and knocked twice. Tap, tap. Even without the knock, all eyes had locked onto him the moment the door opened. Their expressions held wariness, scrutiny, and unease. Bathed in their collective gaze, Lin Yu spoke like a descending deity. Not bad, everyone's survival instincts are strong, waking up so quickly. Regardless, lost lamps will come to my game. Who is the outsider? This was Lin Yu's conceived winning strategy, to play God. In the room, the remaining 6 people looked at Lin Yu with uncertainty as he suddenly entered. This time, it was Chen Zhu who spoke first. The chubby boy looked excited as he addressed Lin Yu. Are you the master of this game? In other words, are you a god? Of course, Lin Yu couldn't outright declare himself a god, but with Chen Zhu's question, things became much more convenient. Facing Chen Zhu's inquiry, Lin Yu didn't deny it, merely nodding slightly with that profound smile returning to his face. I prefer to be addressed as administrator. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhu nodded fervently in agreement. Understood, administrator. Could you explain the game rules to us? This otaku had clearly watched plenty of anime, completely accepting Lin Yu's setting as a deity, but the others weren't so easily convinced. Bang. Bao Liu slammed the table, coldly demanding, "Stop playing these mystical tricks. What exactly are you? Why have you brought us here? What's your purpose?" Lin Yu maintained his smile while looking at the blustering Bao Liu. "Mr. Bao Liu, before you came here, didn't you see the clues that should have helped you understand the situation?" As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Liu's expression changed slightly. "You actually know my name. Of course, this is my game after all." Lin Yu's smile grew even more mysterious. "I not only know your name, but also that you've awakened a profession ruffian. Everyone here is the same, so let me introduce you to each other. You've already met Mr. Bao Liu here, who awakened the ruffian profession. The one who just spoke is Chen Zhu, who awakened as otaku. This lovely lady is Zia Yue, the veterinarian. This robust gentleman is Yu Longguo, the soldier. The sharp-looking one next to him is Yao Zhengai, the thief. And this bespectacled lady is Su Ziyume, the teacher." Lin Yu spoke unhurriedly. Each person's expression changed slightly when introduced. Lin Yu's ability to accurately name them and their professions had already convinced half the group of his divine identity. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Chen Zhu spoke up excitedly again, "So, Administrator, could you explain the game rules now?" Certainly, Lin Yu nodded with a smile, though it shouldn't need repeating because of the earlier interruption. "Let me say, again, you are all clearly aware that you're already dead, correct?" As Lin Yu spoke, even the previously excited Chen Zhu looked uncomfortable, but Lin Yu didn't care. His current identity was God, and gods needn't concern themselves with mortal feelings. So Lin Yu pressed further, offending everyone present. "Each of you had an intense desire not to die, perhaps for your students or children, maybe for unfinished anime, or wanting to become a better person, or for an ill mother, or simply wanting to live." After these words, Lin Yu could clearly sense their belief in him had grown several degrees stronger. In any case, it's precisely because of your desires that you've gained this opportunity to participate in the game. I hope you'll make the most of it. Enough talk, let me explain the game rules. Have any of you heard of or played Werewolf before? The basic gameplay is similar. You'll be divided into werewolves and humans. Next, I'll distribute envelopes containing your identities and specific rules. Lin Yu pulled 6 envelopes from his pocket. He then handed each envelope to its rightful owner. As for Lin Yu's own envelope, he had already tossed it outside and hidden it under the doormat. Watching them open their envelopes and confirm their identities as the flames rose again, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. "All right, you should understand the basic rules now. Any questions?" After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone appeared thoughtful. Yu Longguo was the first to speak. "Administrator, one thing confuses me. Before entering this game, I remember seeing the player count was 7. Why are there only 6 people here?" Yu Longguo voiced his doubt. He didn't suspect Lin Yu was that player, his confusion appearing genuine. Lin Yu laughed. "Quite sharp, soldier. I appreciate your keen observation. Congratulations on discovering one of this game's special rules. This game features a player who awakened a special profession called Lone Wolf, so he won't wake up with you all. This person will be hiding somewhere within the castle grounds." Zia Yue also asked, "Is this person on the werewolf or human side? His faction isn't tied to his profession, and he won't participate in the voting phase." Lin Yu said with a smile, "Huh, if he's human, doesn't that mean the good side loses a vote for free?" Chen Zhu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu chuckled, hee. "Don't worry, this game isn't as simple as you think." Yu Longguo pondered before speaking again. "Administrator, besides not appearing with us, what other abilities does the lone wolf have?" Lin Yu wagged his finger. "I'll only tell you his profession name. Whether he reveals his abilities is his own choice. Similarly, whether you reveal your own profession abilities is also your decision." After some thought, Yu Longguo said, "In that case, I choose to reveal mine. Certainly, the soldier's ability is a 5-fold enhancement in physical capabilities." Lin Yu stated calmly. Bao Liu grumbled discontentedly. "Why go through the trouble? If you want to reveal your ability, can't you just say it?" "I believe the soldier wants to prove he's not lying." Lin Yu smiled. "After all, as the administrator, I not only know your professions, abilities, names, and other personal information. I'm also fully aware of every trap and mechanism in this game. However, my administrator privileges are limited to understanding the game's structure to ensure fairness. I won't directly interfere with the game's progress. I don't even know what each of your faction identities are." Lin Yu finished speaking with a smile, and then he could feel his fraudster ability finally taking effect. The administrator identity had now become real. In Lin Yu's perception, the identity of the game master suddenly became real. The entire castle's floor plan, the locations and information of various mechanisms and supply crates all flooded into his mind. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It finally became real. His understanding of the fraudster's ability had deepened further. From earlier until now, Lin Yu hadn't felt any change in the degree of belief from those around him. The moment he distributed the envelopes, everyone had already firmly believed in his identity as the game master, or even a deity. But Lin Yu still hadn't obtained the game master's authority at that time. This lie hadn't become real. The reason wasn't because the degree of belief from those around him was insufficient, but because Lin Yu's description of the game master's authority wasn't clear enough. They didn't understand what this deity or game master Lin Yu could actually do. So just now, Lin Yu had outlined his specific authorities, directly claiming he could arbitrarily manipulate the game would indeed require stronger belief. But obtaining complete information about the entire game was still achievable. For Lin Yu, having already secured a verified game master identity that placed him outside the game's rules meant he had practically won most of the battle. Now gaining an all-seeing map vision cheat perspective, Lin Yu felt objectively 90% certain of victory, but with last time's experience, Lin Yu still didn't dare be overconfident. None of the people present were fools, and precisely because they all harbored an almost obsessive desire for life, every one of them absolutely wouldn't hesitate to kill. Even the seemingly fragile Xia Yue had immediately drawn her knife to stab him the moment her identity was exposed in the last game. So, he still needed to find a way to resolve this quickly. Having already stated he wouldn't directly interfere with the game, he needed to find a way to accelerate their progress, and preferably eliminate any room for discussion. Last time it was Yu Longguo and Su Ziume making contact that ruined his plans. Previously Lin Yu couldn't think of a way, but after obtaining game master authority, a new idea formed in his mind. He clapped his hands. However, although I won't directly interfere with this game, I'll still move about this castle alongside you all, and when you see me, you can ask me one question, for example about others' locations, abilities, or even whether they've killed, or about the castle's mechanisms and supplies. Lin Yu said this while grinning widely, though questions require payment of a certain reward before I'll answer. As Lin Yu spoke softly, Su Ziume quickly asked, what do we need to pay? Others' lives. For every person you kill, you'll earn one question. Lin Yu's words reached this point, and the clever ones present instantly deduced one fact from his statement. In other words, this game isn't limited to werewolves. Killing they just have a weapon advantage, right? Yu Longguo murmured. He left the second half unsaid, that with this condition, not only could humans counter-kill werewolves, even same faction characters could kill each other. Yes, Lin Yu chuckled softly. You players are far more interesting than I imagined, so I've decided to give you one more hint, not about this game, but about the entire death game. The condition for clearing the game is naturally faction victory, but all surviving players will equally share the mission reward. What's the mission reward? Xia Yue couldn't help asking. Time, dear lady. Or to put it in terms you'll understand better, Lin Yu paused slightly. The clearance reward is your lifespan. After this game you'll revive, but to keep living you must continuously participate in games. The lifespan you earn in this game will determine when you next play. The clearance reward for this beginner game is 7 years. As Lin Yu spoke softly, everyone present exchanged glances. They'd realized one thing. Other players in this game might not just be from opposing factions. Even same faction players couldn't be trusted. Anyone might raise their blade against those beside them. Lin Yu glanced at the clock and smiled. Oh dear, time's almost up. I suggest you all start moving immediately. Don't forget, your enemies aren't just those around you. This castle itself is also man-eating. Lin Yu smiled, lightly pointing at the schedule on the wall. Naturally, as the game master, Lin Yu's suggestions made other players subconsciously obey. Yu Longguo was the first to stand, snorting coldly before glancing at the schedule and striding out the door. This time he didn't mention anything about grouping. Under Lin Yu's hints, this game had transformed from faction conflict into a battle royale. No one doubted Lin Yu's words. Thus they naturally developed subconscious wariness against even same faction allies. Only one person clearing meant at least 7 more years of life, but having even one teammate survive with you would mean the next brutal life or death game would come 3.5 years sooner. 3.5 years of stable, happy life, especially for these people with abnormal desires to keep living, was reason enough to kill. After Yu Longguo left, next was Bao Liu with a gloomy expression. He didn't even glance at the schedule before exiting. Then Su Ziume and Xia Yue departed. Finally, Chen Zhu and Yao Zhanga. Lin Yu observed everyone's departure patterns. Not a single pair moved together. After leaving the meeting room, everyone quickly distanced themselves from others. From their movement patterns, Lin Yu could easily guess one thing. Seems everyone except Chen Zhu is going for werewolf weapon crates. Lin Yu smiled. This time everyone's enthusiasm was much higher than before. Well then, I should go find that most suitable weapon too, Lin Yu muttered, his gaze turning to the castle map in his mind. In a storage room at the end of the first floor was an ordinary-looking human supply crate, but inside lay this game's ultimate representation of violence, the pistol from last game that ended up in Su Ziume's hands. The game master's authority was even more formidable than Lin Yu had imagined. Not only did he have real-time access to the entire castle's map, but Lin Yu was astonished to discover that this map updated continuously. The positions of other players and open containers were all displayed in real time. Currently, the storage room on the first floor happened to be unoccupied, Without hesitation, Lin Yu left the conference room and headed straight for that storage room. Then, inside the storage room, Lin Yu opened the container. A heavy, coldly gleaming pistol fell into his hands, giving him an almost surreal sensation. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of security washed over him. With this pistol, even if he faced Yu Longguo again, he'd have the means to defend himself. Phew, perfect. Lin Yu tucked the pistol at his waist and checked the map again. The names of Yao Zhengai and Bao Liu overlapped on the map at the far end of the first floor. Lin Yu's interest was immediately piqued. Even if you two aren't in the same group, you sure seem destined to meet. Moments later, Yao Zhengai's name disappeared, leaving only Bao Liu's name remaining. Lin Yu understood immediately. Well, without the element of surprise from ambush, a thief simply can't defeat a ruffian. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yu decided to go see for himself. With the pistol on him, he wasn't afraid of Bao Liu going berserk and attacking him. Lin Yu left the storage room and headed toward the opposite side of the first floor. Soon, at the restroom entrance, Lin Yu saw Yao Zhengai's corpse lying in a pool of blood and Bao Liu panting heavily beside it. Bao Liu's hands were covered in blood. He hadn't even used any werewolf weapons. Their fight had been barehanded. In the end, Bao Liu had beaten Yao Zhengai to death with his fists. Noticing Lin Yu approaching from a distance, Bao Liu straightened up while catching his breath. Well, if it isn't the honorable game master, I wasn't expecting company. Lin Yu smiled as he spoke. Haha, you players never fail to surprise me. I truly didn't expect the first death to come so quickly. Bao Liu chuckled at this. Any first blood rewards or something? Not officially, but since you asked, here's some free information behind you in the restroom. There's a werewolf weapon container under the sink. Hope you find it useful, Lin Yu said with a smile. Bao Liu narrowed his eyes. Oh, I thought you didn't know our faction identities. I don't know for certain, but I can make educated guesses, Lin Yu replied cheerfully. Attacking so quickly, and judging by how you initiated against Yao Zhengai, you must belong to a faction that requires killing. In your view, you'd have to do it eventually anyway, right? Bao Liu nodded meaningfully. He turned and entered the restroom, indeed finding a hidden werewolf container beneath the sink. Without bothering to hide from Lin Yu, Bao Liu opened it and pulled out a hammer. Bit underwhelming, but better than nothing. Bao Liu weighed the hammer in his hand as he commented. Gripping the hammer, he turned to Lin Yu with renewed ferocity in his expression. Say, Game Master, don't I still have one question left unused? As Bao Liu spoke, Lin Yu nodded calmly. Of course, would you like to ask now? All right. My question is, where is the nearest other player? Bao Liu's face twisted into an excited, bloodthirsty grin. Lin Yu glanced at the map and answered casually. At this exact moment, the veterinarian is on the spiral staircase between the first and second floors in the castle's central area, but she's moving too. As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Liu's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. Veterinarian, got it. He licked his lips and strode purposefully toward the central staircase. Lin Yu could roughly guess Bao Liu's strategy, as the ruffian his approach was brutally simple. Before the bodies of those he killed were discovered, kill as many as possible. Whether they were teammates didn't matter. What mattered was killing. Eliminate everyone else and the game is won. Excellent, Bao Liu, I'm starting to like you, Lin Yu murmured as he watched Bao Liu's retreating figure. Without question, Bao Liu's mindset and actions were exactly what Lin Yu wanted to see right now. That's precisely why Lin Yu had approached Bao Liu after seeing him kill Yao Zhengai, even helpfully pointing out where to find weapons. Once someone starts killing, it becomes easier to keep killing. He looked at the map again. Bao Liu's name rapidly closed in on Xia Yue, and then, in the next instant, Bao Liu's name abruptly vanished. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment before. He simply shrugged. Well, that works too. Lin Yu headed toward the staircase. Soon enough, he found Bao Liu's corpse. A gruesome wound on his neck gushed blood, with 2 additional slash marks on his arm. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't rest in peace. Nearby, Xia Yue, who should have left already, had actually turned back from the second floor and returned. Seeing Lin Yu, she relaxed slightly. Oh, it's you, Game Master. In Xia Yue's hand was a dagger identical to the one she'd carried before. This coincidence made Lin Yu sigh inwardly once more. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. Hello, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Lin Yu smiled as he addressed Xia Yue. After some thought, Xia Yue blinked and asked, Game Master, may I ask which players are still alive currently? Besides you, there's the lone wolf, soldier, teacher, otaku. Lin Yu recited while checking the map, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. Oh wait, the teacher just died. On the map, among the overlapping names of Suzume and Yu Longguo, Suzume's name had disappeared. Honestly, seeing Suzume and Yu Longguo's names overlapping again had given Lin Yu quite a scare. Fortunately, due to Lin Yu's earlier announcement and the fact that Suzume no longer had a pistol, this time the two didn't get another chance to talk. Now the only remaining werewolves were Xia Yue and Yu Longguo. It was astonishing. In just 1 short hour since the game began, so many had already died. Last time, no one died throughout the entire day. However, this was good. It meant this game was nearing its conclusion. Lin Yu turned to Xia Yue with a smile. Well then, Miss Veterinarian, I've answered your question. I'll be going now to check other areas. Good luck. After parting ways with Xia Yue, Lin Yu's next target was naturally Yu Longguo. Even though he now possessed a pistol, Lin Yu still wasn't particularly eager to face Yu Longguo, the soldier, but some meetings were unavoidable. After all, that single bullet in the chamber was most likely meant for him. With only Yu Longguo and Xia Yue remaining as werewolves, Lin Yu's plan was to wait for them to eliminate each other before executing the survivor with his pistol. Lin Yu arrived on the third floor. After killing Su Ziyume, Yu Longguo hadn't moved from his location. Thus Lin Yu easily found Yu Longguo in the third-floor study. The soldier was casually lifting Su Ziyume's corpse, attempting to stash it atop a bookshelf. Lin Yu approached the study door and politely knocked to announce his presence. Knock, knock. Greetings, soldier. Yu Longguo immediately turned around in alarm, relaxing when he saw it was Lin Yu. It's you, Game Master. What brings you here? Lin Yu smiled at Yu Longguo. Just came to check on your progress. Do you have any questions for me now that you've succeeded? Yu Longguo seemed surprised by Lin Yu's proactive approach. Didn't expect the Game Master to be so helpful, Yu Longguo muttered while stroking his chin. As for questions, just as Yu Longguo was pondering, rapid footsteps suddenly approached from behind Lin Yu. Huff, soldier, don't be so quick to ask him anything. Xia Yue's voice abruptly rang out from behind Lin Yu. Both Yu Longguo and Lin Yu turned to see the panting veterinarian. In her hand, she openly carried a blood-stained dagger. Yu Longguo frowned at Xia Yue. You're that veterinarian. What do you want? Ignoring his question, Xia Yue looked at the half-concealed corpse on the bookshelf. So you did kill the teacher. Don't bother explaining or attacking me yet, listen first. I killed the ruffian and the ruffian had just killed the thief. On the first floor I found the body. That means currently only you, me, the otaku, and this Game Master remain alive, Xia Yue stated calmly. Yu Longguo instantly grasped the crucial implication in her words. Are you suggesting the Game Master is actually a player and the lone wolf doesn't exist? He looked at Xia Yue with undisguised wariness, clearly more suspicious of her than Lin Yu at this moment. Lin Yu also regarded Xia Yue with interest, accusing the Game Master. This batch of newcomers is truly fascinating. Xia Yue coldly addressed Lin Yu. Stop acting. You're clearly the lone wolf. This game probably never had a Game Master to begin with. As she spoke, Lin Yu crossed his arms with amusement. And how did you reach this conclusion? Because the killing pace is unnaturally fast, rendering all those supposedly complicated rules from the letter meaningless. Team divisions, voting meetings. Even the tasks have become pointless. Everyone will be dead within a day at this rate. This feels extremely abnormal, and the root cause is the hints provided by this so-called Game Master. His prompts have turned this into a simple closed space killing game. In other words, if we removed the hints from this Game Master, wouldn't we be playing the game as intended? Another point: since entering this game, the setup actively avoids acknowledging it's a game. Even the rules were delivered via letter, yet this guy barges in boldly proclaiming himself Game Master. Isn't that suspicious? As Xia Yue laid out her reasoning, Yu Longguo nodded slightly. Logical but not entirely convincing. These points alone shouldn't make you so certain. Xia Yue smiled at his response. Good, soldier, you were sharp. These weren't my definitive proofs. As the veterinarian, my ability is conversing with animals. Xia Yue pointed at crows outside the window. After growing suspicious, I spoke briefly with these crows. I asked 2 questions. First, whether they'd seen an 8th person in this manner besides our 6 and the Game Master. Answer: no. Second, I inquired about the Game Master's actions after GameStar immediately went to a storage room on the first floor and opened a supply crate. If he's truly the administrator, why would he need to open supply crates? Yu Longguo nodded thoughtfully. This does cast reasonable doubt on you, Game Master. Though I'm curious how you knew so much about us. His gaze at Lin Yu now held open suspicion. He might not necessarily be the lone wolf. Knowing our personal details could be his profession ability. Xia Yue raised a finger. Or perhaps he isn't a new player and has special methods. Yu Longguo narrowed his eyes. So your suggestion is, let's team up to challenge the Game Master. After all, his goal seems to be having us all dead by day 1. Xia Yue grinned as she made her proposal. What brilliant deduction, Xia Yue. You've exceeded my expectations. Lin Yu regarded the veterinarian with newfound respect. To deduce he was the 7th player from such limited information was impressive, though not entirely accurate. Her reasoning was remarkably sharp. Recalling the previous round, she'd even maintained a completely believable fake ability. Last time, Lin Yu never guessed her true power was animal communication. Her early death then was simply due to terrible acting and challenging the wrong person. Or perhaps the real reason she'd been unlucky enough to be paired with him. Xia Yue, I underestimated you. Lin Yu chuckled. Is that so? Then you haven't gone far enough. Because while your deduction was brilliant, this game's foundation is ultimately violence. With that, Lin Yu raised his hand. Bang! A gunshot echoed as Yu Longguo collapsed behind him in shock. Then Lin Yu aimed the pistol at Xia Yue. Checkmate. After killing Yu Longguo, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most troublesome soldier had finally been dealt with, and so easily at that. But Lin Yu didn't let his guard down completely, because Xia Yue was also a problematic opponent. Lin Yu didn't underestimate Xia Yue just because he had killed her before. After all, last time he had been killed by Yu Longguo, this time the man hadn't even died by his hand. Facing Xia Yue now without the terrain advantage and her natural underestimation of him, killing this seemingly fragile girl wouldn't be easy either, especially since she was holding a knife, while Lin Yu's gun had no bullets left. Still, Lin Yu kept his gun trained on Xia Yue. Just as teacher Su Ziyume had said in the previous round, the muzzle of a gun could make people calm down. Xia Yue, who had been about to charge at him with her knife, had already frozen when she saw Yu Longguo fall dead after the gunshot. Now with Lin Yu's gun pointed at her, she didn't dare move at all. But Lin Yu didn't fire, though Lin Yu knew perfectly well it was because he had no bullets left. Xia Yue didn't know that. As time stretched on under the pressure of impending death, Xia Yue finally broke the silence. "Why did you shoot the soldier, first when I was the one who made the deductions and judgments?" Xia Yue asked. Lin Yu answered naturally, "Oh that, because I thought he might have been convinced by you. His soldier, profession and real-life experience meant. If there was even a possibility, he might turn hostile against me. Killing him would take absolute priority over dealing with you. Even if I knew you were 100 hostile, I'd still kill him first," Lin Yu said calmly. "So I was being looked down upon," Xia Yue frowned, "and that's an indirect admission. You're really not the game master. I'm really not the game master." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "To think I fell for it," Xia Yue sighed. "But why haven't you killed me yet?" She narrowed her eyes. "Could it be? That gun only has one bullet." Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. She'd finally steered the conversation here. He was pleased. While Xia Yue had never doubted the gun only having one bullet before, since Lin Yu hadn't actively deceived her into reaching that conclusion through his fraudster abilities, it remained just her mistaken assumption, not something he could use to activate his class ability and make a second bullet appear. "It's only natural a revolver has limited bullets," Lin Yu said with a laugh. "Want to bet whether my gun has any bullets left?" Xia Yue stared at Lin Yu, tightening her grip on the dagger. "Honestly, you not shooting makes me suspect. You really might only have one bullet. There's absolutely no reason for you to keep me alive this long. That clean headshot on Yu Longguo proved your marksmanship doesn't require careful aiming. Even if out of curiosity about how I saw through your act, I've already explained everything." As she spoke, Xia Yue took a step forward. "So, I think your gun only has one bullet." Lin Yu watched Xia Yue approach, his smile confident and composed. "Brilliant deduction as always. Xia Yue, you continue to surprise me. This seemingly delicate, fragile girl was truly the smartest player in this game. But what a shame." Keeping his gun trained on her, Lin Yu said coolly, "Unfortunately, your deduction is only half right. This gun doesn't have many bullets, but it's not one, it's two. I was just debating whether to use this last bullet on you or the otaku." Lin Yu's voice turned icy. He didn't need to kill his fellow human faction member, Otaku, to win, but Xia Yue naturally couldn't realize this. In her mind, Lin Yu going through all this trouble to make them kill each other meant the victory condition must be eliminating all other players. This also aligned with her perception that Lin Yu had more advantages than any other participant. The strong always had harder victory conditions, didn't they? Yet even hearing this, Xia Yue took another step forward. She met Lin Yu's gaze. "I don't believe you. That pistol must be some sort of item. Such items either come fully loaded or with just one bullet. 2 bullets is just too suspicious," Xia Yue declared, but the young man's eyes held only mocking composure, as if already looking at a corpse, and about him hung an eerie, chilling aura. At this point, whether he had bullets or not, she could only bet on none. Xia Yue raised her dagger. The next instant, gunfire erupted, the revolver's muzzle blooming with firework like flames. Time seemed to slow for Xia Yue. She saw the metal bullet emerge from the flames, racing toward her. So there was a second one after all, was her final thought. Then, the bullet tore diagonally through her upper abdomen, massive blood loss robbing her of consciousness within seconds. She collapsed heavily, dagger clattering aside. Lin Yu approached, lowering his gun to look down at Xia Yue's glazed eyes, sighing. "Despite saying you didn't believe, you actually believed in that second bullet quite a lot, but I can't blame you. My acting was just too perfect." Lin Yu holstered the pistol, marveling at himself. Every word, every expression down to the moment he pulled the trigger had been delivered in perfect performance mode. Anyone watching would have believed he fired with absolute lethal intent, not as a bluff. So, the moment Xia Yue voiced her suspicion about bullet count, her fate had been sealed. Seconds later, Xia Yue on the ground stopped breathing entirely. Veterinarian deceased. This marked the second time Lin Yu had personally killed Xia Yue, but this time, werewolf faction completely eliminated. Game Who is the Outsider concluded. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes, then he was swallowed by endless void. In a pitch-black space, lines of bloody text appeared before Lin Yu once again. Congratulations on winning the Who is the Outsider game. Calculating your rewards for this game session. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. Based on your performance this game, you've earned the Master of Control evaluation and received an additional reward. Additional reward. You may select one non-exclusive item from this game as your reward. As Lin Yu was receiving his settlement, a pained cry suddenly came from beside him. Damn it, we only 7 days. Lin Yu turned toward the source of the noise. This settlement space resembled the pre-game space, but with slight differences. The main difference was, besides himself, Chen Zhuo was also present. After his outburst, Chen Zhuo looked at Lin Yu with teary eyes. Game Master bro, you promised 7 years. Seeing Chen Zhuo's pitiful state, Lin Yu shrugged. Well, that was just a white lie to keep you from losing hope. 7 days is barely enough to watch one more episode, Chen Zhuo wailed. Can't you? Extend it a bit. Sorry, Chen Zhuo, Lin Yu said helplessly. Even though I'm the game master, I'm just a player with special privileges. I don't have that level of authority. Rather than a god, think of me as a god, spokesperson, otherwise I wouldn't be here in the settlement space with you. Chen Zhuo looked dumbfounded. Ah, game master then. You get more time than me. Yes, I received double your amount, Lin Yu declared confidently. This was precisely why he had partially confessed to Chen Zhuo earlier. Seeing that Chen Zhuo still believed him to be the game master, Lin Yu had wondered, would his fraudster ability work even in the game's settlement space? After all, it was a unique class, unfortunately. Although Chen Zhuo seemed to believe him and the fraudster ability appeared effective, the manifestation didn't succeed. Lin Yu vaguely understood Chen Zhuo's belief alone was far from enough to make receiving double survival time manifest. This is tougher than expected, Lin Yu mused to himself. But having confirmed his fraudster ability still worked, Lin Yu grew more motivated. Of course, besides survival time, I can also obtain 10 non-exclusive items from each game. 10, Chen Zhuo exclaimed in shock. Right. Actually, if you perform exceptionally well and earn a special evaluation, you can get item rewards too. Lin Yu patted Chen Zhuo's shoulder. Not bad, huh? Chen Zhuo said in amazement. I see. He naturally believed Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu sensed Chen Zhuo's belief, but unfortunately it still didn't manifest. The degree of belief still wasn't enough, though this time Lin Yu could tell it was very close. After some thought, Lin Yu looked at the easily fooled Chen Zhuo and spoke again. Just kidding, earlier it's actually only 6, not 10. With anyone else, Lin Yu wouldn't dare change his story so casually, as it would raise suspicion. But Chen Zhuo, the chubby boy, bought it again. Damn, that's still awesome, game master bro, you're really something. Yet, still no manifestation, but Lin Yu could feel they were almost there, so he decided to keep messing with Chen Zhuo. This time, however, he avoided mentioning specific numbers. Actually, it's not unconditional. As the game master, I just get to double any rewards I earn, so I merely doubled the additional reward from this game. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhuo had an epiphany. I see. Being a game master is really amazing, but I think you were chosen because you're strong too. You handled this game really well. Chen Zhuo gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, then he realized something was off. Wait, according to you, bro, all surviving players should be in this settlement space, right? Why don't I see anyone else? Lin Yu spread his hands. Oh, they're all dead because I added special rules that made them turn on each other. The last two killed each other simultaneously, so the game ended quickly with only one survivor. What? Chen Zhuo looked stunned, then asked. Even the lone wolf died. Hearing this, Lin Yu paused, realizing Chen Zhuo still believed in the lone wolf's existence. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Right, the lone wolf was killed by the veterinarian slash to the throat. Chen Zhuo was horrified. Damn, I never thought the veterinariana woman wearing glasses and looking all gentle could be so ruthless. Lin Yu froze. Ziyue didn't wear glasses. Then he understood. You're mistaken, that was the teacher. Oh, Chen Zhuo scratched his head, then sighed. Sorry, I'm just shocked by how brutal this game is. Yeah, it's brutal, Lin Yu said softly. Chen Zhuo's survival was mostly luck aside from himself. The chubby boy was the only human role left, dutifully completing tasks until the end. But luck was part of strength too. Good luck going forward, cherish this second chance at life. Only 7 days though, bro, Chen Zhuo said mournfully. Before he could finish, the settlement concluded. Lin Yu blinked and found himself lying at the center of a stage. He checked his phone. It was just past midnight. Almost overlapping with the one on his screen were the floating bloody words in the upper right of his vision. Time until next game starts at latest, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Lin Yu exhaled, though the time was wrong, it's true. This death game really had another round. Compared to Chen Zhuo, Lin Yu didn't think 7 days was short, but it's still urgent. He got up, touching his chest where the gunshot wound no longer existed. It all felt like a dream, yet proof it wasn't a dream existed beyond the bloody countdown. There was also the storage space within his soul, now holding the guaranteed hit revolver and one statement lie detector. His still functional fraudster ability, with these as his foundation. It's time to figure out who that psycho who killed me really is. Sure, the other guy had a gun, but now so did he. As Lin Yu muttered to himself, he took a step forward. Then he suddenly felt something odd in his right pants pocket, like someone had slipped a card inside. He reached in and pulled out a pure black card. In its center were 2 lines of small silver printed text. "Welcome back, dear senior." Seeing these words, Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Without a doubt, this card was left by that mysterious junior girl, and this card was printed. In reality, only a few minutes had passed since his death. In other words, that junior who killed him had already predicted he would revive. She knew about the existence of the death game and was certain he would return from it alive. Thinking back carefully, she casually pulled out a pistol in a country with such good public security just to shoot an ordinary college student like him, and said some strange things. It was indeed rather abnormal. It wasn't surprising that it was connected to something equally beyond reason like the death game. But then, his original profession and item advantages wouldn't be so significant anymore. After all, the other party at least knew these things existed. It was even highly possible. That person had personally participated in the death game too. Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmed down again. It seems I have no choice but to accept the invitation. The second line of text on this card was a time and address. Friday 2000, number 940 Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. This was undoubtedly an invitation left by his murderer. As for what would happen after accepting this invitation, Lin Yu still didn't know, but other than accepting the invitation, he seemed to have no other choice. After all, although she was his murderer, she was also the only connection Lin Yu currently knew in reality that was related to this game. However, today was Wednesday, and it had just passed midnight Wednesday. Other words, there were still nearly 3 full days until the time on the card. This time was enough for Lin Yu to do many things, but the most important thing now was time to go back to sleep. Lin Yu walked off the stage, went backstage to change out of his costume, put on his plain black hoodie and sweatpants, shouldered his backpack containing the script, and left the drama club. There would be rehearsals tomorrow, and the performance was in the evening, so of course he needed proper rest. Even after experiencing something absurd like the death game, Lin Yu didn't intend to let it disrupt tomorrow's performance schedule. One very important reason he came back alive was to continue performing. If he didn't perform well or live properly because of something like this, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? After locking the drama club's main door, Lin Yu took out his keys and unlocked his bicycle parked outside. Lin Yu's bicycle was also very plain, an ordinary black mountain bike. He pushed the bike to the south gate of Jiangcheng Media University, where the security guard smiled and nodded at him, unlocking the small side gate. "Zio Lin, practicing alone so late again." Lin Yu smiled. "Yeah, uncle, you should rest early too. Oh, by the way, did you see a girl dressed like a Japanese middle school student with 2 braids?" He asked tentatively, and after getting a confused head shake from the guard, Lin Yu smiled and nodded slightly again. Lin Yu pushed his bike through the small gate and left the Jiangcheng Media campus. He rode through Jiangcheng at night. After 2 intersections, Lin Yu arrived home. He was a local of Jiangcheng, and since his home wasn't far from the Media University, he didn't bother living in the dorms. Gently pushing open the door, the simple old-style 2-bedroom apartment was quite cramped, with the entire place visible from the doorway. Though old and small, the apartment was warmly decorated with potted plants everywhere, and there was a fish tank on the small coffee table in the living room. On the flower-patterned tablecloth-covered dining table were 2 plates of leftovers covered with mesh nets, with the rice cooker still on keep-warm mode. The photo hanging on the wall was taken just last year. It was shot next to the stone engraved with the university's name at Jiangcheng Media University's entrance, featuring a round-faced young woman who bore 70-80 resemblance to Lin Yu, making an exuberant V sign with one hand while her other arm wrapped around a shy, restrained-looking Lin Yu standing stiffly with his head slightly lowered. Lin Yu carefully took off his shoes, unplugged the rice cooker, then carried his slippers back to his bedroom. After that, he placed his backpack and clothes on the desk nearby and wearily collapsed onto the bed. Phew, lying in bed, Lin Yu fell asleep within seconds. He slept dreamlessly through the night, and at exactly 7 a.m. the next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes. After washing up and leaving his room, he came to the dining table. Last night's leftovers had now become a new plate of fried rice with leftovers. Beside the fried rice was a sticky note. "You skipped dinner again last night. I'll deal with you when you get back tonight." The note also had a simple angry face doodled on it. Lin Yu picked up the note, folded it gently, and tossed it into the wastebasket under the table. Though he had little appetite, he could feel the intensity behind that doodle, so he obediently sat down and finished the fried rice made with stir-fried green beans with pork and shredded potatoes. After that, Lin Yu rode his bike back to school. Though a sophomore, Lin Yu happened to have no classes today. Coming to school early, he naturally headed straight to the drama club. And when Lin Yu arrived at the drama club's activity center, an expected person was already standing on the theater stage. A petite girl in a white t-shirt and baseball cap was holding a script with one hand while resting the other on her hip, pacing back and forth across the stage with a black pen clenched between her teeth. Hearing Lin Yu's footsteps, the petite girl didn't look up as she spoke in a light tone. "Oh, my dear, star performer, you're early again today. Since the others aren't here yet, find somewhere to run your lines yourself." This girl, who looked no taller than 1.5 meters, was named Shen Bingmiao, a third-year student and Lin Yu's senior. She was also the drama club's president, playwright, and director. Seeing Shen Bingmiao, Lin Yu thought for a moment before speaking. "President, I need to ask you for a favor." Hearing this, Shen Bingmiao looked up with a strange expression. She flicked her cap's brim and said, "Now this is Audio actually asking me for help." "What is it, my dear ace?" "I need to find someone who might be a freshman junior." Lin Yu chose his words carefully. Shen Bingmiao raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you post that on the confession wall?" "No, first I need results quickly. And second, I suspect she might not even be from our school," Lin Yu said calmly. "So this isn't something just anyone can handle." Hearing this, Shen Bingmiao laughed. "I get what you mean, quite the troublesome request, but I'll help you since you're my ace." Shen Bingmiao spat out the pen she was biting, threw her script to the ground, and hopped down from the stage in 2 steps. "Let's go," she patted Lin Yu's arm cheerfully. "Now, what about their rehearsal? They've rehearsed plenty. One last time won't make a difference. To me, the lead actor's condition matters most, so let's solve your problem first." Lin Yu had his reasons for approaching Shen Bingmiao. This senior, who was 1 year above him, was the most famous figure at Jiangcheng Media University, and her fame had little to do with her identity as drama club president. Shen Bingmiao became famous because during her freshman year, she hacked into the school's academic system to send push notifications to every student's app, promoting the drama club's new play. This earned her disciplinary action from the university. Though Shen Bingmiao loved theater and scriptwriting and attended a media university, her major was actually digital media arts. She had also independently participated in Jiangcheng's university programming competition, thoroughly defeating the computer science teams from neighboring Jiangcheng Polytechnic and Jiangcheng University. So when Lin Yu sought Shen Bingmiao's help, he naturally hoped she could directly access the academic records of all Jiangcheng Media University freshmen. In the backstage lounge of the activity center, Lin Yu watched as Shen Bingmiao opened her laptop, clicked a few times, and pulled up several windows. Here, all the freshman academic records. Lin Yu filtered for female students and began rapidly scrolling through. Jiangcheng Media University had enrolled over 3,000 freshmen this year, with slightly more girls, nearly 2,000. Lin Yu had sharp recognition skills, scanning 4 profiles per page at a glance. The girl who killed him wasn't there. Of course, it helped that his junior was strikingly beautiful in a distinctive way. Those bright, sharp eyes, Lin Yu would never forget them. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu reached the end. "Not here," he sighed regretfully. Seeing Lin Yu's disappointed expression, Shen Bingmiao grew even more curious. "You don't seem to be looking for a crush. Let's just say I'm looking for my attacker." Lin Yu shook his head. "Could it be a boy?" "You only checked girls," Shen Bingmiao analyzed. "Maybe it's a cross-dressing expert." "No, that body type and facial structure were definitely female," Lin Yu stated firmly. "And if a boy looked like that, he'd probably be famous campus-wide by now." Jiangcheng Media University's acting program was renowned, so the school wasn't lacking in beautiful girls or handsome boys. Even if last night's junior was stunning, she might still be unknown, but if it had been a boy that beautiful, Lin Yu would have recognized him immediately last night. Shen Bingmiao clicked her tongue. "All right, want me to help you? Investigate through other means. If you mistook her for a student, she must look college-aged. Jiangcheng doesn't have that many universities." She sounded eager, but Lin Yu hesitated before declining. "Forget it, President." If Shen Bingmiao dug deeper, Lin Yu worried she might get into trouble. He still didn't understand the motives of that mysterious girl who killed him, or whether she was prone to killing indiscriminately. But she was undoubtedly dangerous, capable of pulling out a pistol at any moment, and likely a participant in the death game. As a death game participant himself, Lin Yu knew well. This game had taught him to cherish life, his own life, but toward others' lives. Lin Yu couldn't deny his attitude had become more dismissive. Because he'd genuinely killed someone in the death game. Like how man-eating beasts can't be kept, the same logic applies to killers. They begin considering killing as a potential solution, something ordinary people would never seriously contemplate. "Don't worry, President. It's just a small matter. It won't affect my stage performance," Lin Yu declared confidently. Seeing his assurance, Shen Bingmiao could only nod. "Fine, I believe you. After all, you're our drama club's ace," true to Lin Yu's promise. During subsequent rehearsals, he seemed to have completely forgotten his worries, maintaining perfect form. Even Shen Bingmiao had to admit, Lin Yu's performance today was truly flawless. He's in great form. No, it's beyond just good form, it's like he leveled up overnight. Almost as if someone held a gun to his head last night, forcing him to practice acting all night, Shen Bingmiao muttered. Little did she know, this joking remark held a grain of truth. Last night, Lin Yu had indeed performed his most successful improv act with a gun pointed at his head, playing the detective, the player, and a god. Lin Yu could feel it himself. After experiencing last night's death game, his acting had undergone a sublimation. Is this what teachers mean by life experience improving acting? That evening, after the final curtain call. Hearing the thunderous applause, seeing students who'd only come for credits or as reluctant plus ones now completely immersed in his performance, Lin Yu felt deeply moved. His acting had always been good, but today's emotional impact was unprecedented. A blessing in disguise, Lin Yu chuckled at the thought. Still, improved acting was always good news. President, I'm heading out now. Seeing the darkened sky outside, Lin Yu changed out of his costume backstage and bid farewell to Shen Bingmiao. Shen Bingmiao reminded him. Lin Yu grinned, just say I have a stomachache lead actor performed through illness but can't meet the audience afterward. I'm sure everyone will understand, right? With that, Lin Yu walked straight out of the drama club. Hey, get back here. Shen Bingmiao stomped her foot in frustration, powerless to stop him. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, she sighed. Fine, we'll do as he says. Hope his fans won't be too upset. After leaving the drama club, Lin Yu hopped on his bicycle and hurried off campus. His current destination was naturally the address on that card, 940 Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. Though the timing wasn't right, Lin Yu still wanted to scout the location in advance. I won't be home for dinner tonight. The club is having a gathering. After finishing the text message, he hit send. Lin Yu turned off his phone screen and stopped his bicycle at the intersection. He had arrived at Changming Street. Located in the old district of Jiangcheng, Changming Street had no skyscrapersonally low-rise buildings and even some self-built houses. Small shops lined both sides of the road, convenience stores, auto repair shops, breakfast stalls all exuding a shabby atmosphere. Lin Yu walked along Changming Street, counting the blue nameplates nailed above each doorway. 937, 938, 939. He stopped. Number 940 had arrived. This place was larger than the others, yet more desolate, because it was an abandoned two-story restaurant. The sign reading Jiangcheng family was tattered, and the door lock was rusted over. After some thought, Lin Yu approached a side window. The glass was broken, covered only by a layer of paper. He tore through the paper covering and opened the window. The windows in these old buildings weren't high, so Lin Yu easily climbed inside. But what he saw inside surprised him. Something's not right. Though dilapidated and worn, all the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the floor was spotless, as if someone had just cleaned it. This was completely different from the aged, abandoned exterior. Lin Yu immediately became alert. He gripped the lie detector and pistol in his hands. As for why he took out the lie detector too, well, having it ready couldn't hurt. Nervously, Lin Yu scanned the restaurant, even hiding behind a pillar. And just then, tap, 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 footsteps echoed through the empty space. Lin Yu cautiously peeked out, following the sound. He saw a figure descending the stairs between the first and second floors. It was a tall, portly, middle-aged man wearing an elegant navy blue double-breasted suit and polished leather shoes. Moreover, he was adorned with glittering gold accessories, a gold watch, gold rings, a gold necklace. The man was practically dripping with jewels. He descended the stairs and looked in Lin Yu's direction. I see you there, kid. No use hiding. The gathering isn't until the night after tomorrow. You're a bit early. The middle-aged man's voice boomed with confidence. Lin Yu still didn't dare come out. Though this man seemed nothing like the junior girl from before, Lin Yu wasn't about to take chances. Hiding behind the pillar, he called out, what gathering? I don't know anything about that. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Oh, first time. By my count, it's about time for this batch of newcomers to find the forum. As the man spoke, Lin Yu grew even more confused. I don't understand what you're saying. I just happened to pass by. Hearing this, the man smiled wider. Kid, setting aside how you're sneaking around, scouting the place, just like most first-timers I've seen. As a veteran, let me remind Yao players who have survived the death game can't mention those two words to ordinary people, not even hints. The moment the thought crosses your mind, the words get stuck in your throat. The fact that I can talk about it so freely proves you're definitely a player. Despite the gold-covered man's words, Lin Yu remained behind the pillar. He didn't think the man was lying. But precisely because they were both players, Lin Yu grew even warier. Aren't players supposed to be adversaries? Why aren't you more cautious around me? Lin Yu muttered quietly. The middle-aged man chuckled. Kid, seems your first round was PvP. Players rarely oppose each other in real life. We've all cheated death. Onsu he fight to the death outside the game too. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. The man's deep, enthusiastic voice sounded particularly convincing. Lin Yu believed most of it, but still didn't fully trust him. He raised the lie detector. Then swear you won't hurt me. The man looked surprised. Huss, swear. All right then. He raised his right fist. I bear you no malice and have no intention of harming you. Hearing this, Lin Yu released the lie detector's button. Beep. The green light turned on. Lin Yu finally relaxed slightly, though not completely. There was still the possibility this man was using truth to deceive. but Lin Yu considered that extremely unlikely scenario practically negligible. He stepped out from behind the pillar. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Well, aren't you a sharp-looking rookie? And you found the forum, solved the puzzle to locate the gathering spot, even knew to scout ahead in just one day. The younger generation sure is impressive. Seeing the man still seemed friendly, Lin Yu decided to be more open. I genuinely know nothing about any gathering or puzzle. He spoke earnestly. The man paused, then asked, then how did you find this place? Someone gave me a card with this address. Lin Yu took the business card from his pocket. Hearing this, the man quickly descended the stairs. Lin Yu watched him warily, but the man made no threatening move. Just took the card and examined it closely. After a moment, he returned it to Lin Yu, muttering, how strange. Why would someone just give a newcomer the gathering address? Maybe some organization wants to recruit you, but this is a weird way to do it. As the man muttered, Lin Yu frowned. So what exactly is this gathering about? At this question, the man fell silent for a moment. All right, rookie, though I don't know your background, since you lack even this basic knowledge, I'll explain. After all, you could find all this on the forum anyway. Consider this me doing you a favor. Lin Yu felt somewhat exasperated. You're making it sound so worthless, though. You really think I'll owe you for this? Haha, sincerity is my ultimate weapon. The man laughed, then turned serious. First, let me ask you this, rookie. What do you think is the standard for measuring a death game player's strength? Strength standards. As a newbie player who had only experienced one game session, Lin Yu was naturally confused, but he tentatively made a guess based on his limited experience. Profession strength, that's part of it. But for most people, profession strength is only a small factor after all. A profession's effectiveness varies depending on the scenario. The middle-aged man wagged his finger. Lin Yu thought for a moment before making another guess. Is it perhaps number of completed game scenarios? Lin Yu carefully speculated. That's not wrong, but it's not a hard requirement. Many who have gone through 7 or 8 scenarios might still lose to an exceptionally strong newbie who's only done 2. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, the diamond-encrusted gold watch on his wrist glinting dazzlingly. For newcomers like you, there's really only one measurement that matters: item quantity. The man looked directly at Lin Yu. That gun in your hand must be an item. Getting such a powerful reward in your first scenario is quite lucky, though I suspect your abilities are equally impressive. Lin Yu nodded slightly without denying it. He was beginning to understand. So these items can be traded between players. Is this gathering a place for such exchanges? The middle-aged man paused, then burst into laughter. Newbie, your sharp figured it out immediately. Correct. This is Jiangcheng's largest and most reliable offline gathering spot, where all local death game players trade exchangeable items. Lin Yu pondered this before asking, is the currency real money? That's flexible. Some use real money, especially those who excel in the death game but struggle in real life. Naturally, they'd want to improve their circumstances, but more often people prefer trading with forum points. Lin Yu frowned at this. Forum points, so that forum. It's not just a discussion site for strategies. The middle-aged man chuckled. You really are clueless. Here, add my WeChat and I'll send you the forum. He pulled out an outdated senior-friendly smartphone from his pocket, a budget model from Huawei. Opening WeChat, Lin Yu scanned his QR code. The man's WeChat name was Harmony Brings Wealth, with a profile picture of a golden toad statue bearing uncanny resemblance to himself. All right, kid, I've sent the installer. Enter my WeChat ID as referrer when you register. Study the forum yourself later. The gathering's day after tomorrow. Don't linger here too long. Being seen with me might cause trouble. Lin Yu looked surprised. Brother, Harmony brings wealth. Do you have many enemies? The man laughed. Complete a few more scenarios and you'll have enemies too. What didn't make any rivals in your newbie scenario? Even brothers turn on each other at gambling tables when lives are at stake. Grudges form easily. Lin Yu nodded silently. He mentally recalled the faces of Yu Longguo, Yao Zhengai, Bao Liu, Su Ziyume, and Xia Yue. Undoubtedly, any survivor would likely hold an undying grudge against him, especially those 2 Yu Longguo and Xia Yue. Just thinking about them gave him a headache. Deciding to probe further, Lin Yu asked, Brother Harmony, those who die in the game can't possibly come back, right? Of course, the death game is the final chance, so cherish it. I believe in fate. Our meeting today is no coincidence. The man patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Hope to see you at this gathering and next week's too. I hope so too. With that, Lin Yu bid farewell and left. At the intersection, he mounted his bicycle and hurried home. Night had fallen deeply, enveloping everything in silence, but upon opening his door, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged at him from the darkness. What the? Was it that mysterious junior girl, Norong Height, an accomplice perhaps? Or one of the middle-aged man's enemies, maybe just another player. Startled, Lin Yu instantly summoned his pistol, pressing it against the attacker's abdomen. Then a familiar shampoo scent reached his nose, followed by excruciating ear pain. "Oh, that hurts," Lin Yu yelped in pain. Smack, the girl twisting his ear turned on the lights, her expression thunderous. Little Yu, how impressive. Coming home past 11 2 nights straight. The round-faced girl wore loose homeware, her short hair framing an angry scowl. Lin Yu raised his hands in surrender. Sis, have mercy. Yesterday was rehearsal, today was dinner. This was Lin Zhao Lin Yu's only weakness, his elder sister. Though only 5 years older, she'd essentially raised him after their parents disappeared during their childhood, from working student jobs to eventually dropping out to open a shop supporting Lin Yu's education. She'd been more mother than sister. While Lin Yu cared little for others, his sister was the exception. Bullshit. I ran into your club president Tadej said there was no dinner. Lin Zhao's voice rose sharply. Since when did you start lying? She snatched the revolver from Lin Yu's hand, and waving a gun around planning to shoot me. Club prop, brought it home to practice handling. Lin Yu said carefully, you scared me jumping out like that, just wanted some courage. Lin Zhao sighed. Fine, then where were you really? Facing his sister, Lin Yu hesitated. He hated lying to her, but as the middle-aged man said, the death game was impossible to explain, as if some unseen force gagged him. Finally, Lin Yu forced a smile. The role I'm playing barely survives. Got too immersed. Went biking by the river to clear my head. Didn't want you worrying, so I lied. After experiencing the death game, Lin Yu realized his acting skills had undergone an almost qualitative transformation improvement. It wasn't just about today's stage performance. He was becoming increasingly adept at applying his acting skills to daily life. No, rather than calling it an improvement, it would be more accurate to say. The death game had reminded Lin Yu that in reality, he could also use his acting skills to do these things, like telling a white lie to his sister. Faced with Lin Yu's sincere words, Lin Zhao naturally didn't harbor the slightest suspicion. Her initial anger had all turned into concern. Then you should go rest, Xiao Yu. In the past, as a method actor, Lin Yu would fully immerse himself in his roles when performing, often experiencing difficulty snapping out of character. Lin Zhao had witnessed that state before. Especially after seeing a few short videos online and hearing news like renowned actor commit suicide due to inability to break from role, Lin Zhao had become deeply afraid of such situations. Lin Yu was Lin Zhao's only family in the world, and wasn't Lin Zhao the same for Lin Yu? Looking at his sister Lin Zhao's concerned eyes, Lin Yu returned to his room. As he felt relieved inside, he also couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. People really are hypocritical. Or perhaps those who can enter the death game are all first-class egoists. Lin Yu muttered self-deprecatingly. In the death game, he had deceived others, set up schemes that led to the deaths of 5 living people, and even personally killed 2, yet he only felt somewhat affected. But lying to a loved one he cared about and seeing their cautious expression, Lin Yu felt genuinely unsettled. However, Lin Yu wasn't sentimental enough to wallow in self-blame over it. He wasn't the type to overthink things. Ultimately, it's all because of this strange death game, and that person who killed me. Tomorrow's gathering I must catch her, and also see if I can really use that gathering to improve my life. Lin Yu secretly made up his mind. With this thought in mind, he didn't hesitate, locking his room door and opening the installation package sent by Harmony Brings Wealth. After clicking install soon, brand new app icon appeared on his desktop, completely pitch black. Its name was equally plain, just 2 characters, Forum. It's really called Forum. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. I thought it was some kind of code name. Complaints aside, Lin Yu had to admit the app's name and icon did seem mysterious and high-end. He tapped the icon, revealing an extremely minimalist interface, pure black, with only an input box in the center offering no prompts. If not for the blinking white cursor indicating he needed to input something, Lin Yu would have thought his screen had malfunctioned. Opening the input box made the keyboard appear. Though no text told Lin Yu what to input, he recalled Harmony Brings Wealth's words, enter WeChat ID for invitation. He input the older man's WeChat ID. Sure enough, the input box flickered twice, then changed to display 2 characters, welcome. Then a new input box appeared, this time with a prompt. Enter your nickname and account. Lin Yu thought for a moment, deciding against using his WeChat ID as his account like Harmony Brings Wealth had. Instead, he entered Stanislavski 1938. This was the English spelling of his favorite playwright and drama theorist's name, with 1938 being the year this master of theater passed away. Next, Lin Yu hesitated slightly over his nickname. In the end, he input 2 characters, director. He had initially considered actor, but felt that might reveal too much about himself. Though rationally speaking, it was nearly impossible for anyone to identify him based solely on these 2 words, but adding an extra layer of obfuscation gave Lin Yu peace of mind. We not do it. After completing this, the input box flickered again. Soon, new text appeared, welcome to the forum. The words faded, replaced by an extremely simple forum interface. The forum had only 4 main sections: announcements, discussions, guides, and bounties. Lin Yu checked the announcements section first, which resembled ordinary forums filled with posts about muting users for specific durations. Most threads were meaningless, with only a few about permanently restricting XX organization members from accessing the forum, piquing Lin Yu's interest. Seems the group running this forum isn't completely neutral, Lin Yu muttered. He also mentally noted the names of the banned organizations. Pinned at the top were three: Psychological Society, Free Alliance, and Marauders. The Marauders clearly seemed shady, but the other two made it hard for Lin Yu to discern the forum's stance. Moreover, the pinned announcement listed only 3 rules: no personal attacks, no spreading rumors, no irrelevant information. It didn't even explain why members of those 3 organizations were banned. Could it be because of large-scale flame wars? Lin Yu couldn't tell, but this wasn't important. Lin Yu continued browsing the forum. In the discussion section, many threads were being bumped, though their titles left Lin Yu somewhat confused. Rational discussion: can completing 2 profession quests match the strength of exclusive items? Is the ruffian, rule-based profession the most useless in pure survival scenarios? Experts: I really want to know how long the referee's abilities last in reality. Looking to trade powerful offensive items? DM me. Between General and Grandmaster, who's stronger in a duel? Hey Chang, female newbie seeking guidance, can verify via video. These posts gave Lin Yu a vague impression of other players' profiles, but he couldn't fully grasp them. Better check the guides section first, Lin Yu muttered, opening the next section. And upon entering the guides section, Lin Yu was shocked. Holy shit. As soon as Lin Yu clicked open the guide section, his eyes were immediately drawn to a pinned red post at the top. Essential Guide for Newbies. Lin Yu swiftly clicked on it with a decisive tap. After reading through this post, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire how truly essential it was for newcomers. Clear and well organized, it answered nearly all his questions. Rather, it covered every possible question any new player might have. The post consisted of 3 parts: about the death game, about the forum itself, and advice on how to interact with other players. The first part was about the death game. The author of this guide mentioned that most of this section consisted of players' speculations. Theories about the origins of the death game varied widely. Some factions even formed based on differing interpretations of this very question. The currently dominant theory was that it was a game created by gods to give them a second chance. All participating players were people who had died once, and each time a dungeon was cleared, they would earn 7 more days of life. 7 days later, as the next dungeon approached, bloody text would appear with new hints telling players how to enter the next game dungeon. Players could use special party items to join another player's game, thereby avoiding their original dungeon. Within dungeons, players had the chance to obtain items. Just as Uncle Harmony Brings Wealth had said, the number of items was an important measure of a new player's strength in the early stages. The author also mentioned that after players moved past the newbie phase, they would face a trial called promotion. Players who passed it would experience a world of difference in strength compared to others. However, the author seemed to avoid elaborating on how exactly promotion worked, likely to avoid misleading newcomers. But no matter how strong a player became, they could never escape the weekly dungeon. Although there were some special items that allowed players to enter additional dungeons, completing these extra dungeons wouldn't reset the 7-day countdown. Reading this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little disheartened, though he had expected as much. Knowing that this would happen every week without fail still gave Lin Yu a headache. Is this really a fresh start? Having to worry about this death game every week would take up so much energy. Lin Yu even felt like complaining to the gods who wrote the bloody text about false advertising. However, Lin Yu eventually calmed himself down, not only because this life was essentially free anyway, but also because looking at this forum gave him a sense of at least I'm not alone in this. Perhaps that was the purpose of the forum, knowing that so many others in the world were also suffering like this made Lin Yu feel slightly better. Next, the guide delved into some practical information about the death game. For example, the types of classes in dungeons. Every player would awaken to a class, their greatest reliance for survival in the death game, and classes were categorized. The simplest and most straightforward were the enhancement types, which greatly boosted a specific ability. Then there were information types and rule types related to the game itself. The former could obtain key information within the game, while the latter could slightly alter the game's rules. There were also skill types which granted specific abilities. Beyond these, there were special types that were difficult to classify. Classes only came in 2 varieties: common classes and unique classes. The distinction was simple. Common classes could be duplicated, while unique classes almost never were. However, it wasn't true that unique classes were necessarily stronger than common classes, based on general information. The abilities of unique classes were often just more complex and unique. Their holders were also extremely rare. Most unique classes could be classified as special types. Reading this, Lin Yu understood. In my very first game, I encountered every type of class. The soldier and otaku were enhancement types. The teacher was an information type. The ruffian was the most typical rule type. The thief and veterinarian were skill types. As for his own fraudster, not only was it a special type, but it was also an extremely rare unique class. Because the first game had exposed him to such a complete range of classes, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Combining his class abilities with this guide, With this information, carrying out fraud would be much easier. I should look for more guideposts and memorize the abilities of other classes. Lin Yu thought silently. He felt immense gratitude toward the creator of this forum. With proper application, in future dungeons, he could practically assume any class he wanted. No longer would he have to rack his brains like when he first fabricated the detective act could just use existing ones. In fact, Lin Yu felt that from now on, he might have no choice but to use existing ones. After all, most players had probably visited the forum too. If you claimed a class as long as it wasn't a unique class of your own would know exactly what your abilities were. However, Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry to look up summaries of other class abilities just yet. He continued reading this essential for newbies guide, because next, the guide introduced several types of game dungeons. Just like the classification of classes, these were player-made categories, not official designations from the game itself. Based on the clearance conditions and main challenges of various dungeons, game dungeons were primarily divided into the following types: competition, survival, puzzle, and slaughter. Competition was self-explanatory dungeons focused on player versus player conflict, where the clearance condition usually involved defeating an opposing player faction or eliminating everyone else. Survival dungeons mostly required players to endure and stay alive for a set duration. These dungeons either had extreme environments or an overwhelmingly powerful, terrifying presence that followed predictable patterns. Puzzle types had clearance conditions that required solving specific riddles. These sounded the simplest, but often had instant death mechanics, making their actual fatality rates just as high. As for slaughter, it was the simplest and most brutal. These dungeons also had monsters, but they could actually be defeated. So that's how it works. After reading this beginner's guide, Lin Yu felt he had gained a much clearer understanding of the death game. Due to his fraudster profession, every bit of knowledge Lin Yu acquired about the game translated into genuine strength. What a shame I don't know how promotion works yet, otherwise I might be able to impersonate even more powerful experts. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. After finishing the beginner's guide, he downloaded several other strategy articles and studied them carefully. Soon, Lin Yu grasped many aspects of the death game beyond just gameplay. For example, the upcoming gathering. Just as Uncle Harmony Brings Wealth had mentioned, gatherings were inseparable from this forum. You could earn forum points through trading. These forum points served as hard currency, because they could initially be used to post bounties on the forum, whether hiring someone to carry you through dungeons or purchasing information. Everything could be paid with points. The forum itself even offered a service to exchange points for RMB at a rate of 1 point to 100 RMB. However, players couldn't acquire points by topping up with RMB. Aside from obtaining points from others, the only ways to get points from the forum officially were by publishing valuable posts or completing missions issued by the forum. The bounty board contained many such missions and targets posted by forum administrators. Lin Yu felt these matters were still too distant for him and didn't delve deeper. His main focus remained on the gathering itself. Different cities had different gathering locations. These gatherings weren't organized by the forum officially, most were hosted by local organizations within cities. After receiving official forum certification, they could be published and promoted through the forum. Of course, there were also unofficial small-scale gatherings not recognized by the forum, but whether these were safe or worth attending depended entirely on players' own judgment. While those who committed murder or robbery through such means would supposedly be blacklisted by the forum and possibly hunted by an organization called administrators, for victims who'd already lost their lives, posthumous punishment held little meaning. Fortunately, the address Lin Yu had received was indeed a certified official gathering point in their Jiang city. The listed information matched perfectly. It even included details about the gathering's organizer Somyeon called Tycoon. Lin Yu had a strong hunch this Tycoon was the same uncle whose WeChat ID was Harmony Brings Wealth. Gotta admit, that name suits his vibe perfectly, Lin Yu muttered to himself. After finishing all these guides, Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up refreshed. Although he had 2 general education classes today, Lin Yu, who'd never been interested in college student entrepreneurship guidance, took the whole day off to stay home studying more guides. After careful consideration, an idea took shape in Lin Yu's mind. A plan to make money at this gathering and compensate his sister Lin Zhao. Since this game already exists and my life can't return to its previous peace, then I might as well use it to earn some money and improve our living conditions. Lin Yu exhaled firmly, his expression resolute. The simplest way to make money was selling items at the gathering, after all. When entering death game dungeons, you couldn't bring anything from reality, not even an entire armory. Experiments had shown that besides the clothes on your back, almost nothing could be taken in. Hair clips were about the limit. Food, water, stationery, lighters, nothing in your pockets could be brought inside. Even clothing had restrictions. Wearing bulletproof vests or obviously functional gear might get you stripped naked upon entry. Thus, items held tremendous value in this game. Imagine being in a survival-type dungeon where finding food was the main challenge. If Lin Yu had stockpiled bread and water from the beginner dungeon beforehand, wouldn't that drastically reduce the difficulty for him? Not to mention various weapon-type items that could significantly boost combat effectiveness. Even though there were many enhancement-type professions, most were like the otaku's minor boosts. Professions like soldier that dramatically improved frontline combat power were highly sought after by all major organizations. For other profession holders wanting to increase combat capability, items remained the best option. Lin Yu knew this firsthand. His guaranteed hit revolver gave him immense confidence. Without it, he wouldn't have dared investigate that address alone yesterday, so even a decent quality item like a sharp firewood chopper could easily sell for over 100 points. Over 100 points, that translated to tens of thousands in real cash. With luck meeting players urgently needing weapons, you might even fetch hundreds of thousands. Thinking this, Lin Yu couldn't help feeling regret. That first dungeon had contained so many exquisite werewolf weapons. What a shame he'd brought out so few. Lin Yu wasn't foolish enough to consider selling his most reliable trump card, the guaranteed hit revolver. Though based on auction records mentioned in forum posts, this item might be worth over $1 million, but Lin Yu had no intention of selling it. Making money was important, but not at the cost of his life. As for the lie detector, not only would this item likely not fetch a high price, more importantly, it synergized perfectly with Lin Yu's fraudster abilities. When driven to desperation by that madman Yu Longguo in the beginner dungeon, being able to reverse fate through deception and achieve rewind partly relied on this miraculous lie detector, helping him turn his least believable statement into an unquestioned truth through technique. Even if it became obsolete later, Lin Yu wouldn't simply sell off this meritorious servant. With these two items off the selling block, Lin Yu still refused to abandon this money-making opportunity at the gathering. He'd already conceived a brilliant plan. All right, shopping complete, Lin Yu stepped out of Jiangcheng's small commodities street, carrying a heavy backpack with a look of bountiful joy on his face. This was the first step of his plan completed. Next, time for step 2. Lin Yu took out his phone and found Drama Club President Shen Bingmiao's QQ account. "President, can you do me a favor?" Shen Bingmiao quickly replied with her QQ nickname was Nine Waters. Nine Waters skipping club activities but still trying to order me around. Nine Waters, your sister said you went to a club gathering last night using us as your alibi, huh? Nine Waters went to see a girlfriend instead. Speak. Nine Waters, wow Lin Yu, you've really made it big privately meeting fans to date now. Nine Waters, the drama club isn't your springboard for hookups. Shen Bingmiao's messages bombarded in rapid succession, interspersed with aggressive panda head memes. Lin Yu ignored Shen Bingmiao's hysterical messages and memes, continuing to type his request. Two trees, help me look someone up. Two trees, Chen Zhu, male, high school student, probably from Jiangcheng based on accent. Likes anime, standard otaku. Two trees, can you dox him for me? After Lin Yu finished typing, Shen Bingmiao's message bombardment stopped. Soon, Shen Bingmiao directly called him via voice chat. This high schooler pissed you off. Shen Bingmiao got straight to the point. Yeah, he screwed me over in a game, then doxed me. I want to retaliate. But my skills aren't good enough. Only found out his real name is Chen Zhu. Through the screen, Lin Yu's lies flowed more smoothly. Got it, I hate people who screw up games then dox others. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Shen Bingmiao hung up. Lin Yu waited a few minutes with his backpack still on, soon receiving a message from Shen Bingmiao containing a file package. Opening it revealed Chen Zhu's complete personal information from ID number to home address to all his social media accounts. This guy's QQ nickname was Loving AI Hebara is the best. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt he didn't even need to check the photo to confirm it was him. Nine Waters, this the right Chen Zhu. Nine Waters, how you gonna deal with him? Need me to hack his accounts? Two trees, no need, since he's local to Jiangcheng, I'll confront him in person. After replying to the president, Lin Yu exhaled. Chen Zhu was indeed from Jiangcheng he'd suspected from the accent earlier, and though Chen Zhu had been wearing an anime girl t-shirt, his sweatpants looked suspiciously like Jiangcheng High School's uniform pants. While these were common nationwide, there were always regional differences. Recalling it now, Lin Yu felt those pants were unmistakably Jiangcheng High's. If he's local, that simplifies things. Even if Chen Zhu weren't local, it wouldn't have affected Lin Yu's plans much. At worst, they'd communicate online. But being able to meet Chen Zhu in person would be ideal. Jiangcheng number 6 high. Didn't expect this chubby kid to have decent grades. Looking at Chen Zhu's school, Lin Yu muttered. This high school was considered first tier in Jiangcheng, not the absolute best, but with solid university admission rates. Every few years, they'd produce students admitted to the nation's 2 top universities. In lucky years, even 2 per graduating class. Lin Yu shouldered his backpack and rode his bicycle straight to Jiangcheng number 6 high. The school wasn't close to Lin Yu's home, but he was starting from the central small commodities street. From there, nowhere in Jiangcheng was too far. After about 20 minutes of cycling, Lin Yu arrived at the school gates. Parking his bike in the designated area, Lin Yu approached the guard booth with a smile. "Hello, sir, I'm a Jiangcheng Media University student. My cousin in class 5 grade 2 forgot his exercise books at home and is afraid of getting checked. I'm here to deliver them." As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled out his student ID from his backpack. The security guard glanced at Lin Yu's ID and face. His sunny, open college student appearance naturally aroused no suspicion. Plus, it was Friday afternoon in broad daylight. The guard was feeling lazy. "Go on then, no need to sign in." The guard used the remote to open a small gap in the gate. He waved dismissively, signaling Lin Yu to hurry inside. Lin Yu smiled, nodded, and slipped through. Lin Yu then jogged across the playground toward the teaching building. It was class time, so besides a few PE classes, the playground was empty. After circling the teaching building twice, Lin Yu quickly discerned the classroom arrangement pattern. Grades 1-2 on first floor, grades 3-4 on second. Third floor must be. Got it, class 5 grade 2. Lin Yu easily found the classroom, but peering through the window he was stunned. The classroom was completely empty. Lin Yu quickly pushed open the door and walked to the teacher's desk. There he saw the schedule showing the current period's activity PE. Lin Yu sighed in frustration. Of course there are those PE classes on the field. He could have saved himself the trip. Lin Yu reluctantly retraced his steps back to the playground to search for Chen Zhuo. After failing to spot him, Lin Yu pragmatically approached two approachable-looking students. "Excuse me, classmates, where is class 5 grade 2 having PE?" The two high school girls wore loose blue-white uniforms, with neat thick bangs and plain black-framed glasses. Being stopped by this poster boy of the drama club made their hearts race. "We're from class 5 grade 2, the taller girl on the right said softly. "Can we help you? You're from that class? Perfect." Lin Yu smiled. "I'm Chen Zhu's brother, here to bring him something." At this, the girls blinked. Chen Zhu's brother. Their faces showed clear skepticism. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yu smiled wryly again. "All right, cousin then." Under the guidance of the two girls, Lin Yu quickly found Chen Zhu's location. He was just taken to the first-floor restroom by some boys from our class. Returning from the playground to the main teaching building, Lin Yu hadn't even reached the boys' restroom when he heard loud commotion coming from inside. "You think you're hot shit now? Asked you to buy a drink, why so difficult? Don't know what you're acting all high and mighty about." Peeking inside, Lin Yu saw Chen Zhu cornered in the restroom by four boys. Chen Zhu crouched on the floor, silently covering his head as the boys kicked and punched him, throwing water-soaked toilet paper at his head. He looked utterly miserable. "School bullying," Lin Yu muttered, feeling a surge of anger. He'd always despised this kind of behavior where the strong preyed on the weak. "Hey, stop that." Lin Yu entered the restroom, and the four boys immediately turned around. Seeing Lin Yu appeared older than high school age, they quickly scattered, putting on fake smiles. "Teacher, we were just playing around." Lin Yu glared coldly at them, adopting a stern tone. "Which class are you from?" The four tall boys wearing expensive sneakers exchanged uneasy glances before bolting out the door. Lin Yu didn't stop them, letting them escape. After all, he was here under false pretenses. Then he turned to Chen Zhu, who looked up at him, blinking away water droplets from his face. "Game Master, how did you find me here?" Lin Yu shrugged. "I'm the Game Master, of course I have my ways." Chen Zhu patted his soiled clothes as he stood up, looking somewhat awkward. Seeing his wretched state, Lin Yu sighed. "Why not fight back, even if you used to take it? After participating in the death game, we've all died once already. Why not be braver?" Chen Zhu looked embarrassed. "Fighting back is useless. I really can't take on four of them." "Game Master, you're handsome and probably get good grades. You wouldn't understand. This kind of thing. Resisting doesn't help." Chen Zhu spread his hands helplessly. "It's already second year of high school. Just endure a bit longer. If I'd gotten the soldier ability, I'd definitely fight back. But unfortunately, my profession is just otaku. Though having a profession is better than nothing. My recovery speed after beatings has improved." Chen Zhu optimistically pointed to his reddened bruises that were visibly fading. Lin Yu pondered Chen Zhu's words before speaking. "The death game gives you more than just professions, there are items too. What if you had powerful items that could give you overwhelming strength?" Chen Zhu blinked, then his gaze hardened. "If I had items like that, no way I'd let people bully me." Lin Yu nodded approvingly. "Good, then wait a moment." Turning to his backpack, Lin Yu pulled out a telescopic baton and a delicate glass bottle containing light blue liquid. These are the baton item and agility potion item. The former is self-explanatory, just a baton that can be stored in your item space, no different from regular ones. As for this agility potion, after drinking, it greatly enhances your reflexes and movement speed for 1 hour. Lin Yu pressed both items into Chen Zhu's hands. Chen Zhu looked stunned. "Game Master, what's this for?" Lin Yu patted Chen Zhu's shoulder. "A gift from me as Game Master. See if you can use them, there should be descriptions popping up." As Lin Yu spoke naturally, he felt something. Belief power was emerging from Chen Zhu. Then Lin Yu's earlier words became reality once more. This was Lin Yu's first time activating his fraudster ability in the real world. Chen Zhu looked amazed as the baton and potion disappeared into his palms. Lin Yu nodded slightly and pointed outside. Go on, Chen Zhu. Now that you have power, do what you want to do. Chen Zhu nodded solemnly, summoning the baton and potion again. He unscrewed the potion and drank it all. Blueberry flavor. Tastes pretty good. Tossing the bottle aside, he suddenly felt surging energy throughout his body. Seeing Lin Yu's expectant gaze, Chen Zhu grew even more determined. Gripping the baton, he charged out of the restroom with a roar. Hey, you guys. Lin Yu remained in the restroom, elegantly washing his hands while listening contentedly to the chaotic sounds of fighting and shouting outside. Of course, both the baton and potion were fakes, the former bought from a discount store, the latter homemade with food coloring and flavoring. This was exactly why Lin Yu had sought out Chen Zhuo's test, whether deceiving someone could activate his fraudster ability to turn fake items into real ones. After all, if he tried this at a gathering, experienced players might spot his counterfeit goods immediately. But with a newbie like Chen Zhu, it was different. Now the experiment proved. It worked perfectly, and coincidentally helped Chen Zhu deal with his bullies too. Lin Yu was extremely satisfied. A few minutes later, Lin Yu exited the restroom to find Chen Zhu leaning against the wall, panting heavily. The four tall bullies lay on the ground in pain, looking at Chen Zhu in disbelief. Usually clumsy chubby kid had just dodged and struck with impossible speed, beating them mercilessly. Now holding the baton, Chen Zhu looked down at them coldly. Used to let you off easy, but today was the last straw. From now on, you'd better stay out of my way. With that, Chen Zhu quickly approached Lin Yu, his expression sincere again. But giving me potions and items like that, won't it violate rules? Lin Yu waved dismissively. Not at all. Those were my personal items. Giving them to you is normal player behavior, unrelated to being game master. Opening his backpack, Lin Yu revealed more batons and bottles inside. I've got plenty more little items like these. Lin Yu bid farewell to Chen Zhu, who had now fully regained his confidence. After experiencing the brink of death in the bizarre death game, Chen Zhu had already undergone a transformation. However, his habitual mindset had still prevented him from fighting back, with Lin Yu giving him that little push even though the potion had been used up, and even though those school bullies might not accept defeat, Chen Zhu would likely never be bullied again. Lin Yu felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Although the initial goal was to complete the deception, looking at the results, it turned out to be a good deed. After all, if Lin Yu had no reason to give Chen Zhu game items out of the blue, it would have been far too suspicious. Even if Chen Zhu might not have outright disbelieved him, harboring doubts would have significantly weakened the belief, and the manifestation effect might have been poor. In such a case, it might not have been possible to turn all the items real, because Lin Yu could sense. Chen Zhu's belief was already stretched thin just converting all the items in the backpack into real ones. It seems this gathering is a must-attend. Besides Chen Zhu, I'll need to find other gullible players to exploit their trust in the future, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Soon, Friday night arrived. The player gathering in Jiangcheng was about to begin. Following the hints from the guide, Lin Yu put on a face mask, a baseball cap, and sunglasses, parked his bicycle far from the abandoned restaurant, and walked the rest of the way to the gathering location. Many players in the death game had already had their psyches twisted by the successive games. For them, robbery and murder were commonplace tactics. In recent years, with the rise of the Forum and Orderwo Just and Righteous Organizations, they had jointly established some customary player rules and created the Administrators' Organization to punish those who violated them. The content of the rules was straightforward, for example, prohibiting players from using their abilities to commit crimes in reality or from killing each other outside the game. The emergence of the rules and the administrators had significantly improved the atmosphere among players, with malicious incidents greatly reduced. But one could never be too cautious. A reduction in malicious incidents didn't mean they had been completely eradicated. While Forum and Order were widely recognized as powerful, and the administrators, their subordinate organization, was composed of high-level experts from both groups, they still weren't strong enough. At the very least, they hadn't reached the point where no one dared to break the rules. Thus, most guides still recommended concealing one's identity when attending offline gatherings. In fact, unless you were powerful enough to be confident, it was best to keep your identity as a player hidden in most situations, and once you began acting as a player, you had to take every precaution to avoid exposure. Lin Yu took this advice seriously, so before attending the gathering, he naturally disguised himself thoroughly and planned his route carefully. He left home a little after 6, but by the time he arrived at the abandoned restaurant he had visited a few days earlier, it was already around 8 in the evening. Lin Yu noticed many people dressed similarly to him, moving furtively around the area. People with faces concealed by scarves, masks, or even full head coverings were silently making their way toward the restaurant. Lin Yu understood immediately. These were definitely all players. Blending into the crowd, he walked silently until everyone naturally formed a line at the entrance. At the door stood two tall, burly men wearing ski masks and tank tops, holding scanning devices to check in attendees. The scan was, of course, for the back-end QR code of the forum app. Since no one was making noise, the process was highly efficient. The line, which had seemed quite long, moved quickly, and soon it was Lin Yu's turn. Mimicking those before him, he pulled up his personal QR code from the forum app's backend. Then, beep. The machine, which resembled a supermarket payment scanner, emitted a sound indicating approved. A label printed out from the top of the machine. Nickname, Director. This was Lin Yu's forum ID. The burly masked man at the door tore off the label and stuck it on Lin Yu's chest. No fighting inside. Set up your own stall at any table. Don't lose the label or you'll be kicked out. The man, who looked like a bandit, seemed to sense that Lin Yu was a first-timer and gave him a quick reminder. Lin Yu nodded, then entered with his backpack. The abandoned restaurant, which had been clean but desolate a few days ago, was now bustling with activity. Clearly, most people here were seasoned players. Many had already set up their stalls on tables, laying out the items they wanted to sell and waiting for potential buyers. A few players who were primarily there to buy were wandering around the scattered stalls, some already haggling over items they fancied. Boss, how much for this toolbox? Fixed price, 15 points. Damn, that's daylight robbery. I'm a student, can you go lower? Ha, even if you were livestock, no, that trick won't work on me. Hearing these down-to-earth exchanges, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, though he had been a little nervous at first. Once inside, Lin Yu realized this so-called gathering wasn't all that different from the small merchandise street he had visited earlier in the day. After all, it was just people selling things. With this realization, Lin Yu relaxed considerably and found an empty table. He began laying out his telescopic batons and potions one by one. Then, mimicking the other stall owners, he sat leisurely behind the table, waiting for customers to approach. But Lin Yu had barely settled in, about to kill time on his phone when he heard an eager voice asking, "Bro, how much for these batons? If I buy them all, can you give me a discount?" Lin Yu looked up and saw a masked young man with burning enthusiasm in his eyes. 10 points each. Cash preferred, I'll give a discount for that. Damn, 10 points, I'll take everything here. The masked young man's eyes practically glowed. But before he could pull out his phone to pay, another voice urgently cut in, "Don't sell to him, bro. I'll pay 13 points each." Cash, no discount needed. Almost immediately, a man wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat rushed over. The masked fisherman-hatted man's loud voice quickly drew everyone's attention. Someone selling weapon-type items over there. Looks like telescopic batons. Only 10 points each. And cash payment accepted. Holy shit, what kind of philanthropist is this? Instantly, players who had been browsing other stalls rushed over. The other stall owners who lost customers didn't show any displeasure toward Lin Yu, because they all quickly packed up their stalls and ran toward Lin Yu's direction too. Weapon items priced at just over 10 points, you'd regret missing this opportunity. Within moments, over a dozen people crowded around Lin Yu's stall. "Hey kid, I'll give you 15 points cash payment, 17 points from me. I'll also pay 17 per baton. I want them all. Who doesn't want them all? Damn it." Lin Yu looked at the players' burning gazes and realized he'd underestimated the allure of weapons. And these were just ordinary telescopic batons, not even proper blades. In other words, 10 points equaled 1,000 RMB. The batons Lin Yu bought from the shopping street weren't top quality, originally priced at 229 RMB each. He bought 15 at once, haggled the price down to 120 each, spending only 1,800 RMB total. Of course, this 1,800 RMB was nearly all of Lin Yu's savings at the time. Lin Zhao hated seeing Lin Yu overworked with rehearsals and studies. Refusing to let him take part-time jobs, Lin Yu also hated burdening Lin Zhao, unwilling to ask for more allowance. Considering the low purchase price, Lin Yu had already set the selling price as high as he dared, knowing how scarce weapon items were, but he never expected nearly 10 times the price, and it's still considered too low. This is just an ordinary telescopic baton, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, having a baton in the death game might save your life at critical moments. These people who experienced the death game, none would think spending a few thousand for life insurance wasn't worth it. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Hey wait, he's selling potions too. Let me see agility potion. Holy shit. These effects are insane. Didn't expect you'd have such good stuff, boss." Agility potion, after consumption, increases players' reaction speed and mobility by 200 for 1 hour. Because the previous fraud effect on Chenju worked, all these fake items had now become real. So when players picked them up, the game's official blood text descriptions naturally appeared. Their eyes shone as they looked at Lin Yu. "Boss, how much for these potions?" Having learned from the baton pricing, Lin Yu, who originally planned to sell the potions at 3,300 RMB each, hesitated. He rubbed his chin and tentatively said, "These are also 10 points." Indeed, the 10-point price didn't deter them but made them even more excited. I'll take all of these too. Fuck, stop hogging everything, selfish much. Boss, I'll pay 15 points per potion. As the commotion grew louder, they almost started fighting at Lin Yu's stall. Then crisp clinking sounds came from upstairs. Clink, clink. Lin Yu looked up to see the well-dressed Harmony brings Wealth Man from before descending the stairs, still wearing his elegant suit. The sounds came from him tapping 2 gold ingots together. He said loudly, quite lively here. Seems someone brought good stuff. The previously heated arguments instantly quieted as everyone turned to look at him. Tycoon, it's Tycoon. You're here, brother Tycoon. Several familiar faces in the crowd greeted him respectfully. Watching this, Lin Yu understood. Indeed, the Harmony brings Wealth Man he met yesterday was the Tycoon mentioned on the forum. And he seemed quite prestigious among these players. After reading the forum guide's advice to avoid revealing your identity, Lin Yu had regretted exchanging contacts with this man yesterday. Though he'd been cautious using a burner account, it still increased his exposure risk. But seeing how respected the man was, Lin Yu felt slightly relieved. Though, this relief didn't completely eliminate his wariness. The man addressed as Tycoon approached Lin Yu's table. So these are the treasures causing such a stir. Just ordinary batons. These potions are interesting, but hardly worth such frenzy. Tycoon then looked at the crowd. The fisherman-hatted man smiled and explained, Tycoon, the items are ordinary, but he's selling them way below market price, and in such quantity. Oh, Tycoon turned to Lin Yu, pretending not to recognize him. What were your prices for these? My initial pricing was 10 points each, with discounts for bulk or cash purchases. Lin Yu answered truthfully. Tycoon shook his head, fiddling with his phone. That's too low. How'd you acquire so many items at once? Not easy. Seeing they're identical, probably from one dungeon, did your group collect them together? Or do you represent an organization? As Lin Yu prepared to respond, Tycoon suddenly pointed at his phone screen. Understanding, Lin Yu discreetly checked his phone underneath the table. Newbie, however you got so many items, you'd better claim you're backed by an organization. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up gratefully at Tycoon and nodded slightly. I do represent an organization, though I can't disclose its name. Our leader urgently needs funds, so we're selling accumulated items, hence my preference for cash payments. Lin Yu said calmly. Tycoon pretended to ponder, then said, in that case, why not sell everything to me? I'll buy at 25 points per baton, 20 per potion, slightly below market price, but I'll pay entirely in cash. Fair deal? He then addressed the crowd. After midnight tonight, I'll list these on the forum's marketplace at the same pricino markup. First come first served, 1 item per account. Hearing this, the players voiced no objections. If you say so, all right, we'll do as you suggest. Tycoon turned back to Lin Yu. How's this arrangement? If your organization has items to sell in Jiangcheng, consider working with me, Tycoon, in the future. Deal. Lin Yu had no reason to refuse. Agreed, Tycoon, will do as you suggest. With Tycoon's help, Lin Yu had originally planned to set up a stall and sell items slowly throughout the night, but now everything was sold out in one go. Of course, even without Tycoon's intervention, given how hot the sales were earlier, Lin Yu would have sold out quickly anyway, but Lin Yu knew this was Tycoon helping him out. After all, as an unknown newcomer suddenly offering a bunch of low-priced items, he could easily attract unwanted attention by selling everything to Tycoon in one go. Lin Yu had effectively minimized the attention on himself. Moreover, Tycoon's immediate payment also saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. 15 telescopic batons and 20 potions totaled 775 forum points. True to his word, Tycoon completed the entire transaction in RMB. For this purpose, Tycoon even specially invited Lin Yu to the second floor. The restaurant's second floor had been remodeled by Tycoon into a luxurious office. We meet again, kid. Tycoon smiled as he looked at Lin Yu. So you did recognize me. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Even though Lin Yu remained wary of Tycoon, he still responded politely. Tycoon waved his hand. Didn't recognize you at first, but kid, you're too green. These telescopic batons start at 30 points in Jiangcheng. You brought out over 10 and priced them at 10 points each. Then I remembered your reckless approach yesterday. Felt like the same person. Got closer and hey, the build matched too. Sent a message and confirmed it was you. As Tycoon spoke, Lin Yu smiled. No choice. Even after reading the forum guides, there's still much I don't understand. True enough, you're a genuine rookie who just cleared your first round, Tycoon sighed. But damn kid, you got over 10 batons and 20 potions from one round, plus you had a pistol yesterday. What was your first round? Some bonus stage, just got lucky. Lin Yu answered vaguely. Seeing this, Tycoon burst out laughing. Look how scared you are. Relax, if you've read the forum you should know I, Tycoon, can organize and oversee Jiangcheng's offline gatherings because my reputation is solid. Even if my reputation wasn't solid, I wouldn't care about your small potatoes. With that, Tycoon picked up his phone. Transfer received, 70,000 yuan. Lin Yu's phone announced the notification. He froze. 70,000 yuan, just like that. Tycoon waved his hand again and pulled out a paper bag. Here's another 7,500 in new bill, stake it. Saw your shoes and clothes yesterday, standard stuff. Young guy like you, first time making this much money. Having some fresh bills to count at home feels nice, Tycoon said with a smile. Lin Yu took the heavy paper bag and quietly stored it in his backpack. Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. Holding this thick stack of new bills did feel more satisfying than the digital transfer. I'll head out then, really appreciate your help. After thanking and bidding farewell, Lin Yu turned and left the second floor. This Tycoon uncle was being unusually kind to him. If they weren't in Jiangcheng but a southwestern city, if the man didn't seem so straight, if there wasn't that golden wedding ring on his right ring finger, Lin Yu might have suspected the man was attracted to his handsome looks. But precisely because he couldn't figure out the reason, Lin Yu grew more puzzled. Why exactly is this happening? After Lin Yu left, Tycoon also stood up and walked to the window, quietly watching as Lin Yu exited the gathering's restaurant without looking back. From a door inside the office emerged a tall, burly man with dark skin. Boss, why are you so invested in this kid? Sure, it's rare for a newcomer to have so many items at once, but not enough for you to pay this much attention, right? Tycoon shook his head. I can sense Itthai's kid has an aura, one very similar to mine. His future is limitless, a rough gem worth my investment, Tycoon declared firmly, but the dark-skinned man wasn't convinced. Cut the crap, boss. Since when were you good at judging people? What's the real reason? Tycoon sighed helplessly. Fine. When this kid came yesterday, he showed me a business card with our address. I recognized it as the handiwork of the Psychological Society, someone chosen by the Psychological Society, and likely at the highest selection level. The Psychological Society, the dark-skinned man gasped, his expression turning grave. Doesn't that mean? As long as this kid doesn't die young, he'll at least reach third tier. Tycoon nodded slowly. Exactly. And his profession probably isn't weak either. No matter how lucky you are, you can't possibly get that many common items from just one beginner's round. The departed Lin Yu knew nothing of Tycoon's evaluation. Since things ended early, it wasn't too late now. Currently, Lin Yu was brimming with excitement from his earnings. Should I buy something for my sister on the way back? After all, many malls in Jiangcheng were still open at this hour. But besides excitement, Lin Yu was also curious. What exactly did that junior girl who killed him and left the business card want? Was it just to guide him to the gathering and quickly integrate into Jiangcheng's local player circle? Before leaving, he had circled the restaurant inside and out Aganevan with everyone masked. Lin Yu didn't spot anyone resembling his murderer. Neither the build nor the aura matched. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, laughter sounded behind him. Heh, not bad, Lin Yu. As expected of someone we chose. Not only did you clear your first round smoothly, you even made such a splash at your first auction. Your potential truly is immeasurable. Lin Yu turned to see a figure clad entirely in black, face completely covered, emerging from a nearby alley. The person's voice was hoarse, as if deliberately speaking in a lowered tone. Who are you? Lin Yu demanded coldly. Hearing the question, the figure chuckled raspily. Who I am isn't important. But I can tell you that I'm from the same organization as the pretty girl who sent you into the death game and left you that business card. We're both members of the Psychological Society. Psychological Society. Hearing this name, Lin Yu immediately understood. Wasn't this the organization that was banned from accessing the forum that he saw yesterday? Definitely not a good group. Lin Yu quietly slipped his hand into his coat, concealing the revolver. The guaranteed hit revolver still only had one bullet after returning to reality, though the bullet count refreshed daily, unlike in dungeons where the entire game only provided one. Lin Yu didn't rashly fire or even reveal the pistol, though this guaranteed hit bullet was powerful. The other party had already introduced himself as belonging to an organization, and one specifically called out by the forum. This meant the Psychological Society was likely not only shady but also highly notorious, probably large and influential, at the very least. Besides this unidentified man in black, their organization included that gun-wielding madman who had shot him. So Lin Yu decided to negotiate first. Who exactly are you people? Why did you try to kill me before? Lin Yu asked coldly. The man in black chuckled. Kill? No. Our goal wasn't your death, but to make you join the death game. According to our organization's assessment, you showed great potential as expected. You were selected and even cleared the game successfully. Our organization seeks promising individuals, those capable of extraordinary achievements in this game who haven't yet joined. We can't allow such talents to be wasted. Hearing the man's excited words, Lin Yu became even more convinced these people were insane. What a bunch of psychos. No wonder the forum banned you. The man in black scoffed at Lin Yu's remark. The forum, just mediocre people huddling together for warmth. Anyway, we're short on time. To avoid interference from those mediocrities, I should complete my mission. He looked directly at Lin Yu. So, esteemed Mr. Lin Yu, what class have you awakened? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you? Not only had he awakened the unique class fraudster, which couldn't be revealed to anyone, even if he had awakened another class, he wouldn't tell this man or the Psychological Society, because this is part of further assessment. You'd better cooperate. Otherwise, the man drew a dagger from his waist. I'll have to extract the information forcefully. Seeing the glinting blade, Lin Yu immediately sensed danger again. What happened when Death Game players were killed again in reality? The answer was permanent death. Lin Yu almost instantly wanted to fire, but he suppressed the impulse. This man in black was his only current lead. He couldn't die. Moreover, while the dagger was threatening, it was likely more for intimidation. So Lin Yu responded coldly, "Oh, then I'd love to see you try." Putting away his pistol, Lin Yu bent down and picked up half a brick from the ground in these old neighborhood streets. Many broken bricks lay loose and easily lifted. The man in black seemed surprised by Lin Yu's confidence. "You don't seem afraid of direct combat. Bricks versus daggers aren't favorable odds. Plus, you don't know my class, do you?" "Your class doesn't matter because I've awakened as soldier, the best class for combat," Lin Yu declared. He had made his choice. Facing this mysterious man, Lin Yu decided to impersonate a soldier. Yu Longyuo's insane combat prowess had left a deep impression. Moreover, after reviewing common class abilities yesterday, Lin Yu knew soldier was among the best for one-on-one fights, granting comprehensive physical enhancements. The man in black froze momentarily before shaking his head. "Impossible. Your real-life background has nothing to do with soldier. We investigated you, you're a college student." Lin Yu smiled. "Seems you never attended college. Don't you know we have military training?" Without hesitation, he weighed the brick in his hand and raised it level before him. "Watch closely, idiot. Even with your dagger, you're no match for the enhancements soldier gives me." The man's expression changed slightly. Lin Yu raised the brick high overhead and with full force smashed it toward his own other arm. During the brick's descent, Lin Yu felt his words become reality. In that instant, the man believed Lin Yu was a soldier. After all, who would deliberately break their own arm before a fight unless absolutely confident? This was precisely Lin Yu's plan. He'd raised the brick dramatically to give the man time to think and believe. As for his decisiveness, pure acting. And he gambled right. With the man's belief, Lin Yu truly became a soldier. His physical abilities multiplied instantly. Strength flooded his body, movements turning light and agile. Crack! The brick struck Lin Yu's forearm, causing slight pain. But enhanced skin, muscles, and bones improved his durability. The impact only stung briefly without real harm. The brick itself shattered against his arm. Lin Yu stared down the man in black. "Now you know my class. Since you admitted being from the same organization as my killer, it's only fair I take revenge, right?" Lin Yu clenched his fist. "Name your class or I'll have to extract it forcefully." The man in black laughed at Lin Yu's imposing demeanor. "Fine, I'll tell you. Though you're a soldier, the organization sent me because my class handles such situations." Oh, Lin Yu squinted. The man put away his dagger and produced 2 black spheres from his clothes. Surprised. "While not unique, my class is rare and powerful. My class is Ninja. Farewell, Lin Yu." He smashed the spheres on the ground, producing billowing smoke. Cough, cough. The acrid, slightly spicy smoke made Lin Yu's eyes water and nose burn. Waving away the smoke, Lin Yu found the street empty again. Under the vast night sky, Lin Yu sighed. "Ninja, if classes relate to real-life experience, how does someone awaken that? That guy didn't even look Japanese. Too much Naruto gaming, perhaps." Although the black-clad figure had escaped, Lin Yu didn't feel particularly frustrated. After all, no matter how enhanced a soldier's physical abilities were, they still couldn't withstand bullets. Had already confirmed this with Yu Longyuo. And within the psychological society, organization, there was undoubtedly someone armed with firearms. While Lin Yu harbored deep resentment toward these people who had dragged him into this death game under absurd pretenses after killing him, he hadn't let hatred cloud his judgment. Revenge was something that needed careful planning. Tonight wasn't a complete waste, though. At least I learned my killer belongs to the psychological society and their general motives, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, ouch, a petite girl bumped into Lin Yu. The girl wore her hair in a short single ponytail barely longer than a tuft, with a perfectly round head shape. Despite it being midnight, she wore sunglasses and a mask, dressed in a black windbreaker with a hiking backpack looking every bit like a player. Before Lin Yu could determine if this was an attack, the girl rubbed her head and angrily spoke first. "Damn your ancestors. Are you blind? How could you just bump into people?" The girl, who only reached Lin Yu's chest, looked up angrily. Her accent and attitude clearly marked her as a local of Jiangcheng. Seeing this tiny but fierce creature, Lin Yu took a step back, ready to apologize. But then he reconsidered. Something wasn't right here. "Hey, watch your mouth. I was standing still. You were the one who bumped into me. You're the one not watching where you're going. How dare you turn this around on me?" The short girl paused, then puffed her cheeks. Well, you shouldn't be standing in the middle of the road at night anyway." With all this smoke around, I couldn't see. Her tone had weakened considerably, but she remained defiant. Seeming to realize she was in the wrong, she waved her hand dismissively. All right, find me bad, sorry." With that hurried apology, the girl pushed past Lin Yu and continued walking. Shaking his head, Lin Yu turned and followed the same direction. After just a few steps, the petite girl whirled around, pointing angrily at Lin Yu. "Why are you following me? I already apologized." Lin Yu raised his hands. "I'm not following you, I'm going this way too." "Yeah, right. Wearing a mask at night, you're a player too, aren't you? Who knows if you're planning to rob me? She pulled out a box cutter from her pocket, extending the blade with a threatening flick. Stay back, keep your distance, I'm not someone to mess with. My class is super strong, I'm a soldier, the girl declared fiercely. Lin Yu looked at the tiny box cutter matching its owner's stature and sighed. His soldier deception was still in effect. While a dagger might pose some threat, this box cutter probably couldn't even break his skin, and this girl was definitely no soldier. But with her jumpy personality, he didn't want further complications. Fine, fine, I'll keep my distance, I'll go first. Lin Yu remained in place, raising his hands in surrender. The girl glanced back, snorted, then quickened her pace. Her speed gradually increased until she was practically jogging. Seeing her figure grow distant, Lin Yu resumed walking. Why do so many death game players seem mentally unstable? He muttered, reaching the street corner. As Lin Yu prepared to unlock his bicycle to head home, he froze. His properly locked bicycle parked by the roadside was gone. Checking his pocket, the keys were missing too. Rushing forward, he saw a shared bike parked where his bicycle had been. A sticky note on the shared bike bore messy yet delicate handwriting. Just kidding, I'm not a soldier, I'm a thief, hee. A doodled tongue sticking out face completed the note. Lin Yu immediately recalled the girl who had bumped into him. Thighs was undoubtedly her handiwork. He immediately sprinted down the street but found no trace of the girl anywhere. Lin Yu exhaled sharply. I've really been looked down upon. That girl's acting had been impeccable, hadn't detected any performance. Here he was, a top-performing theater student, and the death game's designated fraudster, out-acted by some petty thief. World truly overflowed with talent. Standing still, Lin Yu began laughing coldly. Very well, first a ninja, now a thief. Tonight seemed destined for encounters with vermin. Better hope I don't catch you in the game, you sewer rats. Lin Yu ground his teeth. If he encountered psychological society members in the game, he'd kill them given the chance. As for that bicycle-stealing thief, he'd at least give her a thorough beating and make her return his bike. Thinking this, Lin Yu exhaled slowly. Peeling off the note covering the QR code, his phone immediately displayed a notification. This vehicle is temporarily out of service due to damage. Inspection revealed the shared bike's chain had been removed. The night breeze flipped the sticky note, revealing additional text. With your IQ, you should probably give up on bicycles altogether. Lin Yu took 3 deep breaths upon reading this. For a moment, his hatred for that thieving girl surpassed even his resentment toward the psychological society member who had killed him, that mysterious junior. Taking another deep breath, Lin Yu muttered, you'd better hope I never catch you. Otherwise, he'd personally hang that girl up and whip her with a bicycle chain until her skin split. Forget it, I should head home before my sister worries. With this thought, Lin Yu walked forward. But just 1 block away, he found his bicycle perfectly parked by the roadside. Even his keys sat on the seat alongside another sticky note. Just messing with you, hours your bike back. Another doodled tongue face concluded the note. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of mental disorder does that thief have? Why return the bike? Crouching to unlock it, he noticed something amiss. This isn't my lock. Lin Yu stared blankly at the unfamiliar lock. Another sticky note on the lockboard, just 2 characters this time, teehee. Lin Yu was utterly speechless. Teehee my ass. With a powerful punch fueled by his soldier-enhanced 5-fold strength, the lock shattered with a loud bang. Shaking his slightly reddened hand, Lin Yu tossed the broken lock into a nearby trash bin. Good thing I'm always 1 step ahead. Lin Yu rode his bicycle back home. Just like yesterday, Lin Zhao was waiting behind the door, except this time she was sitting on the sofa with the lights on. Seeing Lin Yu push the door open, Lin Zhao immediately sprang up from the sofa, rolled up her sleeves, and marched toward him with undisguised anger on her face. Lin Yu, today is already. Before Lin Zhao could explode, Lin Yu quickly opened his backpack and pulled out 2 stacks of RMB. Official business, sis, I went to make money. As he spoke, Lin Yu stuffed the 2,000 yuan into Lin Zhao's arms. The pink banknotes instantly wiped the anger from Lin Zhao's face. She instinctively rubbed the bills between her fingers to verify their authenticity before speaking in a still somewhat reproachful tone. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Besides, didn't I tell you not to take part-time jobs? That's exactly why I kept it from you, because I knew you wouldn't allow it. Lin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not tiring work. Just quick money earned over a few nights. Lin Zhao suddenly looked suspicious. Quick money at night. Lin Yu, you didn't become some kind of male host, did you? I'm telling you, you better keep yourself clean. Lin Yu found this both funny and irritating. What kind of idea is that, sis? Why would I do that kind of work? As for the origin of this money, Lin Yu had already prepared an explanation. An upperclassman at my school is making short videos, and I made 2 guest appearances. This is my appearance fee. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Zhao indeed believed him. After all, in Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Yu was practically a future big star and award-winning actor. Getting paid a few thousand for a few days' appearance in short videos was perfectly reasonable. If there are such good opportunities, you should tell me. I would definitely agree. It's not like I'm completely unreasonable. Lin Zhao even got somewhat excited. Hey, what's your upperclassman's account name? I want to see what you filmed. Lin Yu waved his hand. They're still building their follower base, so all the videos are being saved up before release. I'll definitely tell you when they're posted. I'm pretty tired after filming all night. I'm going to bed now. With that, Lin Yu quickly escaped to his room. Closing the door behind him, Lin Yu let out a sigh. He had finally managed to fool Lin Zhao. Lin Yu was already considering whether he should actually film some short videos, not only to have something to show his sister in a few days, but also to avoid having to make up new excuses every time he earned money at gatherings. But these are all small matters. The most urgent thing is ensuring my survival in the death game. Thinking this, Lin Yu opened the forum again and began browsing strategy guides. Because of the unique characteristics of his fraudster class, Lin Yu decided to memorize all currently known classes and their abilities. For other players, memorizing other classes' abilities wasn't completely useless, but nobody would deliberately go through such trouble. After all, in non-competition dungeons, everyone would introduce their own abilities. But for Lin Yu, the most useful application of his fraudster class right now was pretending to be other classes. Depending on each dungeon's characteristics, he could choose the most suitable class to impersonate. Of course, besides this, Lin Yu was also studying regular dungeon strategies. Soon, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu spent the entire weekend holed up in his room studying various game strategies under the pretense of reading scripts. Even during school days, he spent all his free time outside of classes and rehearsals frantically studying strategies. This greatly enriched his theoretical knowledge about the death game. Even on his way to and from school, Lin Yu would recall the death game classes like memorizing vocabulary while riding his bike. Feels almost like going back to the days before college entrance exams. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. And just past noon on Tuesday, the bloody text before his eyes underwent some changes. Less than 24 hours remain until the latest possible start time for the next game. Before midnight tonight, find a body of water deeper than 50 centimeters and completely submerge yourself in it to wait for game entry. Looking at the bloody text, Lin Yu understood. This was the entry method for the next game. From browsing the forum these past few days, Lin Yu had learned that weekly entries into the death game didn't happen instantly. Instead, you had to follow some bloody text instructions to enter, and these methods usually resembled certain ways to die. Today's method was probably imitating drowning. Lucky it's not too demanding, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Lin Yu muttered to himself. If you failed to enter the dungeon as instructed by midnight, you wouldn't be erased or anything, but would be forcibly entered into the dungeon. However, in such cases, you'd usually face extremely harsh penalties in the dungeon. Some people even died immediately upon entry, practically no different from the death penalty. As a newcomer who just passed his first dungeon, Lin Yu didn't want to challenge higher difficulties in his second dungeon. So Lin Yu had already prepared his body of water. Fortunately, he had one right at home. Although their apartment was old and small, the bathroom was relatively spacious. On a whim some time ago, Lin Zhao had bought a huge wooden bathtub, planning to enjoy hot baths. But later she found it wasted too much water, especially since heating that much water consumed a lot of gas. So the bathtub had only been used a few times before being left on the balcony. Today, taking advantage of Lin Zhao not being home, Lin Yu returned early from school and dragged the tub to the bathroom to clean it. Then, Lin Yu quietly waited until Lin Zhao returned home in the evening. You're back early today. You took out the bathtub. Yeah, I thought I'd take a hot bath after studying tonight. Lin Zhao wasn't surprised by this. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room to review a few more strategy guides and reinforce his memorization of classes. Then, around midnight, when Lin Zhao was already asleep in her room, Lin Yu tiptoed to the bathroom and locked the door behind him. People on the forum generally agree that the entry methods are mostly related to the game content. Since my dungeon this time is likely related to water, I should try to roleplay as either a fisherman or sailor. Thinking this, wearing flip-flops and tropical-style shorts and shirt, Lin Yu took a deep breath and submerged himself in the tub, holding his breath within minutes. As Lin Yu felt his consciousness fading, bloody text appeared before his eyes, entering game. Game Nummy Issel, and sir, in his dazed state, the bloody text seemed to squirm momentarily, but soon the text became orderly again. Game name Deadly Quiz. Clear condition, solve the necessary puzzles. Number of players in this game, 5. Cough-tui. Lin Yu sat up from the water, coughing out the liquid in his mouth. His clothes and hair were completely soaked, and the air was thick with moisture. He immediately wiped the water from his bangs and surveyed his surroundings. It was an empty room about the size of a classroom, with pure white walls and ceiling emitting a soft glow. Square openings existed at the very top and bottom of the walls, the upper ones slowly pouring water, while the lower ones drained it. The drainage speed clearly outpaced the inflow, causing the water level to rapidly decrease. Where it had reached chest height when he first sat up, it now only came up to his abdomen. The room contained nothing else besides these features. Lin Yu looked around and saw the other 4 players as the game notification had mentioned. Cough, Tui. They too were just emerging from the water, sputtering out mouthfuls of the liquid. Lin Yu examined them as usual. There was a tanned, burly middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt and trousers, with a white hard hat on his head. Not far from him stood 2 young people supporting each other, a guy in a gray hoodie and jeans, and a girl in pink athletic wear. They looked like ordinary college students. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow curiously. These 2 seem to know each other and are overly familiar, most likely a couple, at the very least in some ambiguous relationship. He'd seen mentions of team formations on the forum before. Certain special items could temporarily allow 2 or more people to participate in the same dungeon together. He just hadn't expected to encounter a pair in his second dungeon. Then Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the last player. He froze momentarily. The final participant was a rather young girl. She stood barely taller than his dear club president Shen Bingmiao. Dressed in a black windbreaker and cargo pants with a short ponytail, her head appeared perfectly round-topped with a pair of circular black sunglasses. Lin Yu found her outfit vaguely familiar but couldn't place it immediately. That was until the girl turned her head toward Heimven through the sunglasses. Lin Yu was certain their eyes had met, and in that instant of eye contact, her unmasked lower face showed slight surprise as her lips parted slightly. This reaction confirmed it for Lin Yu. This was the bastard who'd stolen his bicycle. Lin Yu felt anger surge through him, yet he also laughed in grim satisfaction. Instant karma comes quickly. Never thought I'd actually meet you in the game. Lin Yu immediately stood up and began wading through the water toward the girl. Just wait till I break both your legs. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, the girl panicked instantly. Hey, don't come any closer. She scrambled to her feet and started backing away. From the hints, this dungeon is probably cooperative and puzzle-based. There's no need for violence between us. Lin Yu's smile turned icier. I know, but having broken legs shouldn't affect puzzle solving, right? The girl hastily pulled out a utility knife, her face pale. Then stay back. You can't be sure you'd win if we fought. Trying to pretend you're a soldier again. Don't think I don't know you're a thief. Lin Yu sneered. I wouldn't dare. Even if I were a soldier, it wouldn't matter. You're one too, the girl whined pitifully. But don't think being a soldier makes you invincible. This knife is really sharp. Lin Yu responded with a cold laugh before pulling out his guaranteed hit revolver from his coat. Oh really? Is your knife as good as this? The appearance of the pistol shattered the girl's last shred of resistance. She plopped down into the water with a splash, her face the picture of misery. Big bro, I was wrong. It was just a joke. I returned your bike in the end anyway. And that lock didn't even slow you down. I saw from a distance how you smashed it open in 2 hits. Seeing her surrender so quickly, Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. Just like the previous ninja, it seemed the soldier class carried considerable intimidation among common classes. Combined with this pistol, his setup probably made him formidable among regular players. Indeed, the other 3 players watching this exchange regarded Lin Yu, a soldier, with a pistol with newfound respect. Finally observing the kneeling girl and armed Lin Yu, the hard hat-wearing man spoke up nervously. Ahem, young man, I gather you have some real-life grievance with this girl. She played a prank by locking your bicycle, right? In my opinion, while the girl is indeed mischievous, it's not worth risking danger in the death game over this, especially since this appears to be a cooperative scenario. No need to jeopardize yourself out of anger, don't you think? Lin Yu had mostly cooled down after her dramatic kneel, but he kept the gun out. He needed to confirm one thing. But why target me with your prank out of nowhere? Were you sent by some organization to test me? The girl raised her hands above her head, shaking them frantically. I swear on my life, absolutely not. Then why? Spit it out, Lin Yu demanded sternly. The thief girl looked utterly miserable. I was at the market that day selling items. I worked hard last dungeon to obtain 2 speed talismans, hoping to sell them at good prices. But when I got there, some players told me my prices were too high because someone had just sold over a dozen bottles of agility potion with better effects. After confirming it was true, I only managed to sell 1 talisman all night even after lowering prices. I got frustrated and asked about your general description. Then by chance I actually saw you on the street. You were confronting a ninja at the time. It seemed like perfect timing, so in a fit of pettiness I decided to mess with you a little. Hearing this, Lin Yu found himself torn between anger and amusement. Fine, such childish behavior, he waved dismissively. Now that he knew she wasn't sent by some organization to probe him, Lin Yu's last concern vanished. His anger had completely dissipated too. Picking fights with someone this immature simply wasn't worth his time. Alright, now that the misunderstanding has been temporarily cleared up, let's briefly introduce ourselves. After all, this is a cooperative puzzle-solving game, so it's necessary for us to get to know each other. After Lin Yu put down his pistol, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. The middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat quickly stepped in to mediate again. In puzzle-oriented games like this, the situation usually isn't too urgent, often providing ample time for players to communicate and understand each other. He took the lead in setting an example. You can call me Iron Uncle, that's also my forum ID. My profession is craftsman, and I've cleared 10 dungeons so far. Hearing Iron Uncle's introduction, Lin Yu understood. 8 dungeons meant he had been participating in the death game for 2 months already. This placed him beyond the beginner range, making him a relatively veteran player. After all, the forum had only been established 2 years ago. The oldest known batch of players had only joined the game 2.5 years prior. Since the death game becomes progressively more difficult, players surviving over 6 months are extremely rare. For Iron Uncle to survive 2 months and 10 dungeons was already quite impressive, and his profession was craftsman. This was also a relatively common and versatile profession, belonging to the enhancement types. Lin Yu remembered the abilities of craftsmen, increasing proficiency with various tools and enhancing understanding of mechanical structures. This was an extremely versatile profession, since most craftsmen could fully utilize their professional advantages simply by obtaining tools like wrenches or screwdrivers through purchase or collection. Moreover, regardless of the dungeon type, most game dungeons would contain mechanisms of some sort. Having a craftsman around could save a lot of trouble. After Iron Uncle finished speaking, the young couple-like pair spoke up. My forum ID is April, profession is doctor, and I've cleared 6 dungeons. The girl introduced herself, then nudged the young man beside her. The young man quickly spoke up. My forum ID is number 8, profession is student, and I've also cleared 6 dungeons. The two introduced themselves one after another. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The doctor's ability was simple yet powerful, the unconditional ability to perform 1 treatment per day without requiring any tools or medicine. A typical skill-type profession. As for student, it belonged to the rule types when encountering non-player characters that could be negotiated within a game dungeon. Students would get 1 opportunity to greatly increase success rate. The self-introductions of April and number 8 made Iron Uncle realize something. You two seem to be together. Did you enter as a team? The two nodded, and Dr. April didn't avoid the question, nodding as she said, yes, we used party items. Iron Uncle sighed with emotion. Out of 5 people, 2 pairs actually know each other. Then he looked at Lin Yu and the young girl. Though we already know you two are soldier and thief, but please introduce yourselves properly. The young girl nodded and began her introduction. Hello everyone, my forum ID is Unforgotten and I've been through 3 dungeon games. Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. Truth be told, in what appeared to be a puzzle-oriented game like this, Lin Yu really didn't want his soldier identity. He would have preferred an information-type profession like teacher or reporter, but since there was someone here who knew him, so Lin Yu had no choice but to admit it. That's right, my profession is soldier. You can call me Nine Waters. I just cleared my first dungeon. Lin Yu said calmly. The young girl's eyes widened. What? You just cleared your first dungeon? Lin Yu looked at her and nodded. Yeah, is that strange? The others also looked incredulous. Iron Uncle adjusted his hard hat and asked, Brother Nine Waters, how did you know about the forum after just your first dungeon? And from what you said, you even attended your city's offline gathering. Beginner dungeons wouldn't encounter veterans, only other beginners, so most newbie players would only learn about the forum and items from older players in their second dungeon. Lin Yu smiled modestly. I just got lucky. Everyone looked at Lin Yu with surprise, clearly curious. The college boy named number 8 showed a relieved expression. Hugh, having a newbie means, this dungeon probably won't be too difficult, he said optimistically and thankfully. After the self-introduction session ended, the water in the room finally finished draining. When all the water had been drained, everyone heard a faint click sound coming from the walls. Lin Yu and the others followed the sound and saw that 4 doors had appeared on the walls. The 4 doors were different colors, red, yellow, blue, and green. Among them, the green door slowly opened, and a person walked out, but Lin Yu and the others were certain that it wasn't human. A humanoid creature wearing a crow head mask and covered in a black feathered cloak walked out. Caw-caw, hello there, players. The crow head's throat produced a hoarse voice, like dozens of voices overlapping. Lin Yu and the others watched it solemnly. The blood-lettered prompt before entering had shown the dungeon name and clearance conditions. The dungeon name was Deadly Quiz, and the clearance condition was solve the necessary puzzles. In other words, this crow man before them was likely the quizmaster. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the crow spoke again. Caw-caw, I will be serving as the examiner for this game. I will give you questions and hints. Caw, there are 3 rooms in this game. Caw-caw, I've set 3 questions in each room to a reward punishment questions and 1 decision question. Caw-caw, answering reward punishment questions correctly brings rewards, while wrong answers bring punishment. As for decision questions, you can only proceed to the next room by answering correctly. Answer all decision questions correctly to clear the dungeon. Caw, those are all the rules for this Deadly Quiz game. As the crow spoke, it flapped its wings, and in that instant, the water flow from the upper water outlet holes suddenly increased. Boom. Water gushed out, falling on everyone again, making them cry out. Damn it, the crow man's voice sounded again. Everyone, please listen to the first question at the current water inflow and drainage speeds. How long will it take for the water to completely fill this room? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned when he heard Crow Man's question. This was a classic pool filling problem that mathematically belonged to elementary school level content. As expected, number 8, the one with the student profession, wiped water from his face and spoke up. A pool filling problem. That's easy. We just need to set time as variable x, he said somewhat urgently. Lin Yu shook his head. No, the difficulty of this problem didn't lie in the mathematical aspect. Before he could speak, his girlfriend beside him, the doctor, whose ID was April, sighed helplessly. But do you know this room's volume, the water inflow rate, and drainage speed? Number 8 froze momentarily. Ah, right. Examiner, what are those values? You can give hints, right? These should fall under hint parameters. He looked at Crow Man anxiously. Crow Man was also soaked, his feathers and mask dripping wet. He looked at number 8 and said, "Caw-caw, that's not within hint parameters." Iron Uncle shook his head at number 8. What you're asking about is precisely this problem's difficulty. Why would elementary level math appear in the death game? This is testing our estimation skills. As he spoke, Iron Uncle had already moved to the room's edge, wading through water to walk its perimeter. Number 8 and April looked puzzled. What's this uncle suddenly doing? Before Lin Yu could explain, the young female thief named Unforgotten spoke. I think he's using step measurements to calculate the room's length and width. This uncle wears a hard hat and has the craftsman profession, so he should be skilled at this. As Unforgotten spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. While the uncle measured the room, Lin Yu wasn't idle either. He approached Crow Man. May I ask whether the final answer needs minute or second precision? This should be within hint parameters, right? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Crow Man glanced at Lin Yu, shook off some water, and replied, "Caw-caw, let me think. All right, your answer's margin of error should be within 5 minutes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this. A 5-minute margin. This meant the estimation didn't need extreme precision. Soon, Iron Uncle completed his circuit and returned. By my estimate, this room is about 9 meters long and 6 meters wide. As for ceiling height, he reached toward the ceiling, judging from this, about 3 meters. Number 8 immediately blurted out, then I know. This classroom's volume should be about 162 cubic meters. He continued eagerly, now we just need the drainage and inflow speeds to calculate. As number 8 spoke, Iron Uncle and April nodded, seemingly considering how to measure the water flow rates. If each outlet's speed is consistent, we could catch all water from one outlet in a container, then calculate each outlet's flow rate based on filling time and with 10 outlets total. April proposed first, but Unforgotten interrupted, no need for such trouble. Although 5-minute error is allowed, the more estimates we make, the greater final error accumulates. She looked at Iron Uncle. Uncle, just one question, are you sure the room height is 3 meters, within 10 centimeters error? Iron Uncle nodded confidently, though height is harder to measure, based on my experience. The proportion suggests 3 meters. After so many construction years, my eyes are rulers. Unforgotten pulled out her utility knife. This standard utility knife is 15 centimeters long, she said, placing it vertically against the wall with the tip touching water and blade snug in the corner. We just need to time how long until water submerges it completely. Then multiply by 20 for total estimated time. She began counting 1, 2, 3. Iron Uncle immediately understood. Transforming the problem into water rise speed is brilliant. I have this pocket watch item I obtained. Let's use it for precise timing. He joined by the wall, taking out a pocket watch to time properly. April and number 8 also grasped Unforgotten's method, showing admiration. So that's how. This way we can estimate fairly accurately, April murmured. I overlooked this approach. Number 8 pouted, thought it was a math problem. Turns out it's a brain teaser, letting this thief show off. April jabbed his waist disapprovingly. Watch your words. Stop saving face with thoughtless comments. Her tone carried displeasure. Chastised, number 8 awkwardly rubbed his nose and squatted down. Eye-level observation might be more accurate. I'll help watch when the water passes the mark. Observing the group timing the water rise, Lin Yu instead felt something was off. As Iron Uncle initially said, simple elementary math wouldn't appear in the death game. At first they thought the difficulty was estimating all parameters, but after Unforgotten simplified everything to just water level plus Crow Man's allowed 5-minute margin. This problem seemed too easy, but what if viewed differently? Like number 8 said, if this wasn't logic math but a brain teaser, brain teaser's hallmark is their traps. Moreover, Crow Man clearly wasn't some mechanical NPC reciting rules. It possessed high intelligence and independent will. It could judge which questions to answer between his and number 8's. Yet, Crow Man's earlier reply made Lin Yu sense something odd in its tone. Let me think then, I'll write 3 imprecise phrases in one hint answer about answer rules. Crow Man didn't seem to care about the error margin, just casually saying 5 minutes. In fact, Crow Man not stating the margin initially already struck Lin Yu as strange. With these thoughts, Lin Yu approached Crow Man again. Looking at the drenched crow man before him, Lin Yu spoke again. Examiner, I'd like to ask. After you pose a question, can we ask you any questions in return? For some reason, the crow man seemed pleased by Lin Yu's question, flapping its wings twice. Caw-caw, of course. This is how I give hints. If you ask the right questions, I'll provide corresponding hints, just as I thought. Lin Yu understood immediately. This question further confirmed his suspicion the crow man's answers were absolutely not meaningless. When previously asked about margin of error, the crow man's casual attitude had led Lin Yu to form a hypothesis. The hypothesis being, the final answer wasn't a specific time at all, making the margin of error truly unimportant. But to confirm this theory, Lin Yu needed to keep questioning. Meanwhile, the group in the corner noticed Lin Yu's actions. Iron Uncle looked at Lin Yu while holding the stopwatch. 9 Waters, what are you doing? The somewhat enthusiastic veteran asked again, just verifying some theories. Uncle, you all keep working. We might still need your calculated results later. Lin Yu waved them off as he spoke. Number 8 glanced at Lin Yu, opening his mouth as if to say something. But remembering Lin Yu's powerful, soldier profession and the revolver he'd initially pulled out, Number 8 ultimately refrained from criticizing Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu turned back to the crow man. Then I have 3 questions. First, Examiner, are the 4 doors in this room related to the decision problem from the first room? The crow man turned its head sideways, fixing Lin Yu with one eye as if carefully examining him. After a while, it turned back and said, caw-caw, yes. The final decision problem requires choosing one door from all in the room, behind which lies the exit to the next room. As the crow man spoke, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Then, Mr. Examiner, what lies behind the wrong doors? The crow man chuckled darkly, caw-caw, endless void of course. Falling means death, caw-caw, but isn't it too early to ask about the decision problem? You haven't even answered the first question yet, but are these truly unrelated to the first question? Lin Yu said, looking down at the drainage hole beneath him. Mr. Examiner, you seem quite skilled at misleading people by telling half-truths. At this, Lin Yu grinned widely. For my third question, you may choose any of the following to answer. When you refer to this room, do you mean this enclosed space with 4 walls, ceiling and floor, or the entire first room of this game? Do these drainage holes lead to the same void space as the wrong doors? Does the void space you mentioned count as part of the first room's scope? Lin Yu fired off questions rapidly. The crow man chuckled low. Caw-caw, impressive player, I can answer all those questions. Caw-caw, the answer is the same as just as you've guessed. As the crow man spoke, Lin Yu looked toward the 4 people huddled in the corner. Hey, you can stop fiddling with your utility knives and water levels now. The answer is obvious, he shouted, and the 4 looked at him confused. The loud rushing water made it hard to hear clearly. While they'd noticed Lin Yu asking the crow questions, they hadn't caught the specifics. Just then the 4 finished their timing measurements. Iron Uncle stopped the stopwatch and led them over. 9 Waters, we've got our results. Water rises about 15 centimeters in 2 minutes 40 seconds, meaning roughly 53 minutes 20 seconds total. We could round to 55 minutes. Despite Lin Yu's strange remarks earlier, Iron Uncle calmly presented their group's unified conclusion after measurements and calculations. Lin Yu shook his head, rejecting Iron Uncle again. No, Iron Uncle, this question isn't about calculation, it's a word trap. Lin Yu then explained his entire reasoning process, questions and all, to Iron Uncle and the other 3. Hearing this, number 8 looked astonished. What? It's really like that? Then we almost got tricked into dying. He spoke with utter disbelief. Nearby, April helplessly reminded her boyfriend again. Hey, this is just a reward-punishment question. Getting it wrong won't kill you directly. There'd just be some punishment. As April spoke, number 8 chuckled foolishly. Oh, is that so? His eyes shone with pure stupidity. However, both April and number 8 seemed convinced by Lin Yu's explanation. Iron Uncle also nodded slightly after hearing Lin Yu's analysis, somewhat convinced. But that way your theory does make much more sense, and with the crow man's responses as evidence, it's almost certain that. Lin Yu nodded, continuing Iron Uncle's thought. Exactly. The answer is that no matter how long it takes, this room can never be filled with water, Lin Yu declared confidently. After all, the scope of this room actually included the endless void mentioned by the crow man, not just this 162 square meter house. Hearing Lin Yu's words. Though 3 of them appeared convinced, only Unforgotten looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Really, 9 Waters, you're not tricking us, are you? Lin Yu sighed at the thieving girl who kept doubting him inexplicably. Why would I trick you? This is a cooperative game. Unforgotten shook her head. I don't know, but what if? Just what if you're completely deranged and petty, holding a grudge against me, wanting to torture me by giving the wrong answer on purpose? Hearing this, Lin Yu nearly laughed in frustration. You've got quite the imagination. If I wanted to torture you, would I go through such pointless trouble? Lin Yu pulled out his revolver, pointing it at Unforgotten's knee. Wouldn't shooting your leg twice work better than any punishment? Lin Yu's attitude immediately changed after drawing his pistol. The young girl adjusted her sunglasses and gave an awkward smile. Aya, brother Nine Waters, I was just casually questioning. It was mostly meant as a joke. Actually, I basically believe your answer. It's just that after all that wasted effort earlier, I couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. Unforgotten said while making a please continue gesture. Let's go with your answer. Lin Yu put away the pistol and looked at Crow Man. Good then, our answer is, no matter how long, this room will never be completely filled with water. He spoke calmly as Crow Man turned to the other four. Do you all agree with this answer? The other four nodded in unison. Agreed, agree. Their voices overlapped, with Unforgotten, who had just been questioning, sounding the most firm. Hearing this, Crow Man flapped its wings. Correct answer. Congratulations on your reward. I will eliminate one incorrect door option. As Crow Man spoke, it turned around and touched the green door it had emerged from. With its wing and the door disappeared. Then Crow Man turned back. Caw, now for the second reward. It waved its wings and then, a new black square suddenly appeared in the center of the ceiling. The square split open in the middle as two black trapdoors appeared and swung open. Then, an even larger torrent of water gushed out from the trapdoors. For a moment, all 5 players froze. They had naturally assumed that after the first question ended, the water outlets would stop again and the accumulated water would drain from the room. But not only had the original water flow not stopped, now there was an additional outlet from the ceiling with a flow rate nearly equal to the other 10 outlets combined. The water level began rising noticeably faster. From this perspective, their earlier estimate of about 55 minutes for the room to fill wasn't entirely meaningless, because now, they could easily calculate that with the room filling much faster, their survival time was likely less than half an hour. Considering they'd already wasted nearly 5 minutes answering the question, now they had less than 15 minutes left. Soon, the water in the room reached past their waists. What kind of reward is this? This is punishment. Iron Uncle couldn't help shouting angrily. Crow Man laughed. This is indeed punishment. Although you answered the first question correctly, so I gave you a reward, but you took too long answering, so I'm also giving punishment with this restriction. You should answer faster next time. As Crow Man laughed, Iron Uncle's expression darkened further. Number 8 also looked displeased. How can you do this? You never said we'd be timed. He looked at the group and whispered, should I use my ability to make it shut off the water outlets? At least get it to close that huge one on the ceiling. Hearing this, Iron Uncle and April both seemed tempted. Lin Yu frowned, about to speak up against it, but Unforgotten beat him to it. Unnecessary. I don't think we should use your ability. Hereth's is only the first room. At least wait until we're truly stumped by the second or third question in this room before using your ability to buy us time. Unforgotten said playfully, then added, Aya, I assume everyone here can swim. Number 8 and April both shook their heads. We took swimming together in college, April said. Iron Uncle also laughed. I can swim too, been fond of it since my youth. Lin Yu nodded. He could swim too, though not exceptionally well. Floating in still water wasn't difficult. Unforgotten's words essentially reflected his own thoughts. This young girl had convinced the others for him, making Lin Yu view this thief in a slightly better light. All right, let's not waste any more time. Lin Yu looked at Crow Man. Since you dislike wasted time too, then present your second question. Hearing Lin Yu's request, Crow Man spread its feathers and floated on the water's surface. Caw, then here comes the second, reward-punishment question. With the increased water flow, you already know time is limite, so hypothetically, I'm assigning your group of 5 3 tasks. These 3 tasks are, crack the safe combination, find the padlock key, and turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. As Crow Man spoke, a projection of a safe appeared on the wall nearby. Seeing Iron Uncle and Number 8's eager expressions, Crow Man cawed twice. Interruption. These are just hypothetical tasks. You don't actually need to do them, so the trapdoor can't really be closed. This dashed Number 8 and Iron Uncle's unrealistic hopes. Assume cracking the safe combination takes 10 minutes, finding the padlock key takes 12 minutes, and turning the switch to close the black trapdoor takes 15 minutes. Cracking the safe requires 1 person. Finding the key requires 3 people. Turning the switch requires 2 people. So can you ensure no one drowns before the trapdoor is closed? Number 8 instinctively responded, another elementary math problem. This was even more classic than the pool draining problem, a time allocation question, like brushing teeth while boiling water to save time, a problem type engraved in every elementary math student's DNA. But this time, no one treated it as just a simple math problem, after their earlier lesson. Even Number 8, who had spoken without thinking, quickly realized and looked at Lin Yu. 9 Waters, is this question also fundamentally a word trap question? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but based on the last question, that possibility seems high. Unforgotten nodded and said, but we can't assume it definitely is a word trap question either. After all, this game might intentionally do the opposite, using our expectations to make us think it's another word trap when actually, it's just a normal math problem this time. That possibility exists too. Lin Yu basically agreed with Unforgotten's reasoning. although the Crow Man had indeed played word games and set a trap in the first question. However, this couldn't be used as proof that this question must contain wordplay. In a sense, this was also a form of fraudulent behavior. So after putting himself in the other's shoes, Lin Yu the fraudster easily reached a conclusion. If it were him, Lin Yu would definitely mix truth with falsehood too. After brief consideration, Lin Yu picked up where Unforgotten left off. Then let's temporarily treat this problem as a regular elementary school math question. If we discover the possibility of wordplay traps while solving it, we can consider that aspect then, Lin Yu said quietly, since Lin Yu had almost single-handedly solved the first question earlier. Despite being the newest member in terms of experience, he had become the group's backbone. Naturally, the other 4 players had no objections to Lin Yu's current suggestion. Number 8 quickly began calculating. There are 5 of us, but these tasks require a total of 6 people. Number 8 looked at the Crow Man as if realizing something. Examiner, must we strictly adhere to this number? Could we possibly do it with one more or less person, even if it affects completion time? Number 8 asked. The Crow Man shook its head, caw-caw. Each task must be completed with exactly the required number. After hearing this, number 8 scratched his head sheepishly. So that's how it is. I thought the trap might be hidden here. Then he began mental calculations. If we strictly treat this as a math problem, with this calculation method, the fastest would take 25 minutes, Unforgotten said beside them. One person cracks the code, 3 search for keys, 1 stands by, then the code cracker immediately joins the standby person to turn the switch. 25 minutes, Iron Uncle pondered. At that time, it seems quite likely someone among us would die. After all, in the most optimistic scenario, this room would be completely flooded in about 15 minutes. Even considering breath-holding duration, someone would undoubtedly drown. April also frowned, so the answer inevitably involves someone dying. No, that's the conclusion from treating it purely as a math problem. Unforgotten shook her head. We haven't considered the possibility of wordplay traps. Yet did you notice the Crow Man's exact wording? Can you guarantee no one will drown before the hatch closes? He didn't specify that we must complete all 3 tasks. In other words, if we prioritize completing the most time-consuming task of closing the switch, then after 15 minutes, hatch would close, stopping the water flow. Considering breath-holding time in that scenario, we might not lose anyone. As Unforgotten spoke, Iron Uncle and Number 8 were convinced. That makes sense. This seems to be the wordplay trap. Only April remained frowning. I feel something's off, but I can't pinpoint it. Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. The water level had now risen to his chest, and the shorter Unforgotten had to tread water to speak. April wasn't tall either, so she stood on tiptoe in the water. Number 8 grew anxious. Right or wrong? At least Unforgotten's analysis sounds reasonable. Let's just answer based on this after all. Answering too slowly also incurs penalties. Number 8's words swayed April too. But just as April was about to endorse Unforgotten's analysis, Lin Yu spoke up. No, had Unforgotten deduced is actually the biggest trap. Even though Lin Yu had suggested temporarily ignoring wordplay traps, everyone still couldn't truly disregard that possibility. It's hard to overcome preconceived notions in one's subconscious. Having experienced deception in the first round, Lin Yu knew well that successful fraud often exploits people's subconscious assumptions. So this question's trap isn't in the wording, but on the wall. Lin Yu looked at the safe projection on the wall. It was an old-fashioned safe projection with a combination dial lock. Whether it's 25 minutes or 15 minutes, the timing is too ambiguous. Both scenarios could either result in deaths or not. So the answer can't be such an uncertain time frame. And I'm curious, must you present these as hypothetical tasks rather than having us actually perform them? The Crow Man shrugged. After all, this game is called Deadly Quiz. Lin Yu shook his head. No, there's more to it. That safe on the wall is probably the illustration for the first task. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man. Then where are the illustrations for the next 2 tasks? Hearing Lin Yu's question, the Crow Man floating on the water burst into laughter, slapping the water surface with its wings. Caw-caw, you found the key point again. The Crow Man waved, and projections illustrating the other 2 tasks appeared sequentially. First was a narrow hole too small for a hand to reach into, containing a metal key. This was likely the illustration for the second, find the key task. Next, an old-fashioned rotary switch projection appeared on the wall wrapped with fist-thick chain sending in a massive padlock. This illustrated the third turn the switch task. The padlock's design perfectly matched the metal key. Seeing these 3 illustrations, the remaining 4 players realized something. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man and said quietly, let me confirm this, examiner. These 3 tasks must be completed sequentially, correct? The Crow Man laughed, caw-caw. Yes, safe contains a magnet and thin wire. The key unlocks the switch's padlock. You're too clever. Lin Yu exhaled. So the actual time needed to close the overhead hatch is 10 plus 12 plus 15, a full 37 minutes at that point. Forget about possible deaths. None of us might survive. Therefore, my answer is, we cannot guarantee no one will die. The Crow Man looked at the other 4 players. Before it could ask, the remaining 4 hurriedly spoke up. We all agree with Lin Yu's answer. The water level had risen further, now forcing even the 3 taller men to stand on tiptoe. The Crow Man then announced the answer. Caw, congratulations. You've correctly answered the second reward-punishment question. Your reward is in the next rooms. Dilemma question. After your first answer, I'll open the door you didn't choose in this room and give you one chance to change your selection. After Crow Man finished speaking, Lin Yu showed a slight reaction. This hint combined with the room's layout and the information he obtained from the first question, all these immediately made Lin Yu think of a classic probability theory problem. Just as expected, Crow Man spoke again. Caw, congratulations on reaching the first room's decision problem. Caw, as you can see, this room has doors of different colors. Only one leads to the next room. Caw, the other doors, as you already know, lead to the endless void falling and mean certain death. Caw, all of you must still agree on one answer and choose the same door before I'll lead you through. So now, make your decision and tell me which colored door you want to choose. As Crow Man spoke, Lin Yu instantly understood. Unforgotten spoke simultaneously. This is the Monty Hall paradox, also called the 3 doors problem. Hearing Unforgotten's quiet words, Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. You actually know this? Unforgotten looked at Lin Yu with slight displeasure. It's not some advanced or cutting-edge theory. Isn't it normal that I know it? Though stealing your bike was wrong, you shouldn't question my knowledge. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. He had indeed subconsciously underestimated Unforgotten's education after all. The girl's profession was thief, since everyone's awakened profession was usually related to their life, and Lin Yu had also encountered a thief in the first dungeon. So Lin Yu had almost instinctively assumed this girl was a professional thief like Yao Zhengai, and a teenage professional thief probably never attended school. Knowing elementary math was one thing, but the 3 doors problem was probability theory content, though basic. Its popularity wasn't that widespread. Lin Yu looked at April, number 8, and Iron Uncle. The 2 college students and the white-helmeted construction supervisor clearly hadn't heard of this theory. They all looked blankly at Lin Yu and Unforgotten. What's the 3 doors problem? Unforgotten glared at Lin Yu. The 9 waters, you explain it. With the water level rising, Lin Yu wasn't in the mood to argue with Unforgotten, so he briefly explained the problem. This problem originated from a TV game show, exactly matching our situation. Simply put, a person must choose one of 3 doors. Only one has a prize of the correct door while the other 2 are wrong. After choosing, the host opens another wrong door, then asks if they want to switch. Debate is whether switching increases the probability of choosing correctly. Due to time pressure, Lin Yu didn't let them think freely. I'll give the conclusion direct. Answer is yes. Not switching gives a 1/3 chance, but switching raises it to 2/3. This counterintuitive conclusion immediately drew skepticism from Iron Uncle, April, and number 8. You mean we first choose a door, then after Crow Man opens one, we immediately switch? Iron Uncle asked incredulously. Right, Unforgotten said urgently. This is a probability theory problem, mathematically proven long ago. We can explain why in the next safe room. For now, just do it this way. With the water now completely above Unforgotten's head, she kept treading water, her tone anxious. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Iron Uncle gritted his teeth. We randomly pick one now, right? Let's choose red. Okay, red it is. April and number 8 quickly agreed. After all 5 chose red, Crow Man laughed. Caw, first choice is red. Good, now I'll give the hint. Then Crow Man flapped its wings, opening the yellow door opposite the red one. Splash. Beyond the yellow door was pitch-black void, water gushing out violently, pushing everyone toward it. Though relieved the water level was dropping, they soon realized. The current speed was dangerous too. This reward sucks. Number 8 cursed, grabbing April to prevent her being swept away. Iron Uncle paddled against the current, squatting to stabilize himself. Unforgotten, already unable to touch bottom, completely lost balance. Help, she flailed desperately, nearly swept out. When she was less than half a meter from the yellow door, Lin Yu, steady as a rock in the current, sighed and used his soldier 5-fold physical ability to stride over, grabbing Unforgotten's windbreaker collar to drag her back to the center. You're truly magnanimous, Evan, though you kept threatening me with your gun earlier. In the end, you still saved my sorry ass. She panted heavily. Lin Yu flicked her forehead. I just think your crimes don't deserve death. Though stealing his bike was despicable, Lin Yu didn't think she deserved to die. After joining the death game, Lin Yu's mindset had changed. When necessary, he could absolutely kill. But that didn't mean he'd become a cold psychopath who'd ignore people in danger or kill indiscriminately. While he and Unforgotten had conflicts, it wasn't to the point of killing her. Moreover, Lin Yu was beginning to suspect that despite being a thief, Unforgotten might be the most useful teammate in this deadly quiz game. After all, she seemed quite intelligent. As the yellow door stayed open and drainage outpaced inflow, the water level soon receded below everyone's waist. The current weakened too. Lin Yu released Unforgotten's collar, but the girl still clung to his arm, visibly shaken. The water won't sweep you away now, Lin Yu said helplessly. No way. That couple over there is still holding on. Unforgotten pointed at number 8, still embracing April. Lin Yu sighed, they're a couple. We just met. I could pair up with you too. Unforgotten shamelessly said, 9 waters bro, I like you, cut the crap. Lin Yu said resignedly but didn't force her to let go. Their exchange reached the other 3. April nudged number 8, who awkwardly released her. The current's fine now. Iron Uncle, squatting alone, suddenly mused, youth is wonderful. But though the water's receding, we should switch doors fast. Now the only remaining door is the blue one, right? As the water level in the room gradually receded, the pressure of potentially drowning at any moment disappeared, and the group's tension visibly lessened. Lin Yu finally had a moment to think calmly. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, let's not rush into making a choice yet. Lin Yu interrupted everyone who was about to choose the blue door, speaking in a serious tone. Iron Uncle looked at Lin Yu with confusion. Is there a problem, 9 waters? Is there something wrong with this 3 doors problem? It can't be wrong, this is something already conclusively proven in mathematics. Unforgotten said firmly. Lin Yu shook his head. No, this isn't about the conclusion of the 3 doors problem itself. I'm just thinking that even following that logic, the final result isn't 100% right. April recalled Lin Yu's earlier words. I remember you said if we change our choice, the probability of picking the correct door becomes 2/3, meaning we still have a 1/3 chance of dying. Lin Yu nodded. Exactly, that's what I'm considering. No matter how you look at it, a 1/3 probability is still too high. Hearing this, Iron Uncle sighed. The death game always involves an element of luck. In one of the 8 dungeons I've experienced, all players even had to play Russian roulette. After all, this is the death game. Unforgot also nodded in agreement. That's right. Honestly, having a 2/3 survival probability is already pretty good. Despite their words, Lin Yu remained unconvinced. But this doesn't seem consistent with the style of this deadly quiz game. The first 2 questions were reward-punishment questions, while this one is a choice question. Unforgotten waved her hand. Isn't it normal for there to be differences? Number 8 put on a heroic expression. Yeah, I think we should make a decision soon sometimes. To win the game, you need some courage. When you become brave, the goddess of luck will stand by your side. Lin Yu looked at number 8 in surprise. This student had been timid throughout the game, seeming even more cowardly than Chen Zhu. Yet now he was saying such words. However, number 8's sudden bravery lasted less than a second before being interrupted by his girlfriend April. April poked him. Don't rush the decision. I think you just don't want to get splashed by water anymore, April said sternly. Number 8 sheepishly rubbed his nose. Ah, you caught me. April sighed. So, when it comes to life and death matters, don't interfere with others' thinking. Although most of the water had already drained through the doors, the 10 drainage holes and trapdoor on the ceiling were still releasing water. The flowing water kept intermittently wetting everyone's calves and shoes, leaving the room damp. Splashing water also occasionally soaked their upper bodies and hair, making everyone quite uncomfortable. But hearing April's words, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. I understand now. This isn't the 3 doors problem at all. He spoke with sudden enlightenment, then looked at Crow Man. Because actually the number of doors we can choose from was 4 before you opened the yellow door, and now it's still 3, right? As Lin Yu spoke, Crow Man laughed. Caw-caw, yes, it's still a choice among 3. Crow Man's words shocked Iron Uncle. What do you mean? Was the reward from the first round fake? Can we still choose that disappeared green door? No, the rewards are all real, Lin Yu said calmly, and both reward hints were true. He pointed at the black trapdoor on the ceiling that was still releasing water. From the beginning, this guy said we needed to choose from doors, but it never specified they had to be one of these 4 doors. And if we hadn't answered the first question correctly, this trapdoor probably wouldn't have opened. We'd have never known there was a trapdoor above us. This choice question is just like the first 2 reward-punishment questions. It contains a trap, one that combines elements from the previous 2 questions. Lin Yu smiled as he spoke, and it just said, if we choose a door, it will take us through the door. Why use such strange wording? Its habit of hiding traps in the questions proves in a way that every word it says might be carefully designed. So this is also a hidden hint. Lin Yu looked at Crow Man and said, in this game we don't need probability. Trying to use the 3 doors problem from probability theory is itself a mathematical solution. But this game, at least all the questions in this room, use mathematics to conceal traps. Hearing this, Crow Man asked, but isn't that still not enough? What if this black door is also a trap? Lin Yu shook his head. Then that's where luck comes in. But since water is flowing from this black trapdoor, I don't think it leads to the void. After speaking, Lin Yu grinned. Moreover, the designer of this game dungeon probably wouldn't make it so boring by setting meaningless traps, right? Crow Man looked at Lin Yu, its eyes glimmering. Caw-caw, indeed, I quite admire you. State your choice. Which colored door do you want to select? Lin Yu pointed upward and declared, I choose the black door on the ceiling. As Lin Yu spoke, Crow Man looked at the others. Caw-caw, are your choices the same as his? Seeing that Lin Yu's choice of the black door had succeeded, the others couldn't possibly choose differently now. I also choose the black door, Iron Uncle quickly said. April and number 8 then spoke in unison. We choose the black door. Unforgotten looked at Lin Yu with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Then she turned to Crow Man and grinned. Then I also choose the black door. Hearing their choices, Crow Man nodded. Good, the choice has been made. As Crow Man spoke, it fully spread its wings. The black wings were more expansive than anyone had imagined. It wrapped everyone in its wings, then flew toward the black trapdoor. Just as it was about to hit the trapdoor, the black trapdoor suddenly enlarged, with the entire ceiling splitting open. Then, they arrived in the second room. After flying upward for about 5 minutes, the Crow Man gradually came to a stop. Lin Yu felt himself being gently set down. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be made of wooden planks, creaking slightly with each step, though Lin Yu wasn't entirely certain. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that compared to the first pure white, softly lit room, this one was pitch black. Lin Yu looked down and could barely make out the dark floor. Only 2 black candles on candlesticks ahead provided faint illumination, barely lighting up the surrounding space. On either side of Lin Yu, the other 4 players were also adjusting to the darkness. Soon, Iron Uncle, who adapted fastest, spoke up. Wait, where's the Crow Man? Only then did everyone notice that the Examiner Crow Man had disappeared. Originally covered entirely in black feathers, it had completely vanished into this utterly dark room. Number 8 panicked. Ah, what do we do? Examiner's gone. Does this mean we have to figure this level out ourselves? Just then, the Crow Man's distinctive raspy, layered voice echoed through the room. Caw-caw, welcome everyone to the second room. This room still contains 2 reward-punishment questions and 1 decision question. The Crow Man's voice reverberated in the chamber. Caw-caw, in this room, questioning me will be replaced by questioning specific creatures, and there will be a limit to the number of questions you can ask. So, good luck. As the Crow Man's voice faded, the sound of flapping wings came from above. Then 2 black crows landed on the left and right candlesticks. With their arrival, the candles seemed to burn slightly brighter, illuminating the area around the candlesticks. Between and beside the 2 candlesticks stood 3 swaying rope bridges. The Crow Man's voice sounded again. Caw-caw, among these 3 bridges, only one will safely take you to the opposite side. The other 2 will suddenly collapse when you reach the middle, sending you falling into the endless void. Caw-caw, before you stand 2 great deities manifested as crow avatars. One represents truth and the other represents falsehood. Caw-caw, truth will only speak truthfully, falsehood will only lie, and they will only answer yes or no questions. You have 2 opportunities to question them to determine your final planned route. After speaking, the Crow Man fell silent. This time, number 8 grew excited after listening. I've heard of puzzles like this. You just need to ask one crow what the other would say if you asked whether a bridge is safe, and that gives you the answer. If we ask the truth, crow and the bridge happens to be safe, it would naturally answer, nah, because that's what the lying crow would say. Similarly, if the bridge isn't safe, it would answer yes. But likewise, if we ask the falsehood crow, if the bridge is safe, the truthful answer would be yes, so it would lie and say no, and if the bridge isn't safe, it would say yes. So it doesn't matter which one we ask, the result is the same. April looked at him in astonishment. You actually figured that out. Number 8 said somewhat sheepishly, just read it in a magazine before. Since there are 3 bridges, 2 questions should be perfect. Iron Uncle also nodded. With good luck, we might confirm it with just 1 question. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes but remained silent. No, this problem isn't that simple, but he didn't speak up, because Lin Yu had already realized something what was different between the second room and the first room. Meanwhile, Unforgotten also stayed quiet in the group. Number 8 eagerly walked up to the crow on the left and asked, Crow, if I asked the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would the other crow answer yes or no? But the left crow didn't respond. Number 8 looked puzzled. Why isn't it answering? April and Iron Uncle exchanged confused glances. Did the Crow Man lie to us, or is it malfunctioning? Unable to watch any longer, Lin Yu sighed and reminded them, because that's not a yes or no question. You need to phrase it properly. If I asked the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would it give an affirmative answer? Lin Yu said quietly. Number 8 had an epiphany. Oh right, haha. Number 8 scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, cough, my bad, sorry. At the same time, he felt frustrated. In the previous room, it had been practically Lin Yu's show. Coming to the second room, he'd finally encountered a puzzle whose solution he knew, wanting to impress everyone, especially his girlfriend Aprilinly, to mess up the phrasing. But fortunately, it wasn't a big deal. Number 8 raised his head again, looked at the leftmost crow, cleared his throat, and repeated the question using Lin Yu's proper phrasing. If I asked the other crow whether the leftmost bridge is safe, would it give an affirmative answer? This time, the left crow finally responded. Its answer was Coo. That single syllable instantly shattered Number 8's composure. Coo, what the hell is that? He yelled in frustration. Nearby, Iron Uncle and April exchanged glances again. Is Coo its answer? April asked incredulously. From the darkness, Unforgotten, who had remained silent until now, burst into laughter. Ahahaha, after all, the Crow Man never said these things would answer yes or no. They're just crows after all. Unforgotten slapped her thigh as she laughed. Number 8 grew anxious. Then what do you suggest we do? Unforgotten waved her hand in the dark. I don't know. But I think with one question left, we should leave it to Nine Waters. Brother Nine Waters probably knew from the start that these crows wouldn't speak human language. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Unforgotten in surprise. Although he had indeed guessed it early on, Lin Yu was curious. How did you know I'd figured it out? Because when you corrected number 8's phrasing earlier, you ultimately said, would it give an affirmative answer? Plus, Brother Nine Waters, you're very smart, so I concluded that if even I vaguely guessed it, you couldn't have missed it. Unforgotten said cheerfully with a smile. And I believe you've already thought of a way to solve this, right, Brother Nine Waters? Otherwise, you wouldn't have let number 8 ask that question just now. Hearing Unforgotten's words, Lin Yu shook his head slightly. It's not exactly solving the puzzle, but there is indeed a way to clear this stage. Lin Yu looked at number 8. Don't let its words throw you off. Although we only have 2 questions left, remember there are 3 bridges here. Given that only one bridge is safe, regardless of what caw means to the crow. As long as you ask the same crow, its 3 answers must contain 2 identical responses and 1 different one. In other words, we can just randomly pick another bridge to ask about and see what answer we get. If both answers match, then naturally, the remaining bridge must be the safe one. Number 8 stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. You can actually do that. Lin Yu nodded slightly, of course, but April sensed something amiss. What if its answer differs from the previous one? Lin Yu smiled. Then I have another solution. Let's just ask first. He turned to the crow on the left. If I asked the other crow whether the far right bridge is safe, would it give a positive answer? The left crow raised its head and responded with another inhuman syllable. Caw, hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. What a shamate's different. Iron Uncle realized something. If they're different, then one of these 2 bridges must be correct. As Iron Uncle spoke, Lin Yu nodded. Exactly. A 50-50 chance now. Number 8 blinked. 50%. That's worse than the previous 2/3 probability. April also nodded. Does that mean this question also has a trap? Lin Yu shook his head. No, unfortunately. I think this time there's no trap. We genuinely have to choose between 2. The Crow Man's riddle this time contained no trick. The theme of this room differs from the previous one. The remaining 4 exchanged uneasy glances. Number 8 asked nervously, so, are we really down to luck now? Not quite. You're still overlooking the fundamental difference between the second room and the first. That's the Crow Man's little trick, but it doesn't qualify as a trap. As he spoke, Lin Yu drew his pistol from his waist. In the first room, all of us had to answer directly to its questions. But in this room, what we need is to respond through action. Therefore, we no longer need unified answers or simultaneous responses. At this point, Iron Uncle understood, his voice low. I see. So this stage isn't so much about a trap as it is about selecting someone to sacrifice, right? Lin Yu smiled. Exactly. Although we'll indeed be relying on luck next, only one person needs to take that gamble. Just one person needs to cross one bridge and we'll know. Under the faint candlelight, April and number 8's expressions shifted. Then, who will be the one to gamble? April asked. Iron Uncle spoke up. For fairness, we should draw lots. Lin Yu cut him off. Lots my ass. I took out this gun to remind you of one thing, Lin Yu said coldly. I decide who the unlucky one is. With that, he aimed the gun at Unforgot, the thief who had been lurking in the shadows without a word. Well then, dear thief, time to make yourself useful. Lin Yu flashed a charming smile. Faced with Lin Yu's sudden aggression, Unforgotten sighed and stepped forward, raising her hands. Why me? Lin Yu shrugged. Someone's gotta do it. I can't, so I have to pick from the remaining 4. Among them, you've cleared the fewest dungeons, while Craftsman here has the most. The other 2 are a package deal, though I'm confident no one here can beat me in a fight me, a gun-wielding soldier, but still. Just in case, I'll start with the easiest target. Besides, you did piss me off before, remember. Unforgotten kept her hands up, her expression torn between resignation and resentment. She glanced at the others. Hey, you're just gonna let him do this. What if you're next? Lin Yu chuckled. Don't be so gloomy, Unforgot. You've got a 50-50 chance of surviving. For fairness, pick a bridge yourself. That way your fate's in your own hands. Unforgotten gritted her teeth. Fine, the left one. Damn it, if I die, I'll haunt you forever. Lin Yu remained unfazed, keeping his gun trained on her while addressing the others. Speaking of which, does anyone have rope or similar items? Iron Uncle hesitated, then quickly said, I do. Safety rope specifically. He produced a long coil of safety rope. Lin Yu glanced at April. Tie it around her. April looked startled but took the rope from Iron Uncle and secured it around Unforgot. Lin Yu then said, now toss me the other end. April threw it to him. Lin Yu caught it midair, wrapped it twice around his hand, and gripped it firmly. There was nothing sturdy here to tie it to. Seeing this, Unforgotten's tense expression softened slightly, though she still glared. You bastard. But Lin Yu kept his gun raised, his voice icy. Go. Unforgotten flipped him off before turning and stepping onto the swaying rope bridge, disappearing into the darkness. Watching her vanish, Iron Uncle murmured to Lin Yu, that was harsh, but someone had to play the villain. You picked her because she's the lightest, right, and made sure she was tied. You're taking a big risk yourself here. April and number 8 also looked at Lin Yu differently, no mostly with gratitude. Though his earlier coercion had shaken them, seeing him hold the rope himself led them to the same conclusion as Iron Uncle. Lin Yu had simply been seeking the optimal solution, but Lin Yu shook his head. Don't overestimate me. Securing Unforgotten with the rope might have stemmed partly from a no unnecessary deaths mindset, but his main reasons were more pragmatic. Lin Yu said quietly, without the rope, what if Unforgotten picked the right bridge but stayed silent out of spite, or faked a scream to mislead us? After all, we don't know if the bridge collapses entirely or if we'd even notice from here. Even if she meant no harm, what if the other side has soundproofing? His explanation didn't fully convince the other three. To Iron Uncle, April, and number 8, it would be far more reassuring if Lin Yu's strongest fighter in this dungeon had some humanity and compassion. But Lin Yu offered no further justification. He simply watched the rope stretching into the darkness. Even now, he hadn't revealed all his reasons for choosing Unforgotten. What an interesting thief. Soon, a light tug came from the rope. From the darkness, Unforgotten's voice called out, "This bridge is Safate's, this one." After Unforgotten's shout, Lin Yu gently tugged the rope to confirm she was standing on stable ground before stepping onto the leftmost bridge. The other three players followed closely behind. Although the rope bridge swayed slightly, it posed no real challenge for the group. Soon, they safely reached the opposite side, still pitch black, but with slightly improved visibility. This time there were 3 candlesticks, each significantly larger than before. Unforgotten stood helplessly on the other side, though she didn't seem particularly resentful. If this stage still requires someone to scout the path in the end, don't pick me. She pointed toward the gloomy darkness ahead. Following the candlelight, everyone saw that bridges still extended into the darkness. But this time, there were 5 bridges. Then 3 crows flapped their wings and landed on the candlesticks. Crow Man's voice echoed through the darkness again. Caw-caw, congratulations on passing the first reward-punishment question. Since no one died, you have 5 questioning opportunities this round. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Crow Man's explanation matched Lin Yu's expectations. This was the difference between the first and second rooms. In the first room, everyone acted as a collective, requiring unanimous choices. But in the second room, each person could choose their own path. In other words, the reward-punishment questions here allowed divergent set of different answers could be chosen. Those who answered correctly would live, those who answered wrong would die. But whenever someone answered wrong, it would bring both rewards and punishments to the survivors. The fact that the number of allowed answers matched the number of players confirmed this. Indeed, we should try to minimize deaths as much as possible. Lin Yu thought to himself, then continued listening to Crow Man's speech. Caw-caw, among these 5 bridges, only one will safely take you to the other side. The other 4 will collapse midway, sending you tumbling into the endless void. Caw-caw, before you now stand 3 divine crow avatars. Besides truth and falsehood, there's also a crow representing change. It may speak truth or lies. After Crow Man finished explaining the rules, everyone naturally turned to Lin Yu. 9 Waters, what should we do this time? We each have 1 question. How should we proceed? Iron Uncle asked. Number 8 also felt troubled. There's actually one that might lie or tell the truth. This is way too difficult. April remained relatively calm, but we have 5 questions. Lin Yu silently contemplated. 5 questions. That might mean no one needs to risk their life scouting paths. He already had the answer in mind. Unforgotten looked at Lin Yu in surprise. That fast? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, since we have 5 chances this time. He then turned to Iron Uncle. You'll ask the middle crow first. Iron Uncle, here's the question. If I asked you whether the left crow represents change, would you answer coup? Iron Uncle now trusted Lin Yu implicitly. He stepped forward and repeated the question to the middle crow. Hey, if I asked whether the left crow represents change, would you answer coup? The crow looked at Iron Uncle, then let out a coup. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Good, it seems coup and caw might be interchangeable. From the first reward-punishment question, Lin Yu had confirmed one thing. Coup represented affirmation in crow language. Though he wasn't sure if it was the same crow or if meanings had changed. As long as they still used coup, 5 questions would be more than enough. Through this first question, Lin Yu confirmed that at least the far-right crow wasn't the one representing change, so he gestured to April and number 8. Next question, April, asked the far-right crow. If I asked whether you represent falsehood, would you answer coup? Hearing this, April instinctively tried to analyze the reasoning but couldn't immediately grasp it, so she simply followed Lin Yu's instructions. She approached the far-right crow and repeated the question verbatim. The crow quickly responded, caw. Lin Yu nodded. Good, the rest should be simple. Number 8, ask it, among the 3 leftmost bridges, is there a safe one? Repeat this exactly, not a single word different. Lin Yu spoke gravely. Number 8 scratched his head. 9 Waters, why am I the one getting special warnings? April immediately said, because you look the least reliable. Number 8 fell silent. Fine. He shuffled over to the far right crow and repeated the question. This time the crow again answered caw. Lin Yu looked at Unforgotten. Unforgotten waved her hand. Enough, I already know what to do. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, she strode up to the far right crow and pointed boldly at the far right bridge. Crow, is this bridge safe? The crow looked at her and said, Caw. Unforgotten concluded, done. This crow represents truth and caw means no, so the second bridge from the right must be safe. No need for your last question, Nine Waters. She crossed her arms and looked back at Lin Yu. Lin Yu studied Unforgot up and down. Indeed, this thief had followed his reasoning the entire way. She'd also realized the far right crow represented truth. You're quite clever. But what if the meanings of ku and caw reversed between the first and second questions? Lin Yu said coolly. Unforgot hesitated. I don't think that's likely, right? Lin Yu said coldly, what if it did? This is a life or death game. Unforgotten shrank back. Hey, you still have one question left, she said carefully. Just use it to confirm whether the meanings changed. Lin Yu sighed, and if they have, then I'll just test one of the two left paths myself. Unforgotten said impatiently. Lin Yu smiled. Those are your words. He turned to the far right crow and asked, Crow, among the third and fourth bridges from the left, is there a safe one? The crow flapped its wings. Ku, Unforgotten exhaled deeply. Damn, you scared me. So the fourth bridge from the right is definitely safe. Lin Yu looked somewhat disappointed. What a pity. Pity what? Were you happy forcing me to choose? Unforgotten said indignantly. Lin Yu sneered. This time, it was your own doing who told you to jump to conclusions. Their back and forth left Iron Uncle, April, and number 8 completely baffled. The three exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of we don't get it, let's just go with it. Following the fourth rope bridge from the left, the 5 of them safely reached the opposite side once more. This time, the lighting arrangement had changed again. The illuminating candlesticks had taken the form of a massive stone altar. Circular candles were arranged around the stone altar, and on either side of it, there were only 2 rope bridges. From within the darkness, Crow Man's voice sounded again. Caw caw, congratulations on passing the reward-punishment question, with all members intact. Therefore, when the decision-making question begins, there will be a hint present. Caw caw, welcome to this room's decision-making question. As soon as the words fell, a crow flapped its wings and descended from the darkness onto the stone altar. Then the crow's form rapidly expanded, transforming into the appearance of Crow Man. Lin Yu stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. Wow, so this is the hint that's present, caw. The Crow Man on the altar made a sound, then sat among the candles and spoke softly. Both bridges this time lead to the next room. Beep, however, one can carry 3 people and the other can carry 2. Everyone must step onto both bridges simultaneously, otherwise both bridges will collapse. You only have one chance to ask me a question. I won't answer any questions that reveal which bridge can carry how many people. As Crow Man spoke, the 5 exchanged glances. Number 8 was the first to speak. This Crow Man says it won't answer questions revealing which bridge carries how many people, so shouldn't we think of an indirect way to ask? Like if 3 of us take the left bridge, can we pass or something like that, before the others could react? Crow Man interrupted him first. Caw caw, I won't answer that kind of question either. As it spoke, Lin Yu spoke up again. I actually thought of a solution for this game. I plan to ask. If 2 people walk on each bridge and the remaining person is already dead, will the bridges still collapse? As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled out his pistol. If the answer is yes, I'll randomly shoot one so 4 people can survive. After Lin Yu finished his proposal, Unforgot immediately screamed. Who'd believe you'd do it randomly? You're absolutely going to shoot me. Unforgotten looked at Lin Yu in terror as she spoke. Lin Yu glanced at Unforgotten. Oh, you saw through me. Maybe I should shoot first and ask later. Honestly, I think if 2 go on one side, it definitely won't collapse. As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled the revolver from his left pocket. Stop pulling out guns all the time. What if, damn it, don't gamble on that possibility. Unforgotten said, sweating profusely. And this decision-making question might have a trap. As Unforgotten spoke, Lin Yu laughed. Oh, where's the trap? With the gun pointed at her, Unforgotten's speech noticeably sped up. Well, look, didn't Crow Man say at the beginning that in this room, asking it questions would be replaced by asking specific creatures? So the Crow Man sitting there might not be the examiner. Crow Man, right? As Unforgotten spoke, Lin Yu nodded. That makes sense, but so what? He still didn't lower the gun. Earlier, it flew over in the form of a crow. Doesn't that mean it's actually some kind of avatar? And among the 3 known avatars, aside from the one representing truth, the other 2 crows both lie. If this guy is one of change or falsehood, then we might not need to believe anything it said about the 2 bridges. Unforgotten spoke rapidly, and the other 3 players, hearing her rapid-fire words, all looked thoughtful. That does seem reasonable, Iron Uncle murmured. Lin Yu nodded. It's very reasonable because Unforgotten is right. Lin Yu's right hand came out of his pocket holding a lie detector flashing red light. He had pressed the button when Crow Man spoke its first sentence. This is the lie detector I got from the first dungeon. The beep earlier was from it. It means Crow Man's first sentence was a lie. Its first sentence was, both bridges lead to the next room, which was the premise of its entire speech. This means everything it said afterward is wrong. So we can completely ignore what this Crow Man said. It's purely here to mislead us. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Unforgotten froze for a moment before speaking with a sob in her voice. You had something this good and didn't bring it out earlier, and you knew it was lying, so you were just scaring me for fun. I wanted to test how smart you really are, Lin Yu said with a smile, putting away the pistol. What, you can mess with me, but I can't mess with you. Iron Uncle coughed and spoke. All right, since its words are misleading. Does that mean only one of these two bridges leads to the next room? Number 8's eyes lit up. In that case, couldn't we just ask it? No need to ask which bridge carries how many people. Just ask which bridge leads to the next room. Lin Yu shook his head. If there were only truth and falsehood avatars, it wouldn't matter even if everything it said was lies. We could just interpret it backwards. Since there's a change avatar, that means if it might be the change avatar, asking it anything is pointless. As Lin Yu explained, number 8 froze. It can be like that too. Then what do we do? Another 50-50 chance. After speaking, number 8 also looked at Unforgot. Noticing his gaze, Unforgotten angrily pulled out her utility knife. What do you mean, huh? What do you mean? You don't have a gun, but you still want me to go first. Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death. Student brat can't beat 9 waters, but I can beat you. Unforgotten screeched in rage. Number 8 quickly said, I absolutely didn't mean that. I'll follow whatever 9 waters big bro decides. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yu with an ingratiating smile. Lin Yu, however, walked silently up to Unforgotten, gently reached out and took the utility knife from her hand. Unforgotten watched Lin Yu's actions, confused and angry. What do you mean? You're afraid I'll actually stab it? You're not really planning to make me randomly pick one, are you? Lin Yu shook his head. No, because if both lead to the next room is a lie, then the truth could be, only one leads to the next room, but it could also be neither leads to the next room. Combined with the Examiner Crow Man's voice from the darkness earlier, this Crow Man in front of us, whose every word is untrustworthy, must also be some kind of hint. So what is it hinting at? Considering the answer to the last room's decision-making question, I have a guess. As he spoke, Lin Yu threw the utility knife behind Crow Man. Hey me knife, Unforgotten screamed. But before her voice faded, a crisp sound came from the darkness. Clatter. Lin Yu smiled. The candles were arranged so convincingly. From our angle, we couldn't see there's a path behind it all, but unfortunately, throwing something reveals it. Just as the black trapdoor above was the correct choice during the final decision in the first room, the 2 rope bridges in the second room's final decision question, where both Faketh real path to choose was in the middle. The circle of candles on the stone altar was meant to mislead players, just like water pouring down from the trapdoor. This ring of candles made everyone think it marked the boundary of the stone altar, but that wasn't the case. After Lin Yu pointed this out, the crow disguised as the Crow Man representing change dissipated, and the crow flew into the darkness. From behind the stone altar, the real Crow Man slowly emerged. Caw, so what is your final choice? Obviously this path. Lin Yu calmly looked in the direction the Crow Man had come from. The Crow Man chuckled lowly again. Congratulations, you've answered the second room's decision question correctly. The Crow Man spread its wings and flew up, then the room suddenly lit up. Countless previously extinguished candlesticks were revealed on the ceiling and side walls of the second room, much larger than the first, about the size of a soccer field, illuminating everything. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly as he surveyed the scene. April beside him screamed in fright. Beneath them was only a narrow plank wide enough for 4 people to stand side by side. Everything else was a bottomless abyss. The rope bridges they'd crossed weren't spacious either. Worse, except for the 2 correct bridges, the others had cuts in their ropes at the midpoint, no doubt they'd snap if stepped on. Even the last 2 bridges were like this, especially since they led to a precarious, isolated stone pillar. Number 8 beside April looked pale but tried comforting his girlfriend. It's okay, we've made it. Iron Uncle and Unforgotten remained relatively calm. This height reminds me of when I used to climb tower cranes. Iron Uncle laughed, then looked at the stone altar where the Crow Man stood. Beneath it was a stone bridge previously hidden in darkness, extending to a black door. Lin Yu's utility knife lay quietly on that bridge. Let's go. Unforgotten nimbly jumped onto the stone altar, then down onto the bridge, picking up her utility knife before walking ahead briskly. Iron Uncle cautiously followed behind her. Though physically capable, Lin Yu hesitated at this height. But eventually he matched the pace of the 2 ahead. April and number 8 were much more cautious. Just jumping onto the spacious stone altar took them time. Even though the stone bridge was wider and more stable than the rope bridges, they moved much slower after all. They couldn't see the abyss before. Still, everyone safely reached the black door. Behind it was a spiraling staircase upward. After climbing for about 5 minutes, they encountered another black door. Unforgotten, leading the way, pushed it open. A gray, misty room appeared before the 5. Hazy smoke swirled around, obscuring the ceiling and walls. The Crow Man emerged from the fog again. Welcome to the final room. It took out an ancient key from its chest. The thick fog parted to form towering walls of mist, creating a narrow passage between them like the sea split by divine power in ancient legends. At the end stood a locked gate. This room has only one decision question, no reward-punishment question. Kakao answer correctly, and you may choose to leave this dungeon. Kakao, but I warn you, not all may pass the decision. Kakao, each of you must identify a lie in my statements and explain how you know it's false or face punishment. Now 5 statements. The crow man spread its wings and paced before them. 1. All of you are honest, no one has tampered with their identity. 2. All of you trust each other, no one has hidden their cleared dungeon count. 3. All of you are straightforward and considerate, no one has lied about their profession. 4. Between those who know each other, no betrayal has occurred. 5. Among you, no one has ever thought, I wish they were dead. After the crow man finished, everyone's expressions darkened. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. How amusing, almost malicious. These 5 statements seemed tailored for their group. The room's competitive nature seemed to escalate. From cooperating in the first room to solve puzzles and spot traps to treating survivor count as a resource in the second. Now this third room felt deliberately provocative. As Lin Yu pondered, Iron Uncle spoke first. I think the 5th statement is definitely a lie. The crow man turned to him. State your reason. Iron Uncle pointed at Lin Yu and unforgot. At the start, this soldier wanted to kill this thief. He considered it multiple times. The crow man chuckled. Insufficient reasoning. It watched Iron Uncle with interest. Choose one you're certain is a lie. After a long silence, Iron Uncle smiled wryly. Fine. The first is a lie. I lied about my forum ID. My old ID was Heavenly Artisan. Now I have no forum account. Lin Yu showed no reaction, but April, number 8, and Unforgotten stared at Iron Uncle in shock as if seeing a monster. Heavenly Artisan of the Marauders. April gasped. I saw your bounty on the forum's new list this month. You killed 5 players in reality order, is hunting you. Although Lin Yu had never heard the name Heavenly Artisan before, since he rarely checked the forum's bounty section, was familiar with the organization called Marauders. It was one of the 3 organizations banned from the forum, sharing equal notoriety with the Psychological Society, the insane group that had killed him. When April exclaimed about Heavenly Artisan's deeds, it became clear that Iron Uncleano, this Heavenly Artisan, was also a formidable figure. Killing other players in real life was considered a violation unanimously agreed upon by all players. Though there were no courts or police among the players, the largest organization order and its game masters essentially served as judicial and law enforcement bodies. Anyone who used in-game abilities to commit crimes in reality would be publicly wanted on the forum once discovered by Order. Moreover, Order members would unconditionally hunt down those wanted violators both in-game and in reality. After Heavenly Artisan revealed his identity, his expression was no longer as calm as before. He sighed, looking at the now alert and wary Unforgotten, April, and number 8 with a shadowed expression. This is exactly why I had to conceal my identity. Although I joined the Marauders, I don't indiscriminately kill innocents in cooperative puzzle games. If you treated me like this from the start, the game would have been difficult to proceed. After speaking, Heavenly Artisan turned his gaze to Lin Yu. I actually admire you, Nine Waters. To be honest, your composure exceeds my expectations. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. No, I just never considered you a good person from the beginning. Although in this game, this self-proclaimed Iron Uncle Heavenly Artisan had worked hard to play the role of a kindly old man. But a guy who survived 10 dungeons being a nice person, highly unlikely, while there were naive, lucky survivors in this game. Like Chen Zhu or that number 8 over there, probably a genuinely timid mouse. But Iron Uncle was definitely no saint. Ultimately, his acting just wasn't good enough, at least not good enough to fool Lin Yu. During the second dungeon, his poorly concealed indifference toward human life while pretending otherwise almost made Lin Yu laugh. However, Lin Yu's calm demeanor instead provoked hearty laughter from Heavenly Artisan. Haha, I really like you. With your soldier profession and that powerful pistol item, you're perfect material for the Marauders. Lin Yu shook his head. I'll have to decline. I'd like to keep accessing the forum for a while longer. As he spoke, Heavenly Artisan laughed. No problem, change your mind. Feel free to contact me anytime. After Heavenly Artisan finished speaking, the crow man tossed him a key. Caw, you may now leave the dungeon. Heavenly Artisan caught the key in surprise. Oh, I can leave now, the crow man nodded. Caw, of course, Heavenly Artisan smiled. Fine then, my presence was making everyone uncomfortable anyway. With that, he walked toward the door at the end. He opened it and stepped into a blinding white light. The door closed and locked again as a new key materialized in Crow Man's hand. Watching him leave, April and number 8 simultaneously exhaled in relief. That scared me to death, number 8 said, still shaken. Lin Yu glanced at him and shook his head. What were you afraid of? I'm an armed soldier. Even if he's wanted, do you think he could kill you all right in front of me? Number 8 gave Lin Yu a strange look. Brother Nine Waters, even with your strong profession and item, that Heavenly Artisan is a promoted player who completed promotion in just 10 dungeons and got invited by the Marauders. In a fight, you probably wouldn't stand much chance. Lin Yu could tell number 8 was being diplomatic. Promotion again. What exactly was this promotion? Lin Yu was puzzled, but before he could inquire further, April chimed in. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze. How much? 8,000 points, April said seriously. Lin Yu suddenly felt his eyes grow hot. 8,000 points. Wasn't that 800,000 RMB? Capturing him could get his sister a whole new storefront. Even if not for his sister, saving that amount would mean not worrying about finding a job for years after graduation, could keep acting in the plays he loved. Lin Yu instantly felt regret. Had he known earlier, he would have tried to kill the guy in the dungeon. Unforgotten couldn't help adding, do you even check the forum? Heavenly Artisan is the hottest bounty post recently. Lin Yu shook his head. I told you I just cleared my first dungeon. I haven't figured everything out yet. Hearing this, Unforgotten looked stunned. Wait, you really only cleared one dungeon? I was planning to use you to challenge the second statement as a lie. Lin Yu spread his hands. Feel free to test me if you don't believe. Not necessary, Unforgotten said, then smiled at April and number 8. But you two better hurry or I might steal your confirmed lie. The Crow Man said not everyone might pass. Some of these 5 statements could be truths mixed in. At this, April and number 8's expressions changed again. Lin Yu also watched them with interest. Frankly, after the Crow Man's statements, these two had shown the most troubled expressions. Something very interesting was definitely about to happen between this couple. Just as Lin Yu predicted, prompted by Unforgotten's warning, April and number 8 gritted their teeth and spoke simultaneously. I choose number 4. Their voices overlapped perfectly. The Crow Man looked at them and laughed heartily. Interesting. State your reasoning. The young man was slightly faster, so you'll speak first. The 4th statement the Crow Man had made earlier was between the two of you who know each other. Neither has ever betrayed the other. April and number 8 stared at each other, their expressions grim. April spoke in a low voice. Say, Ithao, did you betray me? Number 8 paled, biting his lip as he spoke. Yao, I'm sorry. That night during finals week last year when I told you I was pulling an all-nighter at the library, I actually went to see my ex-girlfriend. After number 8 confessed with a face full of guilt, April slowly exhaled, her eyes gradually turning cold. This young woman with the doctor profession had a rather gentle appearance, but at this moment her icy expression sent chills down even Lin Yu's spine. April looked at her boyfriend and spoke softly. I actually had some suspicions about this matter long ago, but I never imagined you'd truly reach the point of betraying me that day. Number 8 wanted to explain himself, but could only lower his head weakly in the end. I'm sorry, Yao. April let out a cold laugh. Save your insincere apologies. You didn't wrong me, you only wronged yourself. After saying this, April paused. No, wait, you did wrong me too. Never mind all those final assignments I helped you with. Just think about how many times I've saved you in this death game. Even after going through life and death together, did she still mean more than me? Just because she's pretty and wild. I hope you enjoyed your STDs. April mocked mercilessly. Number 8 finally couldn't take April's accusations anymore. Don't slander her like that. Besides, that was a whole year ago. Just that one time a year ago. April interrupted coldly. Think harder, don't lie to yourself too. Number 8's face changed dramatically. You knew all along. Before this dungeon, they were just suspicions. No, more like willful blindness. April shook her head with a smile, and just now you actually defended her. Good, very good. As April spoke, number 8's face flushed red. So what? She didn't actually do anything wrong. Besides, the only reason I'm trapped in this damn game is because you insisted on taking that trip that day. You owe me this life, number 8 roared. April froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Good, good, so that's what you really think. Yeah, so what? Number 8 completely abandoned his previously meek demeanor and shouted, You're just a control freak with attachment issues. I've never felt relaxed with you. All you do is belittle and insult me over and over. So what if you saved me? I never asked you to. April watched the furious number 8 coldly. This only made number 8 more hysterical. You're no better. You were going to pick the 4th option too. Doesn't that mean you betrayed me first? He glared at April angrily. April shook her head. No, I didn't betray you. I chose the 4th option because I was thinking about what happened at the library last year and when you said you were going to the internet cafe last week and your high school reunion last month. But more than clearing the game, I wanted to confirm whether those things were true. Right on cue, Crow Man's voice rang out. Caw caw, congratulations, you may now leave the dungeon. As Crow Man spoke, he tossed the key to number 8. April looked at number 8 and simply shook her head. Get lost, she waved dismissively. Number 8 roared back, fine, I'm gone. With that, number 8 took the key and walked toward the foggy exit. April watched his retreating figure and exhaled, her expression utterly exhausted. Lin Yu and Unforgotten watched this, doctor, with great interest. What an entertaining show. So scumbags aren't just the playboy type. And anger after being cheated on can be this restrained. Lin Yu mused while rubbing his chin. Unforgotten walked up and patted April's shoulder. Hey, are you really just letting him leave like that? April shook her head. Whatever, he can do what he wants. To be honest, I'm tired even though the god who designed this death game said only those who desperately want to live get chosen. I really wanted to live before, but now, I'm just exhausted, April said wearily. Unforgotten stuffed her hands in her pockets and shook her head. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Are you an orphan? Other than that trash boyfriend, you've got nothing else right. You two were classmates, right? Both students, yet you awakened the doctor profession. You must have been a top medical student. Wouldn't your survival be more valuable than that useless, morally bankrupt scumbag's? In just a few sentences, Unforgotten seemed to strike a chord in April's heart. Hesitantly, April looked at Unforgotten, but I don't know which of the remaining 3 statements are lies anymore. You actually do know, Unforgotten smiled, pulling out her utility knife. With a series of click-clack sounds, she extended the blade segment by segment. Sister April, didn't there come a moment just now when he defended that bitch, when he blamed you, when he showed no gratitude when you didn't have this thought? This is the death game after all. April silently took the utility knife from Unforgotten, her eyes darkening like an abyss. If her gaze earlier was icy than now, April's eyes had become bottomless voids. Then she turned to Crowman. I believe your 5th statement was the lie. Crowman looked at April and laughed. Caw then, please provide proof. Without a word, April strode swiftly toward the gate with the utility knife, her pace quickening until she was nearly running. Finally. Just before reaching the gate, she pounced on number 8's figure as he was about to use the key. What are you doing? Ayao, that hurts. I was wrong, Ayao. Stop stabbing. Help, you bitch, just die. Ah. Piercing screams rang out one after another, then complete silence. Soon after, April returned covered in blood. She gently wiped the splattered blood from her face, carefully holding the knife's blade to return it to Unforgot. Then she looked at Crowman. Is this proof sufficient? Crowman observed the blood-drenched April and laughed cheerfully. Caw, how splendid, more than sufficient. You may leave now. It waved its hand, and another key materialized in its grasp. As Crowman tossed the key to April, the doctor caught it and looked back at Unforgotten. Unforgotten smiled and waved her off. Don't mention it. So how do you feel now? April smiled. I feel wonderful. With that, she turned and walked toward the foggy passage's end. April's figure quickly disappeared through the mist-shrouded door at the far end. Only Unforgotten and Lin Yu remained on the field. Lin Yu looked at Unforgotten with a strange expression. While April had indeed harbored killing intent toward number 8 for some time, the final push that made April strike had largely come from this seemingly innocent girl before him. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Unforgotten gave an embarrassed laugh. Brother Nine Waters, would you like to choose first? Lin Yu stared at her and said quietly, you go first. You'll probably pick the number of dungeons cleared option right. You don't seem like someone who's only cleared 3 dungeons. Caught in her lie, Unforgotten crossed her arms. Oh dear, you saw through me. I couldn't help it earlier, I really can't stand scumbags. Her face broke into a radiant smile. Your acting was excellent, I almost believed you, Lin Yu sighed. But what's the point of hiding how many dungeons you've cleared? Unforgotten shrugged. Just my modus operandi. After all, my class's thief-playing week actually helps me use my abilities more effectively. As she spoke, her smile widened. Don't believe me? Why not check your belongings? Lin Yu's face showed alarm as he summoned his 2 items. Fortunately, both the lie detector and pistol were still there. He looked at Unforgotten in confusion, prompting another burst of laughter from her. Ahahaha, fooled you again, soldier. Unforgotten waved her hand, revealing a pitch-black hammer. I stole this instead. When that guy revealed himself as Heavenly Artisan, of course I targeted him. This thing is way more valuable than your pistol, she said cheerfully. Lin Yu picked up the lie detector and said coldly, who are you really? How many dungeons have you cleared? What's your purpose in approaching me? Unforgotten pursed her lips. Your lie detector still works, of course. It can be used 3 times per dungeon, Lin Yu lied smoothly. So don't try deceiving me. Otherwise, even if you're stronger, I'll fight you to the death here. As he spoke, Lin Yu felt a surge of belief emanating from Unforgotten. Instantly, his fabricated claim about the lie detector having 3 uses materialized as truth. Just as he'd estimate had he said 4 uses, this belief might not have been enough to actualize the lie. Relax, I'm just a girl looking for fun. I didn't specifically target you. I'm not from the Psychological Society or the Marauders, so you can rest easy, Unforgotten said playfully. Lin Yu removed his finger from the button. Her words were true. Then how many dungeons have you cleared? He demanded coldly. Only 12 in 3 short months, Unforgotten stuck out her tongue. And I'm not that strong. Me direct combat abilities are weak. The lie detector remained silent. Lin Yu exhaled. Fine. He put away the device and immediately addressed Crowman. I choose the second statement because she just admitted to clearing 12 dungeons, contradicting her initial claim of 3. Lin Yu spoke rapidly. Crowman responded instantly. Caw, congratulations for spotting the lie. You may leave now. Unforgotten looked stunned, then burst into laughter again. Ahahaha, so that's your game. You tricked me. What a great trick. You never cared about my origins or motives, you just wanted to trap me like this. Lin Yu nodded calmly. Of course, while your acting was superb, I could still tell, he sighed. You're more confident than you let on, but you really are just here for fun. He accepted the key from Crowman. Unforgotten narrowed her eyes. I see. So my only way out now is proving why the 3rd statement is false. My class truly is thief, meaning. You lied about yours, right? Lin Yu shook his head. No, I really am a soldier. That's the crux of this final decision question. Among the 5 statements, one appears to correspond to each person, but actually, one doesn't match anyone, so I had to steal someone's key. As Lin Yu spoke, Unforgotten studied him. I find that hard to believe. Wouldn't that put you at a huge disadvantage? Yet despite her words, Lin Yu could sense his soldier class remained intact, meaning Unforgotten had actually believed him, just as he'd anticipated. After all, he'd sounded completely convincing, so Lin Yu smiled. While this is only my 2nd dungeon, Miss Veteran Player Unforgotten, after a dozen dungeons, do you still think this game is fair? Unforgotten chuckled softly. All right, you're right. This game isn't fair at all. Lin Yu jingled the key. Exactly. Besides, now you're the one with problems. Unforgotten sighed. True. Good thing I always leave myself an out. You're impressive, Soldier Nine Waters. You're fascinating, she said with a wave. Hope we meet again, whether outside or in another dungeon. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes at her words. You can leave too, of course. You must have realized there only seems to be one key, but that's not actually the case. Lin Yu looked toward the corpse still lying before the distant door. So that's why you instigated his murder. Unforgotten smiled. Right, if someone had to stay behind. Better it be that boring guy. She turned toward the door. See you later, Brother Nine Waters. With light steps, she approached the corpse and retrieved another key, holding it up for Lin Yu to see. Then she opened the door and disappeared through it. After Unforgotten vanished, Crow Man addressed Lin Yu. Caw, you may leave now too. Lin Yu turned to face Crow Man and exhaled. He casually tossed aside the key, his expression curious. When did I say I wanted to leave? Crow Man fell silent. Caw, this is the final question. Wrong. This is the first reward-punishment question of the 3rd room. The reward is leaving the dungeon, Lin Yu interrupted with a grin, but I refuse it. Honestly, everyone's been lying to me. The kind-looking uncle was actually vicious. That cheerful guy had ulterior motives. Even you, examiner, are full of deceit. Lin Yu stepped forward, looking up at Crow Man. Stop wasting time. I've seen through all your tricks and lies. Frankly, your acting isn't as good as that thief's just now. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the Crow Man chuckled softly. Caw, you're even more impressive than I imagined, player Lin Yu. I'm quite curious, how did you figure it out? Was it just because of my acting? When the Crow Man revealed his real name, Lin Yu remained composed and spoke unhurriedly. To be honest, it wasn't just your acting. You yourself have been giving us hints all along. Frankly, once you notice them, they're quite obvious. That's why I had to deliberately steal Unforgotten's key in the end, to mislead her, to keep her thinking limited and focused on, how do I get out? After all, she's quite clever too. As Lin Yu spoke, the Crow Man spread its wings. Then, where exactly did I give you hints? Cow, in the 2nd challenge, we learned that caw represents a negative answer, Lin Yu said. But aside from appearing alone, it can also be used at the start of a sentence as a negative marker. Am I right? From the moment we entered the game until now, every sentence you spoke that began with a single caw was a lie, and those with 2 caws represent a double negative that equals affirmation, meaning they're truths. So most of your rule explanations were lies. Lin Yu paused here before continuing. After entering the 3rd room, when you said this was the final room, and this room only has one question, you only used 1 caw, meaning both statements were false. This also aligns with what you said when explaining the general rules in the 1st room. This game consists of 3 rooms in total, own, caw false, proving the 3rd room isn't actually the last. Each room contains 3 questions, to cause true, meaning this room should indeed have 3 questions. And that last sentence in all the rules back then. You first said 2, cause, paused, then 1, caw, meaning that statement was half true. I believe the first half was true, while the latter half was false. That latter half was, answering all decision questions correctly will clear the dungeon, which is false. You don't need to answer all decision questions correctly to clear it. Going back to the first 2 rooms, you also hinted through your questions that you, the examiner, are someone who lies. As Lin Yu laid out his clear reasoning, the Crow Man burst into laughter. Caw, what a brilliant analysis. While realizing the meaning of caw and caw isn't difficult. You actually remembered every single thing I said, nothing special, Lin Yu replied modestly. For him, this truly wasn't difficult. His memory had always been decent. Memorizing random numbers or patterns might be challenging, but remembering people's words, that came relatively easily. After all, memorizing lines is an actor's fundamental skill. The Crow Man looked at Lin Yu with admiration in its eyes. Caw, excellent. I'm growing fonder of you by the minute. Despite Lin Yu having criticized its acting and deceit earlier, the Crow Man didn't seem angry. It paced back and forth, studying Lin Yu up and down. Then Lin Yu spoke softly. Can we proceed to the next question now? The Crow Man laughed heartily. Caw, of course. Listen carefully to this room's 2nd question. Who designed this dungeon? Speak his name. As the Crow Man spoke, Lin Yu froze. You absolute bastard, throwing out this kind of unreasonable question now. He instinctively cursed. All previous questions, while potentially full of traps or twisted, had at least been traceable. They could be reasoned through and analyzed to deduce answers. But this question, it reminded Lin Yu of a scene from a novel he'd read, a battle of wits where 2 geniuses competed to stump each other. One contestant broke all unwritten rules by asking what did I eat for breakfast today, an utterly unanswerable, meaningless question bordering on cheating. While that novel's protagonist had near omniscient intelligence and could deduce answers even to such unreasonable questions through minute clues, Lin Yu lacked such abilities. He was just a sophomore performance major at Jiangcheng Media University, nothing more than a college student more passionate about acting than most. While this question wasn't completely unreasonable after all, Lin Yu had experienced the entire dungeon. Questions like these could easily be made unanswerable if the designer wished. What if the dungeon's creator was named Dalabengba Bendebedebudaburuwang or some other nonsense? Facing Lin Yu's skepticism, the Crow Man laughed. Caw, you may still ask me questions or request hints, though I won't answer things like how many characters in the name or what syllables it contains. Hearing this, Lin Yu exhaled. Fine, he calmed down upon the Crow Man's words. Thinking carefully, while this Crow Man had terrible taste in humor worse than Unforgotten's, the entire dungeon had followed logical patterns. In other words, this seemingly unreasonable question must have its own solution. It must be hidden somewhere within the game. Lin Yu pondered slowly until a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He recalled the Crow Man's very first words. Caw, I will serve as this game's examiner too. Cause, meaning truth, plus being the opening line, had made Lin Yu instinctively overlook this statement. But upon reflection, just as the Crow Man had done in the first room, one of its habitual tactics was using truths to deceive. So, that opening line was a trap. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man. May I ask what is your name? The Crow Man chuckled. Caw, I refuse to answer that. Lin Yu understood, as I thought. You're not just this game's examiner, you're also its designer. He exhaled and the Crow Man laughed softly. Ahahaha. For the first time it emitted a human-like laugh. The timbre remained that of countless overlapping voices. How delightfully surprising, Lin Yu. You figured it out instantly. However, this doesn't count as your success. You must still speak my name, so declared the Crow Man. Lin Yu had long vaguely sensed that the Crow Man in front of him was the designer of this dungeon, because the degree to which it controlled this game was simply overwhelming. So Lin Yu couldn't help but test it a little earlier. In the first two rooms, Lin Yu had subtly praised the dungeon designer, judging by the Crow Man's slightly pleased reaction back then. It must indeed have been him. Those who design such intricately linked, trap-filled questions, whether human or something else, often have a bit of narcissism. Having confirmed that this somewhat narcissistic Crow Man was the game designer. Though the name still had to be guessed, Lin Yu now had a direction. He exhaled and looked at the Crow Man. Your name has actually already appeared in this game, hasn't it? The Crow Man looked at Lin Yu and nodded. Caw, that's right, it has appeared and in full form. I see, Lin Yu whispered. How disrespectful of me. I didn't expect that standing before me was a god. As he spoke, the Crow Man laughed. Caw, it seems you already know my identity, so which god do you think I am? The Crow Man asked, and Lin Yu grinned widely. It's simple. In the second room, the crow representing the incarnation of change can transform into an image just like yours. That one represents the god of change, right? And your behavior in this game is both truthful and deceitful. Lin Yu said, and the Crow Man laughed again. That's right, you're incredibly clever, Lin Yu. Hurry and give me your answer. Looking at the Crow Man, Lin Yu remained silent. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. So you really want my answer to be god of change, don't you? Once this question was posed, the Crow Man fell silent. After a moment he laughed sincerely again. Ha, it's really hard to fool you. Yes, after playing a whole game of trap questions, it wouldn't make sense if there were no traps at this moment. Lin Yu said calmly. The Crow Man looked at Lin Yu. Is there another reason? There's also your narcissistic personality and the deliberately ambiguous wording in the second room, Lin Yu said. When you introduced the 2 and 3 crows, you said, 2 great gods transformed into crow avatars, and 3 great gods transformed into crow avatars. To be honest, this can be understood as avatars of 3 different gods. Lin Yu paused for a moment. But it can just as easily be understood as 3 different avatars of one god, right? Lin Yu opened his hands. Judging by the personality you have shown so far, calling other gods great really doesn't match my observations of you, so my answer is. The game designer's name is Truth, Falsehood, and God of Change, roughly something like that. You probably wouldn't be too particular about the exact words or order, right? After Lin Yu finished speaking, the Crow Man laughed and shook his head. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You are frighteningly perceptive. Truth, Falsehood, and God of Change is my name. Congratulations, you got this question right. The Crow Man said this without quibbling over the exact wording with Lin Yu. Let's move on to the next question. The reward this time is that you can make one request to me, though I can still refuse. Oh, and there's a shorter answer to the previous question. As he spoke, feathers began to fall off his body one by one, revealing an elegant dark double-breasted suit, white gloves, and leather shoes. This outfit seemed somewhat familiar to Lin Yu. Then the crow man raised both hands and took off the crow headpiece. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the face beneath the crow headpiece, because beneath the mask was a face identical to his own. The other answer to the previous question is Lin Yu. His voice was no longer the overlapping sound of thousands, but exactly the same as Lin Yu's. He showed a gentle smile. Nice to meet you, though, for me. This is already the second time. Me 10 years ago. The crow man in front of him the Lin Yu opposite him smiled. Lin Yu suddenly felt unreal. It was like how last week he was suddenly killed and suddenly entered this game. You are me from 10 years later. 10 years later I become a god. That future Lin Yu nodded, of course. With the fraudster unique class, plus my intelligence I solved this game. Becoming a god wasn't that difficult. Due to details, I can't reveal too much of the process, but it wasn't very hard. The god version of Lin Yu said proudly. You can't reveal too many details. Then how do you expect me to believe you? After all, you've been lying all along. The god Lin Yu sneered, manipulating time is exclusive to gods. The reason I can meet you from 10 years later is because I became a god. You'd think that a unique class and 6 people believing in you would be enough for you to activate the rewind ability that manipulates time, right? But it's precisely because you are destined to become a god in the future that you were able to complete that ruse. Lin Yu rubbed his head, his face full of hesitation. I still don't quite believe it. If this is true, what kind of torment did I suffer in this game over the past 10 years? How did my personality become such a bird-like mess? The god Lin Yu laughed. Actually, you only went through one thing, realizing that you are smarter than most people. Well, I'm quite surprised myself. I almost forgot how little self-awareness I had 10 years ago. The god Lin Yu shrugged toward Lin Yu. In any case, now it's time to make a choice. I know you have doubts about me, the god Lin Yu said, so it's okay. You can choose to believe me or not. The god Lin Yu pointed behind the mist. There a spiral staircase wound upward. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can take the key and leave through the door. I will still give you enough help, so that in the next dozen or so dungeons, you won't have to worry much about survival. The god Lin Yu said. Lin Yu still had some doubts, but his expression showed about 70 or 80% belief. But if you really are me from 10 years later, you should already know what I will choose, right? Wouldn't you already know what I would choose? Facing Lin Yu's final doubt, the deity Lin Yu waved his hand. No, my second dungeon 10 years ago wasn't Deadly Quiz, but Desert Island Survival. I survived till the end by playing the fisherman role. Lin Yu recalled. Though his memories were hazy from nearly drowning, they were gradually becoming clearer now. The bloody text he saw before entering the game this time did seem somewhat off. The deity Lin Yu continued looking at Lin Yu. Deities can alter the past. Everything can be changed except the fact that you'll inevitably ascend to godhood, just like your rewind ability. Lin Yu stroked his chin, his eyes filled with belief. All right, I believe you. But what's the point of doing this? Changing the past also affects the future. If you grow stronger faster, I'll become stronger too, Lin Yu said solemnly. Lin Yu looked at him and sighed. Anyway, let me verify something. What's my girlfriend's name? You don't have a girlfriend. The deity Lin Yu answered immediately. There must be one in the future. Lin Yu persisted. No, I or rather Yao would we ever be the type to want a girlfriend? The deity Lin Yu responded decisively. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Correct answer. Now I believe you. But I want to use the reward from my last question to make a request of you. Between us, who stands on ceremony? The deity Lin Yu smiled. Just say it. Lin Yu looked at him earnestly. I say, can you stop spouting nonsense? The smile froze on the deity Lin Yu's face. You still don't believe me? Lin Yu sighed. Rejected this request after all. How preposterous. Last dungeon I played a deity. This dungeon a deity is playing me. Hearing this, the deity Lin Yu showed a trace of anger, clenching his fists. I never imagined my 10 years younger self would be so suspicious. I can name your profession, everything you did in the first dungeon. I know your past inside out. You're investigating who trapped you here. You want to use this game to earn money for your sister. Your best friend in real life is Shen Bingmiao. Lin Yu sighed. Exactly. So you should also know how passionate I am about acting. He interrupted the deity Lin Yu's anger, speaking helplessly. I already said, your acting can't even compare to Unforgotten after 10 years. Even if my acting hasn't improved, it wouldn't regress this much. Look at your anger at being distrusted. Your eyebrows are twitching too exaggeratedly, your tone too rushed. What, after becoming a deity, I'd lose the ability to immerse in emotions? His voice suddenly rose an octave, the trailing tremble carrying a low roar, flames seeming to ignite in his eyes. This is an insult to me, to all my past efforts honing acting skills. I demand you apologize immediately. After speaking, Lin Yu immediately reined in his emotions, expression returning to normal. At least act angry to this degree, your deity majesty. Lin Yu waved his hand. Fine, since you can't stop spouting nonsense, let's change the request. Can you dispel the surrounding mist and let me choose which path to take? After Lin Yu's rapid-fire speech, the opposite Lin Yu gently applauded. I'm genuinely starting to admire you now, Lin Yu. As he spoke, the surrounding gray mist gradually thinned and dispersed. Then a space even vaster than the second room appeared, comparable to a large central square. The towering dome reached 100 meters high, surrounded by gray cliff-like walls. Looking back, Lin Yu realized the spiral staircase behind him was merely decorative though tall. It fell far short of the dome's height. After the mist cleared, hidden deep in the mist to Lin Yu's right was a genuine long staircase. An imposing, lengthy and broad stairway led to a giant gate near the dome, previously also concealed by mist. The gate was similarly gray, though lighter in shade, as if carved from two massive square boulders. Lin Yu exhaled, as expected. Each room's choice followed the same pattern. The real answer was never the surface options. I choose this path, Lin Yu pointed at the staircase. This is selectable, right? Of course. The opposite, Lin Yu replied, then transformed into gray mist and vanished into the air. In its place echoed a dull boom throughout the space. Rumble. The massive stones ground against the floor with heavy sounds. The gray giant gate's two stone doors opened slightly, revealing a narrow gap emitting soft light. Looking at the long staircase and opening stone gate, Lin Yu sighed. The first two rooms had crows carrying me. Now I have to climb stairs myself. He jogged up helplessly. Fortunately, the soldier's physical enhancements remained, so Lin Yu soon reached the staircase's base. The gentle slope allowed Lin Yu to quickly ascend to the top right before the giant gate. Still somewhat tiring. Lin Yu mused, wishing he could switch to otaku mode now, but he wasn't that greedy. After brief rest, Lin Yu stepped through the gate's narrow gap. Though just a slit relative to the massive gate, it was wide enough for 3 people to walk through hand in hand. Exiting the gate, Lin Yu found himself in an even more expansive space. This room resembled an observation deck, gray floor beneath, surrounded by circular walls of transparent crystal material, forming panoramic glass-like curves. Looking around, the platform seemed suspended high in the sky, surrounded by rolling clouds where enormous creatures faintly swam. Turning back after a few steps, Lin Yu saw a 100-meter-tall gray crow man stone statue. The stone gate he'd exited was the base of the staff in its right hand, so the final room is a rooftop terrace. Lin Yu muttered. Before him, gray mist coalesced, reforming into the gray crow man's image. It looked at Lin Yu and spoke. Congratulations, Lin Yu. Welcome to the final room of the inverted tower. Lin Yu carefully examined the gray crow man before him. Compared to the clearly worn crow mask and feathered costume from earlier, this crow man now resembled a true crow transformed into human form. Moreover, it wore a crisp and elegant gray suit, though the gray was slightly darker than its feather color. If the previous one was just an avatar, this should be its true form, or at least a high-level avatar. After all, this crow man's coloration matched the 100-meter-tall colossal statue perfectly. Lin Yu's gaze returned to the crow man before him. This place is called the Inverted Tower. Correct, the crow man nodded. Indeed, this is the Inverted Tower. Though since this is only your second dungeon, you probably don't understand what that name represents yet. As it spoke, Lin Yu nodded. Then I'll make sure to inquire about what this place represents after I get out. Since this is the final room, state your question. A smile appeared on the crow man's face, or rather, on the face of the god of change. Actually, reaching this final room should be considered a reward stage. After all, for those capable of deciphering my layered puzzles to reach here, further tests and obstacles would be meaningless. Therefore, these 3 questions, while answering correctly is still better than answering wrongly the moment you're asked, you've already gained something. The only difference lies in how much you gain, the crow man said with polite laughter. Lin Yu looked at the crow man and nodded. Really? I don't believe you. The crow man sighed helplessly. While caution is good, you're really being excessively suspicious. Never mind, you'll understand when you hear the question. Clearing its throat, the crow man continued then. Lin Yu, listen to the first question. Why is your class in the death game fraudster rather than actor? After hearing this first question, Lin Yu looked at the crow man in astonishment. This guy actually wasn't lying the moment he heard this question. Lin Yu had indeed gained something, because this was precisely the question that had been puzzling him. While browsing the forum, Lin Yu had seen information about the actor class from guides. Though rare, it did exist. The actor class ability was rule-based, granting an advantageous identity for each game session. This identity wasn't a class. For example, if Lin Yu's class were truly actor, in the first dungeon he might have obtained an identity like human explorer, giving him an extra letter compared to others. In dungeons with many NPCs, actor would be quite a powerful class. Yet Lin Yu hadn't awakened this class, but rather the unique class fraudster. Though he agreed with the saying that the essence of performance is deception, just because of that, he shouldn't have awakened as fraudster. Lin Yu had never found any leads about this until now. As this question resurfaced, he felt he'd grasped a clue. Just as this crow man, incarnation of the god of change, had said, posing this question itself was a reward. For a deity to ask this was itself a hint. Lin Yu exhaled. He recalled the moment he entered this game being shot by that mysterious girl from the Psychological Society whose identity remained unknown. In his dying moments, those lightly spoken words now echoed again, deafeningly loud. May you be seen by the gods. These words weren't her mad ravings after all, but a prophecy now coming true. He also remembered the moment his rewind succeeded in the first dungeon, hearing that admiring voice, truly magnificent. That voice hadn't come from anywhere in the world, as if directly resonating within his soul. And just now, this god of change had given another hint within the lies and deceptions. He'd woven hid a clue: manipulating time is the exclusive privilege of gods. Indeed, after increasingly utilizing the fraudster abilities, Lin Yu had grown to understand more about the belief required for manifestation. Thinking back now, that rewind had truly been incredible, relying merely on 6 people's belief, even deceiving himself. Was that really enough to reverse time? As all these details accumulated, every piece seemed to connect together faintly, including this current dungeon. Though only his second, Lin Yu remained quite certain that a god personally appearing was an extremely rare occurrence regardless. Lin Yu looked at the gray crow before him and spoke. I'm not entirely confident about the answer to this question, but I think it should relate to my potential and the gods. The condition for entering the death game after death, according to the bloody text, should require intense longing for life. As for class, most believe it's closely connected to one's real-life experiences. Here Lin Yu paused slightly, but that's just the surface level. The deeper reason, I think, connects to why this game exists. This death game was indeed created by gods. And some people in reality seem able to discern who has potential in this game. Lin Yu sighed here. To be honest, I was forcibly sent in by them. He recalled that ninja from the Psychological Society organization who came to test him. That person had enthusiastically invited him to join the Psychological Society, while initially expressing skepticism about him, awakening the soldier class. Yet that very attitude made Lin Yu realize something. So in this game, while most people awaken classes related to their experiences, and most classes initially have no inherent superiority, but those with exceptionally high potential might attract divine attention and awaken unique classes. Therefore, from the very beginning, my starting point differed from other players. Lin Yu exhaled, looking at the god of change. This fraudster unique class was probably given to me by you or other gods, right? Lin Yu stated calmly. The god of change laughed. Basically correct, though with several key omissions and the final conclusion wrong, but I can give you 85 points. Is the conclusion wrong, and are there key omissions? Hearing the god of change give his own evaluation of 85 points, Lin Yu wasn't particularly happy, but instead slightly furrowed his brows. In other words, this fraudster profession wasn't the result of divine intervention, and what exactly was omitted? Lin Yu grew curious. What did I miss, and what is the real answer? Lin Yu looked toward the gray crow man. The latter smiled and shook his head. That is something you will have to explore on your own in the future. Don't be too greedy, Lin Yu. Being able to understand the roles of potential and gods in this game by the second dungeon already puts you far ahead of the others. If this continues, they'll have something to complain about. The crow man said this, and before Lin Yu could continue questioning, changed the subject. All right, Lin Yu answered the first reward-punishment question correctly, so naturally there will be a reward. Now you can ask me about one hidden secret of someone. It can be any secret of anyone. Hearing this reward, Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff. So you were watching my entire first dungeon, huh? This was exactly the lie he had told when playing the detective class in his first dungeon. The real detective ability wasn't actually this. Lin Yu muttered to himself and then looked at the crow man. Can I choose you? Sorry, I'm not someone. I'm a god. The god of change refused Lin Yu. Lin Yu wasn't surprised by this answer. Fine, then let me think. If it were the old Lin Yu, this question wouldn't be easy to answer. After all, his social circle was simple, and he had little curiosity to pry into his friends' or classmates' secrets. But now, Lin Yu really had 2 people whose secrets he wanted to investigate. One was the recently encountered Unforgotten. The other, naturally, was the junior girl who killed Lin Yu, the mysterious murderer. Lin Yu knew that the latter likely came from the Psychological Society and had killed him after noticing his potential. However, Lin Yu knew very little about her information or what kind of person she really was. As for Unforgotten, Lin Yu had spent an entire dungeon with her and had begun to grasp some of the quirky, nervous traits of this mischievous girl. Her profession was thief, probably stemming from her prank-loving personality and kleptomania. Her true identity was likely a wealthy heiress from Jiangqing. Her windbreaker and sneakers were all expensive brand-name goods, and the black windbreaker was even made of cut-resistant fabric. She was probably still in high school, with decent grades, and likely maintained a well-behaved image in front of her parents when Unforgotten held a utility knife. She instinctively gripped it like a pen, and the calluses on her fingers had not faded. With this information, even without asking Shen Bingmiao, Lin Yu felt he could find some clues about Unforgotten's identity after leaving. however. Lin Yu still leaned toward using this question on Unforgotten, because even though the real identity of that junior girl was unknown, at least Lin Yu basically understood the organization she belonged to as a player and her purpose for killing him. She looked strong and wasn't in a hurry for revenge. But what purpose did Unforgotten have for approaching him, and which organization did she belong to? Lin Yu was completely in the dark. That's right, although he had finally used the lie detector, Lin Yu still did not believe the words Unforgotten said. This thief was just as skilled at deceiving with the truth. Her number of cleared dungeons might be correct, but she definitely wasn't approaching him without purpose or just for fun. From the very beginning, when Lin Yu saw the note left on the bicycle and shared bike stolen by Unforgotten, he clearly realized one thing. This was an evaluation. Although Unforgotten really loved pranks, everything she did to him. That strong sense of evaluation meant to test his reactions was overwhelming, especially since this girl left almost immediately after the ninja. As a veteran player, how could she not recognize the ninja's smoke bomb? So even if Lin Yu wasn't sure whether this was a test and evaluation, or if someone was secretly watching him. Out of caution, he acted irritable, quick-tempered, and completely fooled at that time. And later, Lin Yu also solidified his persona by demonstrating the abilities of a soldier, and it proved. Lin Yu's guess was correct. After meeting Unforgotten in this dungeon, she indeed already knew about his soldier profession beforehand. This meant she had definitely been secretly observing him. Therefore, Lin Yu could never believe it was a coincidence that she appeared in this dungeon. The forum mentioned many kinds of items that allowed people to team up in the same dungeon, so an item that allowed someone to join a specific player's dungeon wasn't impossible. Even though Unforgotten mentioned Heavenly Artisan briefly at the end, Lin Yu still believed. Unforgotten's target was definitely himself. The reason was simple. Just from the accent, Heavenly Artisan was from the Northwest region. Unforgotten probably just took his things casually. In fact, because of Unforgotten's intentional or unintentional misdirection, Lin Yu was even more certain she likely came for him. So Lin Yu further displayed his persona to Unforgotten in this dungeon. From the previously irritable persona, he extended traits of being good at puzzles, vengeful, and extremely arrogant. But no matter how much he disguised and concealed himself, once he realized that besides the Psychological Society, there might be other organizations targeting him, Lin Yu's anxiety only deepened. After all, what Unforgotten said about not coming from the Psychological Society was verified truth by the lie detector. After careful consideration, Lin Yu decided to ask about Unforgotten. He couldn't keep up this enemy hidden, I know act forever. So Lin Yu looked at the Gray Crow Man and said, I want to ask about the secret of the player in this game whose profession is thief. What exactly is her purpose for approaching me? The God of Change laughed. I guess there was about an 80% chance you'd ask about her, but that one is really interesting. Before leaving, she even tried to steal something from me. I'll tell Yaosh is a member of the Free Alliance. She used an item to join this dungeon to evaluate whether you are suitable to join the Free Alliance. Free Alliance, hearing Crow Man's words, Lin Yu froze momentarily before recalling. This was another one of the 3 organizations banned from the forum, alongside the Psychological Society. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh wryly. Well, seems like I've only cleared 1 dungeon and already caught the attention of 2 troublesome organizations. He genuinely marveled at this. Was his potential really that impressive? To think 2 organizations would want to recruit him. Wait, considering that Heavenly Artisan had also extended an invitation earlier. So all 3 organizations on the forum's blacklist have invited me, huh? Lin Yu sighed. Things were getting increasingly complicated. As a newcomer who'd only cleared 2 dungeons, he barely understood the faction dynamics among death game players, yet 3 notoriously non-virtuous organizations had already set their sights on him. This definitely wasn't good news. After getting out, I'll need to disguise myself properly and gather more intel, he thought. I should also investigate what this promotion business is about soon. Turning back to the Gray Crow Man, Lin Yu asked, all right, shouldn't we move to the next question? Crow Man nodded with a smile. Indeed. Now for the second question. Among all the information I've told you in this room, exactly 1 statement is false. Which one is it? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This second question was rather interesting. Unlike the first one, which had immediately triggered revelations, this required careful analysis. If taken as premise, any false statement among Crow Man's words about itself, about deities, about the death game could lead to vastly different conclusions. But as for this question, Lin Yu exhaled. Guess I'll have to rely on intuition. I'll say it's when you gave me 85 points. Crow Man squinted. Oh, your reasoning. My reasoning is that I think my answer was perfect, Lin Yu said calmly. You definitely wanted to give me 100 points internally. At least 98. Crow Man blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, wrong answer. But your response amuses me, so I'll still grant you a reward. You may ask me 1 question during any game session. For any puzzle I know the answer to, I shall provide a clear and truthful response. This privilege isn't limited to the current game. With that, Crowman raised its right hand and snapped its slender fingers. Snap. A sharp pain erupted on Lin Yu's right wrist as a simple gray crow design appeared, as if etched into his skin. When you have a question, simply press your left index finger here and ask, Crowman explained. Lin Yu rubbed the mark gingerly. All right, now I'm starting to believe this is really a reward stage. He then looked up. So is it time for the final decision question? Crowman nodded. Indeed, though this time it's not about choosing an exit method, but selecting your equipment reward. It spread both hands where gray mist coalesced into two capsules, one red, one blue. In my open palms lie two items that will greatly benefit you. Choosing either left or right will grant you one reward and let you leave this dungeon. Now make your choice. Which hand will you pick? Point to it and tell me, Crowman whispered. Lin Yu stared at the red and blue pills, momentarily stunned. You deities watch The Matrix too. I dabble in human entertainment. Crowman inclined its head slightly. Indeed, it's precisely humanity's boundless creativity that makes this game increasingly rich and fascinating. So the items are capsules. Lin Yu stroked his chin. Given you've seen The Matrix from an auspicious perspective, red seems the obvious choice. Blue feels like it might trap me forever in the death game. Crowman chuckled. No such implication. Either capsule affects your ability to leave this dungeon. Lin Yu also laughed. Right, because neither choice lets me leave. You bastard deity. Calling this a reward stage while hiding your biggest trick in the final room's last question. Those two pleasant earlier questions were just to lower my guard. His laughter sharpened into a piercing gaze. You even stopped saying, afraid I'd realize your single falsehood was actually hidden in the third question. Choosing either left or right will grant you one reward. This entire statement needs to be taken inversely, doesn't it? Lin Yu's eyes locked onto Crowman's outstretched hands. Choosing either hand means receiving no items and being unable to leave, correct? The gray Crowman gave a low chuckle. Heh, so what's your choice? Using the same trick 4 times makes it pretty obvious, Lin Yu sighed. You even emphasized pointing instead of saying left or right. He suddenly pointed upwards. High above in the vaulted sky, the towering Crowman statue leaned on a cane with one hand while the other lay completely flat and open. I choose the statue's open hand. Lin Yu raised both arms overhead and declared calmly. Crowman's laughter boomed like thunder. Even at the end, I couldn't deceive you. No wonder you obtained the fraudster profession. The giant Crowman statue bent down, placing its enormous left palm before Lin Yu. Upon it rested 2 massive items, a row of gleaming white teeth and a crimson tongue. The gray Crowman behind him dissolved into smoke as the statue spoke again. Lin Yu, congratulations on solving the final decision question. Here are your rewards. One is named Teeth of Prophecy, the other is named Tongue of Deceit. After making your choice, I shall send you forth from this dungeon. Lin Yu looked at the 2 items in the Crowman statue's hands and took a step forward. Can I check their effects? As Lin Yu spoke, the crow statue opened its mouth again, its voice deep, solemn, and resonant, of course. With the deity's permission, Lin Yu took another step forward, approaching the enormous hand. Both items were roughly the same size as Lin Yu. He reached out and touched them. The Teeth of Prophecy felt slightly hard and cold to the touch, while the Tongue of Deceit was warm and soft. They resembled real teeth and a tongue, yet Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that they truly represented truth and lies. Like other items, these two displayed their descriptions upon being touched. Teeth of Prophecy, when activated, your next statement of established fact will be unquestionably believed. Can be used once per game, disappears after 3 uses. Tongue of Deceit, when activated, your next potentially achievable lie will inevitably come true. Can be used once per game. Disappears after 3 uses. Lin Yu froze momentarily as he read the descriptions. These were practically tailor-made for a fraudster like him. The Tongue of Deceit was self-explanatory. It allowed him to bypass the usual conditions required for a fraudster to make lies come true, forcibly realizing one false statement. Best of all, it didn't even require a target to deceive. At first glance, the Teeth of Prophecy seemed less impressive than the Tongue of Deceit. After all, truths were already true, so the chance of disbelief was minimal. But Lin Yu had learned during this game just how effective using truth to deceive could be. Moreover, one unquestionably believed truth, if wielded skillfully, could serve as the foundation for countless lies. Faced with these 2 items, Lin Yu felt torn. What should I do? I want both, he muttered. Then he looked up at the gray Crowman and suddenly realized something. Hey, if I take one of these, can I test it out? The gray Crowman statue looked down at Lin Yu, narrowing its eyes as if understanding his intentions. You want both, don't you? If you choose the Teeth of Prophecy, I'll let you test it once, but not if you choose the Tongue of Deceit. Lin Yu grinned at the statue. No problem, the Teeth of Prophecy will do. If you'd given me the Tongue of Deceit, taking both would have been too easy. His calm declaration only piqued the Crowman's curiosity further. Very well, let's see what you'll do. The Teeth of Prophecy's effect will work on me too, the gray Crowman murmured, lightly waving its hand. The row of chilling teeth shrank to normal size and flew into Lin Yu's mouth. He felt a brief coolness against his teeth before everything returned to normal. Simultaneously, an instinctive understanding surfaced in his mind, just like when he'd first acquired his profession. Just think Teeth of Prophecy and wish to activate it, and the next statement will take effect. Lin Yu looked up at the Crow Man statue, bared his now razor-sharp white teeth, and uttered his prepared truth. Whenever I receive item rewards in any instance, I always obtain double the rewards. This is an ability granted to me as the game master. Words passed through teeth, emerging as prophecy. This was an established fact. Lin Yu had indeed received double rewards every time he'd earned them in past instances, but it was also a deception. Lin Yu omitted that he'd only experienced one instance so far, and the double rewards came from deceiving Chen Zhu. This was the art of deceiving with truth enhanced by the Teeth of Prophecy's unquestionable belief effect. Lin Yu felt a torrent of belief surge toward him. The power of a deity completely solidified his double rewards claim as absolute truth. The tongue of deceit on the massive hand also shrank and merged with Lin Yu's own tongue. He flicked his tongue, producing a crisp sound. Just like with the Teeth of Prophecy, Lin Yu felt no discomfort. He had acquired the tongue of deceit. The gray crow man seemed dazed for a moment before exclaiming in admiration, "So that was your plan all along. Even if I'd let you test the tongue of deceit, you'd have chosen the Teeth of Prophecy. Of course, the difference is significant," Lin Yu replied with a smile. His successful deception didn't just earn him the tongue of deceit, Lin Yu had said any instance. While he didn't know the upper limits of the tongue of deceit's potentially achievable scope, guaranteeing double rewards in all future death games likely exceeded its capacity. But a deity's belief was powerful enough to make Lin Yu's audacious lie come true. Though the Teeth of Prophecy might not normally work on a deity, Lin Yu had deliberately piqued the Crow Man's curiosity, prompting the God of Change to declare that the Teeth of Prophecy will affect me. Of course, Lin Yu was still gambling after all. The Crow Man might have witnessed his entire previous game. This was both a test and a wager. Could the Teeth of Prophecy override established facts? The answer was yes. With the right phrasing, even deities could overlook reality. The Crow Man sighed, daring to exploit a deity like this. "You're the first. I'm starting to wonder why the death game chose you. You don't seem particularly afraid of death." Lin Yu shook his head. "On the contrary, I'm terrified of death. That's exactly why I couldn't pass up this high reward, rare opportunity to exploit a deity. Besides, you won't kill me, right?" The Crow Man snorted. "Don't be so sure." The statue suddenly raised its hand and swung at Lin Yu. Whoosh. The mountain-sized palm generated chaotic winds as it descended. Lin Yu calmly watched the approaching hand. Until next time, revered God of Change. He didn't flinch or even blink. Just before impact, everything went black. "Congratulations on clearing the game deadly quiz. Calculating your rewards. Base reward, 7 days of survival time. Additional rewards obtained this game. Item Teeth of Prophecy bound. Item Tongue of Deceit bound." Lin Yu exhaled. "Told you he wouldn't kill me." But he'd worry about deities latter had more pressing matters now. Looking around the settlement space, he wasn't surprised to see Heavenly Artisan, Unforgotten, and April. Although the trio had left the instance earlier than Lin Yu, just as he predicted, the exit time from the instance wouldn't affect the settlement space. They still entered the settlement space simultaneously with him after all. The remaining three also seemed to have just regained their senses. Heavenly Artisan looked around blankly, noticed someone was missing, saw the bloodstains on April, and gazed at her with interest. Didn't expect this. After playing nice the whole game, someone actually died at the end, and it's lovers turning against each other. April coldly stared at Heavenly Artisan. "None of your damn business." Having heard of Heavenly Artisan's reputation earlier, April had been somewhat afraid of this member of the Marauders, but after killing number 8, April's personality seemed to have undergone some changes. Heavenly Artisan, choked by April's retort, helplessly raised his hands. All right, my bad. This probably isn't a pleasant memory." Lin Yu then looked at Unforgot. Having confirmed this person was from the Free Alliance, Lin Yu naturally needed to reinforce his persona more. "What a shame I couldn't leave you completely in that instance this time." Lin Yu put on an expression of dissatisfaction and indignation as he looked at Unforgot. Unforgotten smiled. "Oh, didn't you have fun? The death game is just a game. Enjoying it is what matters most, isn't it?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I can't enjoy that kind of game. I just think the further away I stay from lunatics like you, the better," he said with a headache. Unforgotten burst out laughing. "What a pity you've already caught my attention. I said I'd pester you even more intensely." Lin Yu coldly threatened, "Next time we meet, I might just kill you. Then I'll be eagerly waiting." Unforgotten laughed heartily. Then, the settlement time ended. Lin Yu returned to reality once more, opening his eyes. He woke up in that enormous wooden bathtub. Splash! Lin Yu stood up from the still warm water in the tub, droplets rolling off his clean skin. Through the conversation in the settlement space, Lin Yu roughly understood one thing. Unforgotten's evaluation of him was likely qualified. Even though he'd acted vengeful, impulsive, and scheming, even showing obvious hostility toward Unforgotten. The other party still seemed to consider him qualified. The reason was probably the abilities he'd displayed in the previous instance. So the Free Alliance probably selects members based solely on potential, not caring much about relationships between members or their personalities. This suggests either the organization is as loose as its name implies, or its administrators are confident in resolving conflicts between members, Lin Yu thought to himself. Anyway, this Free Alliance was truly as bad as the Psychological Society, having good reason to be banned from the forum, but Lin Yu felt the Free Alliance was slightly better for now. At least Unforgot hadn't actually harmed him, whereas that mysterious junior girl from the Psychological Society had genuinely shot him dead. Thinking of this, Lin Yu rubbed his chin. The reactions of other players in this game also revealed something. The forum really does seem like a trustworthy organization. After all, even Heavenly Artisan and Unforgot, who weren't allowed on the forum, had initially fabricated forum IDs. And when April and Number 8 heard Heavenly Artisan's forum band name, they immediately became wary and guarded against him. Even Heavenly Artisan himself didn't dispute anything. This indicated that the forum should be a highly credible and authoritative organization among most players. Previously, the reliable information Lin Yu saw about the forum and order organizations came from posts on the forum. How could information from the same source be credible? Only after seeing the reactions of several veteran players did Lin Yu finally lower his guard slightly toward the forum. Similarly, the tycoon, verified by the forum, might also be relatively trustworthy. Maybe I can try subtly probing him for information about that mysterious woman from the Psychological Society. In the Free Alliances, Unforgotten. Pondering this, Lin Yu decided to find another opportunity to contact the tycoon. Of course, he'd temporarily stop selling fake items this week. Lin Yu now had a more reliable money-making method than selling fake items the bounty posts on the forum. Since the forum organization was trustworthy, those they put bounties on were likely people who deserved to die. So why not kill some deserving targets within his ability and earn some extra cash? I'll carefully ask that tycoon about the bounty thing later. Might as well ask about promotion while I'm at it. Although Lin Yu had decided to temporarily stop selling fake items to the tycoon just based on that last deal, he was somewhat of a big client now. Moreover, with the permanent double rewards buff, even if he never sold fakes again, he could always sell genuine items, so the tycoon probably wouldn't mind answering a few questions. With this in mind, Lin Yu took off his wet clothes, dried himself with a towel, and changed into prepared clean clothes. He decided to message the tycoon right now to contact him. Lin Yu picked up his phone from the bathroom counter and turned on the screen. The time was just 5 minutes past midnight, same as last time. He'd woken up around 1 minute past midnight. Drying himself had taken about 4 minutes. But at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized the blood text before his eyes seemed different from before. Time until next game latest start. 6 days, 23 hours, 54 minutes. Note, in the next game instance, you will receive an additional promotion trial task. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Promotion trial, he'd just been wondering whether to ask the tycoon about promotion while inquiring about other matters. Now it seemed he'd have to prioritize investigating promotion. If he couldn't get satisfactory answers from the tycoon, Lin Yu was even prepared to use that precious question opportunity given by the god of change. Self-identified as 9 Waters, occupation is soldier, impulsive and vengeful personality but meticulous in thinking. Shows unique insights in puzzle solving and setting traps using game rules. Estimated potential at a plus to S level. During actual gameplay, he didn't uncover my identity or purpose, but noticed my earlier surveillance and caused me some trouble in the dungeon. My recommendation, if he passes promotion, he might be worth recruiting into our organization. In a standalone villa on Jiangcheng's outskirts, a swimsuit-clad girl wrapped in a towel sat by the poolside, holding a tablet. Beside her lay a soaked windbreaker and sweatpants. After saving the file on her tablet, she dragged it into an 11-person group chat to upload. Soon, the quiet group chat came alive with responses. Magician, finished the evaluation already. Quick work, thumbs up. Undertaker Zhao Yun, vengeful personality. Probably won't join the Psychological Society then, since they're the ones who killed her. AAA Construction Lao Wu, but we should prevent order from poaching him, especially since he's a soldier. Chef God and S-Soldier. No wonder the Psychological Society sent that guy to Jiangcheng. Magician, seriously. Even I'm only rated A. Prisoner, you're trash who got chased around by Heicheng's game master. AAA Construction Lao Wu, honestly, should we make an exception and invite him first? With that potential, he'll definitely pass promotion. Chef God, let's wait. With that potential, he might reach promotion by the 8th dungeon, maybe even 7th, just an extra month's wait. Magician, I agree with Chef God Flower. Prisoner, Chef God makes sense. We can observe him more during this time. Undertaker Zio Yun, one thing bothers me why call himself Nine Waters. Rumors say that guy's also from Jiangcheng, possibly Jiangcheng's game master. Magician, probably coincidence sweat. Chef God, if not, we're in big trouble. Braised Carp King, regardless, we should make more contact to confirm. Ideally determine his promotion timeline and ensure he doesn't join order. Seeing the message from Braised Carp King, whose avatar was a Charmander, the girl picked up her tablet again. Master Thief Anian, then pay up. The kid's dangerous enough already, now possibly connected to the game master. No extra pay, no deal. Braised Carp King deal. Before next dungeon, I'll mail you the exquisite gloves. Reading this, the girl's lips curled into a smile as she turned off her tablet. Nice scoring, exquisite gloves. Carp's really going all out, but the kid's worth it. Hope he passes promotion smoothly. So the forum is deliberately hiding information about promotion. Lin Yu put down his phone. After browsing forum posts, he confirmed one thing. While the forum had countless posts and guides, mentions of promotion were extremely rare. Even when mentioned, discussions were superficial at best. Instead, many bounty requests contained posts like starting, trial, next dungeon, need help surviving safely. This only deepened Lin Yu's confusion about what trial actually was. Realizing further searching wouldn't yield answers, Lin Yu opened his contacts. After some thought, he messaged Harmony Brings Wealth, available. Within seconds came the reply, oh, the newbie who sold all those items. Congrats on clearing your second dungeon. Got more items to sell. Lin Yu smiled at the enthusiastic response. A true businessman, always eager for customers. Sorry, nothing to sell this time. But I have some questions. Lin Yu sent the message. The reply came quickly, ask away. If it's sensitive, come to the restaurant. Just be discreet when coming. Lin Yu considered this. I'll head over soon. Currently, Harmony Brings Wealth was the most trustworthy player he'd met. Though late at night, most players had just returned from dungeons and wouldn't be moving around. Perfect timing for Lin Yu. Soon changed and masked, Lin Yu left home. This time he didn't take his bicycle, but rented a shared bike instead. The ride was less smooth than his own bike, taking longer to reach familiar Changming Street. After returning the bike, Lin Yu approached the abandoned restaurant. As he prepared to find entry, a second-floor window suddenly opened. Kid, up here. A bright blue-suited man lowered a retractable metal ladder. Lin Yu blinked at the ladder before climbing up and hopping through the window. Once inside, the man closed the window while Lin Yu removed his mask. He found himself back in the luxurious office. Harmony Brings Wealth took some loose tea leaves from a cabinet and gestured, please sit. Take a seat. What's so urgent you came running right after a dungeon? Trouble in the dungeon. Seeing his composed host, Lin Yu sat on the sofa, sipped tea, and exhaled deeply. Big trouble. Adopting a troubled expression, Lin Yu continued, do you know about the Marauders and Free Alliance? Those banned groups from the forum notice. I encountered them last dungeon. They seem dangerous, and I offended one. Am I in trouble? Harmony Brings Wealth's expression turned serious upon hearing the two organization names from Lin Yu's mouth. The Marauders and the Free Alliance. Explain in detail what exactly happened. Lin Yu nodded. My last dungeon was of the puzzle type, so the competition wasn't too intense. After entering the dungeon, we exchanged identities and introduced ourselves. Two players seemed somewhat odd to me, but I didn't pay special attention at the time. It wasn't until near the end, due to the puzzle factor, that they revealed their true identities. One was Heavenly Artisan from the Marauders. Harmony Brings Wealth looked enlightened. Ah, that super rookie who just joined the Marauders. He's got some real skills. You can find him on the bounty board if you check the forum. He continued calmly, was he targeting you? If I remember correctly, he's from the Northwest region, so no need to worry too much. Lin Yu shook his head. Not exactly. On the contrary, he was relatively friendly toward me. It was the other one from the Free Alliance who seemed hostile toward me. Harmony Brings Wealth's expression turned serious again. The Free Alliance, it's quite rare for you to encounter them. To be honest, when it comes to the Free Alliance, there's a high probability they're imposters. Lin Yu shook his head again. That shouldn't be the case, because she didn't claim to be from the Free Alliance herself. I confirmed it through my own means. But why do you say they're probably imposters? Harmony Brings Wealth waved his hand. First, describe her characteristics. A girl not too tall, wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker. Her profession seems to be thief, with a rather unpleasant personality, and her accent sounded like a local from Jiangcheng. After Lin Yu finished, Harmony Brings Wealth had a realization. You encountered Master Thief Anian. Hearing this name, Lin Yu also had an epiphany. Anian, unforgotten. So that's what her ID meant, he thought to himself while maintaining a confused expression. Is she very famous? Extremely famous. Before being purged from the Free Alliance forum, her ID Anian was quite notorious. Basically, anyone who participated in a dungeon with her would lose one or two items to her, and those items wouldn't return even after leaving the dungeon. Hearing this, Lin Yu was shocked. Her skill can permanently steal items. Normally, items stolen by a thief's skill in a dungeon would automatically return to their original owners after the dungeon ended. If used in reality, the items would return at the start of the next dungeon. While non-item objects could be stolen permanently, a thief's ability wasn't supposed to work permanently on items. Previously in the dungeon, Unforgot, or rather Anian, had shown him the items she stole from Heavenly Artisan. Lin Yu had thought she just wanted to play with them or see their effects. He never imagined she actually had the ability to permanently steal others' items. Harmony Brings Wealth said gravely, her profession is indeed thief, but she probably achieved this through some special item. The forum's evaluation of her was, there are many thieves, but only one master thief. After hearing this, Lin Yu appeared even more worried. That impressive. So if she and her organization are targeting me, am I doomed? Harmony Brings Wealth shook his head. Don't worry too much. Although the master thief has a nasty personality, so far she rarely actively kills anyone. She prefers teasing people and playing pranks. While being targeted by her might bring trouble, it usually doesn't pose a life-threatening danger. After a pause, he added, as for the Free Alliance, you have even less to worry about. Although this organization is notorious, it has very few members. Currently, only 9 confirmed members exist. Lin Yu was stunned. So few. How many members do normal organizations usually have? Seeing Lin Yu's confusion, Harmony Brings Wealth patiently explained. The largest is the Major Organization Order, with probably over 500 to nearly 1,000 members. Almost every sizable city has more than 10 order members. Next are several nationally known organizations, each with a few hundred members, larger ones with 400 to 500, smaller ones 100 to 200. The Marauders Psychological Society, Player Mutual Aid Association, Night Watchman, etc., are all about this size. Regionally famous organizations are generally small to medium-sized. For example, my Jiang'an Hall in Jiangcheng has about 100 members. Finally, there are various small organizations, but they need at least 20 to 30 members to be widely recognized as an organization by players. The Free Alliance is the only exception. After hearing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment before asking, then why is the Free Alliance an exception? Because their admission standard requires successful promotion, Harmony Brings Wealth said calmly. Although there are only 9 members now, each one is a very famous powerhouse, just like Master Thief Anian. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt secretly pleased. The topic had finally reached promotion, had been wondering how to naturally steer the conversation there. Now that Harmony Brings Wealth brought it up himself, it was perfect for Lin Yu. So Lin Yu put on a slightly confused expression and asked, promotion. Didn't you say before that the standard for measuring strength is the number of dungeons cleared? Many forum posts mention promotion. What exactly is it? Harmony Brings Wealth looked at Lin Yu, picked up his tea, and took a slow sip. Correct, the number of dungeons cleared is an important standard for judging a player's strength. That's only relative to players of the same tier. Having experienced 2 dungeons and obtained so many items, you must have noticed. When receiving item rewards, the settlement space will notify you that you've received non-exclusive item rewards right. Promotion means that before a dungeon begins, you'll receive a prompt to activate the promotion trial. During that dungeon, you'll get some additional mission requirements beyond the normal clearance conditions. These extra missions are optional. Whether you complete them or not, the dungeon's difficulty will increase significantly for you. Even compared to other players in the same dungeon, yours will be exceptionally harder. However, if you survive this dungeon and complete those additional missions, then congratulations, you've achieved promotion, transforming from an ordinary player into a first-tier player. The difference comes from the rewards. You'll receive an exclusive item that essentially unlocks a second, professional ability for your class. Moreover, this new exclusive item often synergizes well with your original class ability, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Therefore, there exists a qualitative gap between players who have achieved promotion and those who haven't. Qualitative change. Lin Yu heard the tycoon's words, and a subtle movement flickered across his expression. In the last dungeon, neither Anian nor Heavenly Artisan really used their class abilities, not to mention the abilities after promotion. Even the original abilities of the Thief and Craftsman classes were barely used. But just based on the tycoon's statement, Lin Yu could still imagine that players who had completed promotion indeed held a significant advantage over ordinary players. Seeing Lin Yu's thoughtful look, the tycoon laughed. All right, no need to get too ambitious. After all, the day you get to promotion is still a long way off. Hearing this, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. A long way off. He was clearly going to face his promotion next week. However, Lin Yu's face remained calm and composed. Is that so? Then how much longer roughly? The tycoon chuckled at Lin Yu's words. Usually, players encounter their first promotion dungeon at the 9th or 10th dungeon. It depends on their performance in the previous dungeons. When the death game thinks you're ready, it will open the promotion dungeon for you. Those with higher potential get it at the 9th, those a bit lacking get it at the 10th. Of course, a small number with decent potential and early signs get the promotion hint at the 8th dungeon. And a very few geniuses start their promotion as early as the 7th dungeon. The tycoon looked at Lin Yu and said, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have to wait until the 9th or 10th dungeon. But even if you are a prodigy who gets the promotion qualification at the 7th dungeon, that's still a month away, no rush." Lin Yu smiled and nodded, saying that makes sense. Yet deep down, he felt utterly shocked. He wasn't just not waiting until the 9th or 10th. According to the tycoon's tone, starting promotion at the 7th dungeon was already extremely rare. He was on his 3rd. Lin Yu immediately made up his mind to keep this matter completely hidden. He was just a newcomer already being targeted by 3 troubling organizations. If he exposed any special traits, he would never find peace again. Some people naturally loved being in the spotlight and thrived even in danger, but Lin Yu was not one of them. Except when performing, enjoying the attention of the masses, his daily life was very low-key. Moreover, these death game players and organizations were crazier than one another, and Lin Yu did not want to draw too much attention from them. So Lin Yu lightly cleared his throat. "All right, it seems there's no need to worry too much about this for now. But I'm curious, you just said the promotion task is optional, so what happens if you don't do it?" "Oh, nothing will happen." The tycoon took a sip of tea and smacked his lips lightly. "It just means you'll face it again after 10 more dungeons. So many people don't complete their first promotion, and even those who do it the second time are in the minority. Of course, even if you don't do the promotion task, the task itself will make your dungeon harder. Surviving that itself counts as strength." At this, the tycoon laughed. This is also why there is rarely information or guides about promotion. On the forum, it's a tacit understanding among the organizations. Lin Yu also lifted his teacup and took a sip. "What do you mean by that?" The tycoon laughed again. "You've been on the forum, so you should know, although the death game has a wide variety of classes, excluding those extremely special, unique classes, currently the known classes don't exceed 100, and among them, some classes that aren't unique are still quite rare. Excluding those, the common classes are actually just over 50. Lin Yu nodded slightly. During the past week, he had almost memorized over 50 common classes and more than 20 less common ones. He knew the tycoon's words better than most new players, and the tycoon's words also gave Lin Yu a faint realization. So, could it be that the promotion tasks of the same class are very similar? Lin Yu said, and the tycoon smiled. Yes, although the promotion tasks adjust slightly according to the next dungeon, the tasks for the same class are basically similar. Therefore, many organizations have rich experience on how to survive the promotion dungeon and complete the promotion task. Thus, players with average talent who want to survive the promotion dungeon have the best chance by joining an organization. The tycoon said calmly, "After joining, you can get experience on how to survive, and even enjoy the service of experienced veterans, helping with the promotion dungeon at quite a favorable price. Some large organizations, like Order, even offer this as a free benefit. You only need to pay the cost price for party items." And players with higher talent and ambitions who want to complete the promotion task earlier and more safely can also gain a lot of useful experience. Although, once the promotion task is in a party, it cannot be completed and you can't rely on the organization inside the dungeon for help. But outside the dungeon, the experience and guidance are invaluable. Moreover, after each class completes promotion, it will split into 2 different branches. Choosing a branch is also valuable information for players seeking further advancement. The tycoon stopped, and Lin Yu understood. Lin Yu said, also understanding the tycoon's intention. Since last time, Lin Yu had sensed that this uncle seemed to want to recruit and win him over. And through these inquiries, besides getting a lot of information about the death game and the player situation, he also confirmed one thing. This tycoon was definitely well-informed and experienced. He even knew about the Psychological Society organization. So, had he recognized that business card, recalling the tycoon's subtle expression at that time? Although this experienced uncle was a good actor, any trace of acting could not escape Lin Yu's eyes. He definitely recognized the origin of that business card. Therefore, he knew from the start that Lin Yu was being targeted by the Psychological Society. Moreover, judging by the uncle's knowledge of the Psychological Society, he likely knew that the society targets newcomers because they have very high potential. But since the tycoon's goodwill was genuine, Lin Yu didn't expose anything. Still, he was somewhat curious about the tycoon's real intention. Just now, during this self-introduction, the tycoon mentioned the organization he founded, Zhang and Hall, making Lin Yu completely clear. This uncle definitely wanted him to join his organization. Sure enough, the tycoon cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem, brother, to be honest, I won't be polite. I'll be straightforward with you. I want you to join our Jiang and Hall." Upon hearing the tycoon's invitation, Lin Yu was already mentally prepared, but he still showed a shocked expression on his face. Or rather, he had planned exactly this shocked expression, and he had prepared it quite carefully, not an ordinary shock, but a mix of 30 doubt, 30 flattered, and 40 disbelief. Anyone who saw Lin Yu's expression at this moment would naturally assume that he was feeling exactly that. The tycoon was no exception. He looked at Lin Yu's expression with some pride. No need to answer me right away, you can take some time to think about it. Although our Jiang'an Hall is just a local organization, here in Jiangcheng I still have the confidence to say we're one of the top few. Besides, you've probably seen some things about me on the forum. I'm the one who can organize the Jiangcheng gathering recognized by the forum. So naturally, I have some real strength. Our Jiang'an Hall is also one of the cooperative organizations of the order. In other words, within Jiangcheng's territory, our Jiang'an Hall can represent the order to some extent, the tycoon said proudly. Seeing the tycoon's smug expression, Lin Yu added a little admiration and reverence to his shocked look. That impressive. From what I've read on the forum, the order is the strongest organization. Those 3 groups removed from the forum. Anyone who sees the order avoids them. As Lin Yu spoke, the tycoon nodded calmly. That's right. So outside the game, as long as you're within Jiangcheng's territory, whether it's the Marauders, the Free Alliance, even including the Psychological Society, if they want to mess with you, I can protect you. Of course, the premise is that you join our Jiang'an Hall, the tycoon said earnestly. Lin Yu looked at the tycoon's expression and deepened the doubt on his face once more. But based on what you said, wouldn't it be better for me to join the order directly? As he spoke, the tycoon laughed. Do you think the order takes in people without any threshold? Although the organization has many members, recruitment is very strict. They not only assess your strength, but also your character. Once you join, there are many rules. If you compare the death game player's circle to a martial arts world, the order is currently the leading righteous sect. The tycoon spoke while gesturing with his hand. Although Lin Yu didn't know what he was gesturing at, he still nodded. I get it, the people inside are not only strong but also righteous, right? Lin Yu said, and the tycoon showed a worthy pupil expression. Exactly. Relatively speaking, our Jiang'an Hall also has rules, but basically it's just no killing people casually in real life and don't betray the organization. Those basics, the tycoon said, looking at Lin Yu. Also, if a promising young talent like you joins now, the benefits are many. This middle-aged man winked and smiled, like the promotion strategies. But I can't use those right now, Lin Yu said casually. That was a lie. Lin Yu knew he probably wouldn't be able to use them later either. The tycoon had just said. The various organizations' experience guides were all summarized from quests of the same profession. But Lin Yu knew he had the unique class, the fraudster. Unique class, where could he find any reference for that? Moreover, he was especially special. Third dungeon had already unlocked the promotion trial, and from the tycoon's tone, it was probably something no one had heard of. Therefore, these promotion strategies were basically useless to Lin Yu. The tycoon laughed after hearing Lin Yu's words. That's why I said, no rush to decide, wait until after a few more dungeons and see. Then you'll know how good it is to have an organization. The tycoon said this. Lin Yu nodded and interrupted him. The tycoon was a man of standards. Hearing Lin Yu's words, he also knew the other was somewhat uninterested. I was a bit abrupt. It seems you hold yourself in high regard and want to join a major organization. The tycoon sighed, but local organizations like ours have their own advantages. And actually, I'm not weak either. Have you ever looked at the bounty section on the forum? The tycoon asked. Lin Yu nodded. Although I was tempted by the money from bounties, I never really understood what promotion was, nor did I know how strong other players were, so I didn't look to avoid making myself greedy. He paused. Now that I know, I'm even less interested after all. You said the gap between players without promotion and those who have it is qualitative. Lin Yu was telling the truth. He wanted to make money but wasn't that desperate. He could take some risks, but not too big. The tycoon smiled. Still, take a look. The forum section's name really should be changed. It says bounty, but now it also has a ranking function. Turns out, the forum actually made it. They created a top 100 leaderboard. At first, there was a lot of controversy about how the ranking was determined, but this feature has been out for over half a year, and after various events, people have mostly accepted it. At least the ranking error should be within 3 to 5 spots. Of course, if those on the list who have forum accounts can choose to remain anonymous. As the tycoon spoke, Lin Yu finally understood. Sounds like you're on that list. The tycoon laughed. Take a look. Lin Yu took out his phone and opened the forum. He then opened the bounty section, where he really found a pinned post titled Player Ranking Real-Time Update. The poster was the forum's official account. After clicking it, names and their organizations appeared on the black forum background. First place, General Organization Order. Second place, Diviner Organization Marauders. Third place, Grandmaster Organization Order. Fourth place, Anonymous Player. Lin Yu scrolled down a bit but did not find the tycoon in the top 10. He scrolled down vigorously, the page scrolling rapidly. The tycoon, glancing at the screen, saw the text rolling and quickly spoke up. Hey, you passed it, you passed it. Lin Yu heard the tycoon and scrolled back up a bit. He quickly found the tycoon. 27th place, Tycoon, Organization Jiang'an Hall. Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Whoa, among all the players, you're ranked 27th. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the tycoon humbly waved his hand. That's nationwide players, foreign servers don't participate in the forum rankings yet. Although Tycoon maintained a humble demeanor, Lin Yu could sense his underlying pride. Being ranked 27th on the forum's national leaderboard was clearly a source of immense pride for this middle-aged man. After revealing this information, Lin Yu became even more certain. Tycoon valued him more than he had imagined. It couldn't just be because of those items he sold last time. Considering the enthusiastic attitude of the Free Alliance toward him, Lin Yu could easily guess. Apparently being killed by someone from the Psychological Society and entering the death game while leaving a business card served as a reliable certification. This realization made Lin Yu even more composed. His careful performance toward Tycoon from the beginning was precisely to gather more information and to fully understand Tycoon's cards and attitude. Sure enough, while Lin Yu remained silent, Tycoon couldn't help but speak again. So what do you think after seeing this ranking? I do. It makes me want to join Order even more, Lin Yu replied with perfect sincerity. In the rankings, Order had 2 members in the top 3, 4 in the top 20, 8 in the top 50. Out of the 100 names on the leaderboard, Order alone accounted for 15. The Order organization could truly be called dominant in the field. With Order being so powerful, even if they have more rules, it wouldn't be unbearable, Lin Yu added. Tycoon was momentarily stunned by Lin Yu's words, then burst into laughter. Ha, that's indeed an impeccable way of thinking, but I'll say it again, don't rush. Large organizations have their drawbacks too. Order may appear strong, but as the leader of the righteous path, they bear heavy responsibilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be cooperating with our Jiang'an Hall. Moreover, while we at Jiang'an Hall might not match Order in terms of assistance with promotion, we do offer excellent benefits. Tycoon tapped the table meaningfully. For instance, items at the Jiangcheng Gathering and from our Jiang'an Hall can be purchased at 40/10 discounts. Plus, we provide 1 free party item every month. And brother, you seem to be a university student, right? We can provide internship certification. After graduation, you could even work at my company. I'll handle your social insurance and housing fund, a no-strings-attached base salary over 10,000 weekends off, but you wouldn't even need to actually come to work. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Among all the offers, the internship certification and social benefits genuinely tempted him. This was perhaps the most attractive proposition for Lin Yu. He couldn't imagine how sunny and cheerful Lin Zhao would become if he secured a stable job in Jiangcheng after graduation with weekends off, full benefits, and a base salary exceeding 10,000. Although Lin Zhao supported his actor dreams in both words and actions, Lin Yu knew deep down that his elder sister still hoped he'd find stable employment. And Tycoon's offer wouldn't even interfere with his acting aspirations. Might I ask which company you own, brother? Lin Yu inquired cautiously. Qingsheng Group, Jiangcheng's own listed catering conglomerate. Tycoon smiled, extending his hand toward Lin Yu. My father holds some shares, and my elder brother holds an important position there. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Qingsheng, their milk products and fast food were childhood staples for every Jiangcheng resident. He could already picture Lin Zhao boasting to every elderly neighbor in their community if he got a job at Qingsheng. However, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. Looking at Tycoon's hand adorned with rings and bracelets, he felt some realization. No wonder this guy had paid so readily last time was a rich second generation. With his slightly older age and flashy style, Lin Yu had initially thought him a nouveau rich, but it turned out he was just a tasteless old playboy. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Yu swallowed hard and shook Tycoon's hand. I'll need to think about it some more, he responded again. Though it was still a need to think, Tycoon could hear the change in Lin Yu's tone and smiled. Good, I'll await your reply. Lin Yu stood up and left the restaurant. Once outside, his expression quickly returned to calm. Organizations. Although Tycoon's offer was tempting, Lin Yu had only been playing along with his emotions. He wouldn't join Jiang'an Hall just for money. Of course, this didn't mean Tycoon's assumptions about him were correct either. Lin Yu had no real intention of joining Order either. To be precise, Lin Yu didn't plan to join any organization at all. The existence of his fraudster class had already prepared him mentally, could never have true companions. The death game players formed circles, or as Tycoon put it, something like a Jianghu martial world. This was terrible news for Lin Yu. His class destined that the more others knew about him, the worse it would be for him. Therefore, Lin Yu could never truly join any organization. Unless one day I gain some means to freely change identities without anyone knowing, working with these organizations will remain the limit of my involvement. With this thought, Lin Yu took out his phone and opened a chat window. Double Wood President, are you awake? The reply came almost instantly. 9 waters, no money, loved before, can't add performances. Looking at Shen Bingmeo's messages, Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. Double Wood, no, I need your help again. Someone else needs checking. 9 waters, oh, you scared me. Sending, are you awake late at night? Nine Waters, I thought you were confessing or borrowing money or asking for extra performances. Nine Waters, just doxing, huh? Who screwed you over in the game this time? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Shen Bingmeo's messages. The senior was as lively as ever. He edited his message and sent it. Double Wood, neither. This time it's a public figure. Double Wood, a relative of a King Sheng Group executive or shareholder, male around late 30s. I have his WeChat. Nine Waters, are you crazy? Doxing rich people is dangerous. They can track you down. Nine Waters, and this is a listed company's family. What are you planning? Considering marrying into wealth already. But don't pick an old man. Nine Waters, wait, don't tell me that's your type. Lin Yu sighed. Senior Shen Bingmeo was great in every way except sometimes too eccentric. Double Wood, no, I just want to know if he's reliable, no need for private details. Just check if he has any scandals or criminal records, okay. Double Wood, preferably a simple growth trajectory where he studied, previous jobs, etc. With this information, Lin Yu could sketch out some deeper traits of Tycoon by writing a character profile applying acting techniques to real life. Though after meeting Tycoon, he already seemed fairly trustworthy, and even if Lin Yu didn't join Jiang'an Hall, friendly relations might be possible. Still, Lin Yu preferred caution. Nine Waters, easy enough, but feels like you're writing this guy's profile. Lin Yu had to admire his senior's sharpness again, but he was prepared. Double Wood, not a profile, just experimenting with scriptwriting recently, using him as inspiration. Then an idea struck him. Double Wood, by the way, while you're at it, do you know any Jiangcheng tycoons with daughters around 16-17? Probably only children, likely high achievers. Double Wood, if convenient, could you check for matches? Shen Bingmeo immediately replied with a shocked panda meme. Nine Waters, what are you planning now? Nine Waters, to prove you're not after uncles, so switching to sugar mamas instead. Nine Waters, specifically requesting 16-17. Lin Yu, you're too disgusting. Nine Waters, no wonder you ignore all your school fancy have expired. Nine Waters, if you ever get famous and get exposed for underage scandals, don't say you're from Jiangcheng Media Drama Club, I can't take that shame. Lin Yu grew even more exasperated. Double Wood, you've misunderstood, President. There's a reason, let me explain. Shen Bingmeo sent a listening panda meme. Nine Waters, you'd better explain clearly, or I'll have to purge you from the club. Double Wood, it's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Lin Yu considered, deciding to omit the death game parts and mix truth with lies. Double Wood, last week at an offline gathering, I met a girl who seemed wealthy but might have kleptomania. Nine Waters, she stole your underwear. Probably a Jiangda High student, your fan, obsessed with your looks. Double Wood, no, she stole my bike key and rode off with it. Nine Waters, huh, Double Wood, right. When I caught up at the next intersection, she'd already locked it back properly, hence my kleptomania theory. Nine Waters, 6. Nine Waters, that's so absurd it might actually be true. Nine Waters, I'll help investigate, see what turns up. Reading Shen Bingmeo's messages, Lin Yu relaxed. With the president's help, finding information about a Nyan wouldn't be completely impossible. After entrusting Shen Bingmeo with the investigation, Lin Yu rode the shared bike back home again. Since he had informed Lin Zhao before going out this time, saying he was going to discuss filming matters, Lin Zhao didn't wait up for him at home and had gone to bed early. Returning to the silent house, Lin Yu lay on his bed, continuing to ponder the events of the day. Ha! In the darkness, Lin Yu stretched his hand toward the ceiling, spreading his 10 fingers. After this dungeon and his conversation with the tycoon, Lin Yu became even more certain. That peaceful life had truly left him far behind. Even his current life might be more thrilling than that of ordinary death game players. After all, normal players in the early stages only needed to worry about weekly dungeons at most, but after just 2 dungeons, he was already facing the promotion challenge for his third. Moreover, various organizations had their eyes on him. Even a deity had personally appeared in the last dungeon. Lin Yu felt increasingly troubled by this. They say I have potential, but what the hell is this so-called potential anyway? Everyone treated him like some rare treasure, evaluating, inviting, testing, and trying to recruit him. But Lin Yu believed he had clear self-awareness. He was just a college student who loved acting, neither a genius nor a madman. Although he had genuinely survived 2 dungeons, only Lin Yu himself knew how perilously close to failure he had been each time. Originally, I thought someone like me wouldn't survive past the first chapter in those infinite flow web novels. Lin Yu sighed. All he could do now was take things one step at a time. Let's just treat the rest of my life as a stage and perform to my heart's content. After all, my class requires me to perform anyway. As Lin Yu muttered to himself, his phone vibrated slightly by his pillow. Buzz. Opening his phone, he found 2 files sent by Shen Bingmeo. One was titled Hijukai. Opening it revealed a headshot of the tycoon at the top. Lin Yu skimmed through it. Shen Bingmeo was indeed highly efficient at digging up information on semi-public figures like this. The tycoon's life trajectory, unfolded clearly on the screen. Graduated from a private elite high school, paid his way into Jiangcheng University's International Joint College. During college, he apparently had some disagreement with his family, started his own business, and ended up losing everything. That abandoned restaurant seemed to be something the ambitious tycoon had acquired during that period, intending to turn it around, but the results were what Lin Yu had already seen. Still, keeping that office shows he's nostalgic and probably values relationships, Lin Yu mentally commented. Even the reason for his business failure was being too sentimental, getting dragged down by incompetent school friends. Though dragged down might not be accurate, the tycoon probably wasn't cut out for business either. Since the other party was assessing him, Lin Yu felt he should return the courtesy by evaluating the tycoon and others more thoroughly. Perhaps in future dealings with the tycoon, he should take a more emotional approach. Overall, the tycoon's life trajectory was pretty much what Lin Yu had expected. Someone slightly trustworthy and more sentimental than I imagined. Thinking about it, the name Jiang'an Hall sounds like something out of a gangster comic. Lin Yu closed the tycoon's profile. Then he opened the second file. This one was titled Li Nian. Just seeing the file name, Lin Yu already had an idea, and sure enough, upon opening it, a familiar face greeted him. A youthful high school girl, radiating innocence and liveliness, with a cute bob cut and straight bangs, shallow dimples visible at the corners of her smiling mouth. The kind of girl who ranked above average academically, got along with everyone, and served as many boys' first crush. However, looking at those lively, nocturnal animal-like eyes, Lin Yu clicked his tongue softly. Little brat's acting skills aren't bad. I almost didn't recognize her from this photo's vibe. This girl was none other than the renowned thief Anian from the Death Game. Lin Yu continued reading her profile. Currently a second-year student at Jiangcheng Shingle Private High School. Next, he saw Li Nian's family background. Both parents were university professors, kind whose names frequently appeared in textbooks. Her father also served as an R&D consultant for an international corporation. Financially, Li Nian's family wasn't as wealthy as the tycoons, but still comfortably well off. At least this confirmed that Li Nian's thieving and thief class were likely genuine quirks. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, feeling this little thief's character was becoming more defined. In that case, her troublemaking in the Death Game, including joining the unconventional Free Alliance, was it because her real life was too oppressive? Based on Lin Yu's observation, families with professor parents top tier intellectuals tended to be either extremely open or extremely restrictive. Li Nian was probably the latter. Maybe this can be exploited too. Lin Yu mentally noted his analysis and evaluation of Li Nian. Next time he encountered this girl, he'd try to verify it somehow, ideally by intimidating her. After this thought, Lin Yu set his phone aside. Of course, these were matters for later. Right now, the most pressing concern was the promotion, and tomorrow's 8 a.m. class. Thinking of tomorrow's schedule made Lin Yu's molars ache. Hard to say which is more troublesome, really, classes or the Death Game. With this lament, he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, elsewhere underground in Jiangcheng, a petite girl in white pajamas sat hugging her knees on a black ergonomic chair. The spacious room was heavily air-conditioned. Water-cooled PC hummed loudly, while LED lights and over a dozen monitors cast cold illumination, giving the space a sharp, futuristic feel. Pale blue and green lights reflected off the girl's face, outlining her predominantly cute features. Multiple windows opened and arranged themselves, some containing messages, others code, and some even images and videos. Her eyeballs moved at speeds far exceeding human physiological limits, scanning the rapidly scrolling information as she bit her thumb. Good, all organizations and individuals survived this week safely. No new movements from the Psychological Society, and Robin has left Jiangcheng. The Night Watchmen remain unchanged too. Unfortunately, last week the general failed to capture the diviner, and now he's completely vanished again this week. Seems the rankings don't need updating. The girl lightly tapped her keyboard, closing dozens of windows. Finally, only one chat window remained on the central screen. Her gaze settled on this window, no longer darting about rapidly. But my dear Ace, I never expected you'd become the biggest variable recently. In the following days, although Lin Yu had obtained some information, he didn't rashly take any new actions. Before completing the promotion trial, Lin Yu wouldn't actively involve himself with those organization-related matters. After all, schoolwork kept him quite busy. 2 courses had midterm assignments due, one of which was a group project. The performance class professor suddenly assigned them to study Shakespearean plays, claiming it was related to the final exam. This would require considerable effort from Lin Yu too. After repeatedly asking Shen Bingmiao for investigations recently, the club president naturally began making demands of Lin Youth Club promotional video, recording that Lin Yu had always refused now became something he had to agree to. Welcome all juniors to join the Jiangcheng University Drama Club. I'm Lin Yu waiting for you in the drama club. Amidst these real-life obligations, time passed quickly. 7 days flashed by in an instant. Tuesday arrived again. Right afternoon at 12 o'clock, the notification popped up as usual. Less than 24 hours remain before the latest possible start time for the next game. Before midnight tonight, place yourself in a sub-zero temperature environment to await game entry. Reading this prompt, Lin Yu stroked his chin. Sub-zero. This condition would be hard to fulfill. Lin Yu's first thought was to clean out his home refrigerator and climb inside. But previously locking himself in the bathroom was one thing. The apartment Lin Yu currently lived in was small, with a tiny kitchen, so the refrigerator stood in the dining area. If he messed with the fridge in the middle of the night, Lin Zhao would definitely drag him out and give him an earful. So Lin Yu pondered, I need to find someplace like a freezer. He muttered, then considered his options. Restaurants usually had such places, right? His sister's restaurant. No, absolutely not. What about Tycoon's? Also no good who knew how long Tycoon's restaurant had been abandoned. Moreover, Lin Yu didn't particularly want to develop too close a connection with Tycoon. After much deliberation, Lin Yu arrived at the best solution. Looks like the school cafeteria is my only option. Lin Yu's mind settled on the most suitable choice available. As a Jiangcheng Media University student, his presence on campus late at night wouldn't raise suspicions. He could even tell his sister he was staying at school and send some photos to alleviate Lin Zhao's worries. As for how to sneak into the cafeteria freezer or cold storage, a complete plan quickly formed in Lin Yu's mind. First and second cafeterias are out there school-run with centralized cold storage elsewhere, ingredients delivered fresh each morning. Cafeteria 4 closes late and is too close to the library those overachievers might spot me. That leaves Cafeteria 3 as most suitable. Not only is it outsourced, but its location is more remote. Most importantly, Cafeteria 3 has a back door secured only by an old padlock. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yu went to inspect Cafeteria 3. It was mealtime, so his presence there wasn't suspicious. After hastily eating some braised chicken rice, Lin Yu peered through the window at the kitchen area. Massive freezers were lined up behind each counter, more than spacious enough to hold a person. Gaining kitchen access would be simple too, though the counters had metal shutters. Most wouldn't actually be lowered after closing due to trust in student integrity and campus surveillance. Thus, Lin Yu confirmed that entering the game from Cafeteria 3's freezer should work. With this settled, Lin Yu texted his sister Lin Zhao again. Working on group project at school tonight, pulling an all-nighter with classmates. Won't be coming home. Lin Zhao always supported academic matters. Okay, don't overexert yourself, came Lin Zhao's prompt reply. With Lin Zhao's approval secured, Lin Yu spent the remaining time studying on campus. Seizing the opportunity, he visited the library to review the Shakespeare plays recommended by his professor. Though he'd read them in high school, after 2 years of performance studies and several stage appearances, his perspective had changed. Shakespeare truly was a genius writing such brilliant plays during medieval Europe centuries ago. Lin Yu marveled. He couldn't imagine how earth-shattering it must have been for a medieval European actor, accustomed to mediocre scripts, to first encounter these groundbreaking works and yearn to perform them. Soon, night fell quietly. As the library's closing saxophone melody played, Lin Yu realized. It was 11 p.m. Nonchalantly replacing the complete works of Shakespeare, he exited with the crowd. While most students streamed toward dorms, Lin Yu silently turned onto a different path leading to Cafeteria 3. As predicted, the cafeteria near the sports field stood quiet at night. Only a few strolling couples broke the stillness. The back entrance by the staff bike shed was completely deserted. Lin Yu easily reached the back door and made an unexpected discovery. It's not even locked. He stared in surprise at the merely draped padlock. Cafeteria 3's lack of security exceeded his expectations. Not only were the counter shutters left open, but even this door was barely secured. He'd planned to pick the lock using online tutorials or force it open if necessary. Now that wouldn't be needed. Lin Yu quietly opened the door, slipped inside, and closed it behind him. Inside, he headed straight for a dumpling stall. This shop was famous for its pre-packaged frozen dumplings, though its affordable prices. Buy 3 tails of 4 flavor dumplings and get a box drink free kept business booming. Their freezer was naturally the kitchen's largest, and completely undivided. Opening the freezer door revealed bulk dumpling packages stacked inside. Lin Yu removed 2 bags, then sent a timed text message to Shen Bingmiao on his phone. Trapped in Cafeteria 3's dumpling freezer. Help. Set for 1205 a.m., after confirming battery and signal, he left the phone outside on a table. Though the freezer seemed openable from inside, Lin Yu feared potential mishaps. Passing the death game only to freeze to death in here would be truly unfortunate. Nighttime, 1150 p.m. After climbing into the freezer and closing its heavy door, Lin Yu soon felt a slight chill creeping through his body. Having seen the dungeon's entry requirements earlier, he had specifically visited the drama club before going to the library that afternoon to borrow a thick coat. Now with the additional face mask, Lin Yu's outfit was indeed sufficient to withstand Jiang Cheng's harsh winter. Even so, Lin Yu's exposed skin still prickled with mild stinging pain. After all, it's a freezer. The cooling effect is really impressive. Lin Yu exhaled and tried opening the freezer door in the complete darkness. No issues. It could definitely be opened from inside. However, Lin Yu still didn't cancel the timed message set on his phone outside. It could be opened now, but what if something went wrong? If he exited safely, he could always manually cancel the freezer's alert message. Therefore, Lin Yu remained calm. As time passed minute by minute inside the freezer, Lin Yu gradually began shivering from the cold, showing symptoms of hypothermia. His consciousness started fading. Then, just as Lin Yu felt himself about to lose consciousness, blood-red text appeared, entering game soon. Game name Frost Peak Mountains. Clear condition, survive 7 days. Current game player count 13. Detected that you will undertake a promotion trial in this game. Loading special tasks now. Promotion Task 1 during this game, tell each participating player a different lie that completely contradicts all others, then activate your fraudster class ability to make them come true. Ensure none of these lies are exposed or seen through until game ends. Promotion Task 2, find the hidden fraudster in this game and expose their deception. Complete both tasks to pass this promotion trial. Tasks are not mandatory. Significantly more blood-red text than before squirmed into view. Lin Yu's consciousness gradually cleared, so this is the promotion trial. It's indeed highly relevant to the fraudster class. Lin Yu understood immediately. The first task required lying to each person with different mutually contradictory lies. In other words, he needed to tell 12 lies, make all 12 come true, and avoid detection. The second task was rather puzzling. Find the fraudster and expose their deception. Fraudster was clearly a specific reference, but to what? Lin Yu knew the death game did have a class called fraudster, not extremely rare but relatively common. Though it sounded similar to fraudster, their abilities were completely different. The fraudster class was typical rule type, able to randomly create a false rule beneficial to themselves that lasted for a duration based on the dungeon's length. It sounded similar to the fraudsters, make true, but fraudsters couldn't control what rules they created. Conversely, fraudsters didn't need others to believe them or even require a target. They just needed to activate their ability for it to work. Lin Yu initially wondered if among the 13 players another had the fraudster class, but upon reflection, that possibility seemed unlikely. Unlike fraudsters had no reason to hide their class. This Frostpeak Mountains dungeon was clearly survival type, likely requiring teamwork. Thus, players would probably cooperate and share their classes, even if the fraudster had a terrible personality and loved Ling like the thief, a Nyan he'd met before. It would still be hard to conceal. After all, rules created by fraudster abilities were known to all players. Hiding their class wouldn't be easy. Having considered this, Lin Yu currently had no leads on the second task. Need to wait for the game to progress and gather more information before further analysis. Lin Yu quickly formulated his strategy. First, work on task 1 while ensuring my safety, simultaneously collecting clues about the fraudster. As Lin Yu reached this conclusion, he fully regained consciousness. His senses sharpened, abruptly howling winds roared past his ears, icy snowflakes stinging his face. Opening his eyes, he saw nothing but white. He lay on a simple wooden bed in the last intact corner of a snow-collapsed cabin. A burly middle-aged man wearing a fur hat and old coat sat at the entrance. Hearing Lin Yu stir, the man turned around, his frost-reddened face showing surprise. "Oh, you're awake. I thought you'd frozen to death." Studying the man, Lin Yu sat up from the bed with growing suspicion. His appearance and words suggested a game NPC. Lin Yu quickly verified using methods taught on the forum. He tried discussing the death game, but like with ordinary people in reality, he couldn't utter any information about the death game. This was one quick way to identify players versus NPCs, though some game NPCs could recognize they were in a game. Like the Crow Man from last game after all, it was literally a deity's avatar. But most game NPCs in Death Game, dungeons didn't know they were serving as NPCs or that players from other worlds had invaded their lives. They'd explain rules and guide players through reasonable means like the letter Lin Yu saw in his first dungeon. Though he never met the writer, that person was a classic NPC. Of course, some might be hostile or even enemies players needed to fight, however. Looking at this rugged man, Lin Yu guessed, this is probably a friendly NPC. Keeping his composure, Lin Yu gripped the pistol hidden in his coat and asked, "Who are you?" Facing Lin Yu's cautious inquiry, the burly uncle chuckled. "I'm just like you, a prospector here in the mountains searching for treasure. Just didn't expect such heavy snow to close off the mountain so quickly." The burly uncle exhaled warm breath into his hands and continued. "Even the abandoned village, marked on this map as a temporary resting spot, has been crushed under the snow. Looks like we need to find a new base where we can light a fire as soon as possible." There should be other camps or caves around here. It's fine during the day, but at night, the wind and snow get even worse. Plus, you might run into a chate, and that would be really bad. Lin Yu frowned slightly. What's a chate? The uncle looked at Lin Yu in surprise. You came here to the extreme winter mountain to hunt for treasure without even knowing that. Besides the extreme climate, the chate is the scariest thing you'll face in the mountain, he answered seriously. Legend has it that various snow monsters dwell in this extreme winter mountain, preying on humans. The leader of these monsters, the strongest one, is called the chate. No one knows exactly what the chate looks like. Everyone who's seen it is dead. Those who haven't seen it directly have gone insane from fear. Some say it's 10 meters tall, with sharp claws and teeth. Others say it's a moving block of ice and rock, but one thing is certain, the chate is definitely not something humans can fight against. The burly uncle said this, and Lin Yu, surprised and frightened, asked again, Snow monsters, the chate, what should we do then? The burly uncle fell for it. Only burning firelight can keep humans safe from the chate at night. Also, it's not recommended to travel in groups in extreme winter mountain. More than 3 people increases the chance of being targeted by the chate or other snow monsters. Within one base, it's best not to have more than 2 people. The burly uncle said this, then looked at Lin Yu with some puzzlement. How did you come to extreme winter mountain to hunt treasure without knowing anything? Lin Yu said embarrassedly, actually, I'm not here to hunt treasure. I just got lost and accidentally entered here. Are there really treasures in this mountain? Lin Yu asked sincerely. Looking at Lin Yu's earnest and curious face, the uncle was momentarily stunned, then somewhat surprised. You got lost all the way into the depths of extreme winter mountain. The wind and snow haven't stopped here at all. Just one look and you know you shouldn't go any deeper. But soon the uncle relaxed. Forget it. You look so dumbfounded. You don't seem like a very clear-headed person anyway. Every year during the worst snowstorms in extreme winter mountain, you can dig up a kind of black paste in the snow. That stuff is top-quality fuel called black gold oil by the big shots, and we common folk just call it black oil. The burly uncle said this, his eyes full of longing with a bit of refining. It can also be made into an ointment that heals all kinds of wounds. No one knows where this black oil comes from. They only know it appears in the snowy areas of extreme winter mountain, and every time it's found, it's packed in wooden boxes or chests, which is quite strange. That's why the process of hunting for black oil is called treasure hunting. Some say it's a gift from the gods to mortals, others say it's a relic of an old civilization brought by the wind and snow, and some say it might be related to the chate, but the origin doesn't matter. What matters is that a whole box of this stuff can really secure you wealth and glory. The burly uncle said this, his expression growing excited. All right, since this base is already destroyed, I need to hurry and find the next one. Saying that, the uncle took out a crumpled map from his pocket. If you just die here in the mountain, that'd be pitiful. Here, take this map and find a base yourself, just don't go in the same direction as me. Our current position is the spot marked B6 in green ink. The more people there are, the higher the chance of being targeted by snow monsters and the chate. The uncle said this, then waved goodbye to Lin Yu and left in one direction. Lin Yu unfolded the map and glanced over it. Although the map was simple, he still understood it. The map was densely filled with many small codes in different colors. There was a legend in the bottom right corner. Red represented areas with frequent snow monster activity. Green represented temporary bases where one could light fires and rest overnight. Black represented areas where large amounts of black oil had been found before. The abandoned B6 base where Lin Yu was located lay slightly left and downward in the middle of the map. Comparing it to the real terrain, the uncle had gone east to the right. There were far more bases than expected, almost 100 on the map. In contrast, red and black areas were fewer. There were only 8 regions with high snow monster activity. Even though their circled areas were larger than the bases, together they covered less than a quarter of the map. As for the black areas, there were only 3 tiny circles, and all were inside the red regions. However, according to the map's notes, black oil could be found everywhere, and snow monsters were not limited to those marked dangerous red zones. So the first step in this game is to find a base. If you have time, you can look for black oil, which probably grants some item rewards after clearing. Lin Yu thought, understanding something. This survival dungeon wasn't that hard. Although the environment was extremely cold, and there was a certain powerful monster that couldn't be confronted directly, the abundance of bases and the monster's movement patterns where lighting a fire and traveling alone greatly reduced the chance of attack, made clearing this dungeon not that difficult. However, Lin Yu's concern was not just about clearing it. He still had 2 promotions tasks to complete. I originally thought the hardest part of the first task was how to lie to everyone without being exposed, but now it seems I was wrong. Lin Yu sighed, exhaling deeply. Although this dungeon had 13 players, apparently to avoid many hands make light work, it deliberately made survival in the extreme environment require division of labor by using the monster called chate to force all players not to stay together too long. For Lin Yu, although having two people corroborate each other lowered the chance of his lies being discovered, finding other players had become more difficult. Though to find people was a thorny problem. I have to find a way to locate the other players. If he couldn't meet anyone, what was the point of lying? Thinking of this, Lin Yu realized something and hurried after the burly uncle who had just left. Hey, uncle, wait a moment. Hearing Lin Yu's voice following him, the burly man turned to glare at him angrily. I already told you, following me like this will easily attract snow monsters and Chait. In extreme winter mountain, it's best to travel alone. Besides, it's almost nightfall, we don't have time to waste. As he spoke, Lin Yu wiped the ice particles from his face. Actually, I'm not here to travel with you. I just have some questions. Are there many people like you who come to treasure hunt in extreme winter mountain? Lin Yu asked quietly, about a dozen or so. Not everyone has the courage to enter extreme winter mountain. The burly man eyed Lin Yu suspiciously. Why do you ask? Oh, I want to know how to find others. I got separated from my friend and want to get us both out of this damn place quickly, Lin Yu said seriously. Well, people can enter from any direction of extreme winter mountain. As you can see on the map, all four slopes are gentle. The main problem is the blizzard. But leaving is much harder than entering. We all wait for the storm to weaken. Trying to leave during strong winds almost guarantees Chait will notice you. Even if you survive, the best outcome is being driven insane by Chait, the burly man warned. Don't worry, uncle. I'm actually great at climbing and extremely cold resistant. Chait might not even catch me, Lin Yu said earnestly. You know, even in this blizzard, I can walk as if on flat ground, moving swiftly at full speed if needed. Burly man looked at Lin Yu's serious expression with disbelief. You're lying. How fast could you possibly run in these conditions? Lin Yu spread his hands. Didn't I just catch up to you as proof? The man remained skeptical, but I hadn't gone far yet. Seeing his continued doubt, Lin Yu thought for a moment before speaking. All right, I wasn't going to tell you this, but your earlier kindness makes me feel guilty hiding the truth. Actually, I was specially hired by the wealthy to remap this area. Lin Yu picked up the man's map and flicked it lightly. As you said earlier, temporary outpost B6 is no longer functional. I'm here specifically to identify which outposts can't be used anymore. So in a way, I'm a professional, specializing in extreme environment cartography. Before the man could react, Lin Yu returned the map to him. If you don't believe me, test me. I've memorized this map completely. If I can recite it, you'll have to believe I'm a professional hired by the Lord's right. As Lin Yu spoke, the man subconsciously took the map. Is that really true? Without further thought, he began quizzing Lin Yu. Then what are the nearest temporary outposts to B6? To the right is C2, above is A7, below is E3. Closer would be A12 to the lower right, then E9 to the left, Lin Yu answered calmly. The man was stunned. You really do remember. Then where's B11? Mid-left section of the map. Terrain suggests a valley entrance, Lin Yu replied evenly. Now completely shocked, speechless, the man finally said, I believe you. You really are here to map the area. The burly man didn't realize that Lin Yu's rhetoric had subconsciously linked memorizing the map with being a professional cartographer in his mind. Combined with the rarity of someone memorizing the chaotic map evident from how even this dedicated treasure hunter carried a physical copy, the man had almost completely accepted Lin Yu's story. I never thought those lords would be so kind-hearted. Hearing this, Lin Yu adopted an expression that said the waters run deep here. Don't ask, and shook his head. No, it's not for your benefit. The lords are just dissatisfied with black gold oil production rates. The burly man nodded, convinced. I see. But this information you've shared is invaluable. He looked at Lin Yu gratefully. Your earlier kindness moved me, Lin Yu said seriously. But since you understand this information's value, keep it quiet. The man nodded vigorously. Absolutely, absolutely. I know how to keep secrets. He mimed, zipping his lips, giving a rest-assured expression. Lin Yu waved him off. All right, go about your business. I need to check several more outposts. Though I walk quickly, the distance still needs covering. With that, he turned and disappeared into the blizzard. Once alone, Lin Yu immediately felt his steps lighten. His frozen joints became more flexible. His uneven footsteps steadied. It was as if he'd suddenly mastered a technique for swift snow travel. Lin Yu marveled, as expected. Abilities work on NPCs too. His newfound speed came from the burly man believing Lin Yu's story. That belief made Lin Yu's words true after all. Walking quickly in snow wasn't particularly unbelievable. Lin Yu had deliberately circled back to talk with the man precisely to gain enhanced mobility for finding other players. Moving swiftly through the snow, he soon reached the next outpost using his mental map. Upper A7. Got it. Pushing through the blizzard, Lin Yu spotted a small but sturdy wooden hut. The unlocked door resisted before slamming open under his push. Inside was simple, a stove and a pot. The stove held unburned charcoal, the pot was empty. I see. Food and fuel must be gathered separately, Lin Yu mused. The map noted most outposts had buried firewood and signs of mountain wildlife nearby, factors considered when establishing them. Of course, one outpost's resources couldn't sustain someone for 7 days, but Lin Yu wasn't planning to settle here for day one. Though the darkening sky and the man's warning about time weighed on him, Lin Yu intended to keep searching. 7 days to find 12 players. That meant finding at least one per day. Running fast is one thing, but damn, it's freezing. Trudging through increasingly thick snow, Lin Yu could feel his body temperature steadily dropping. He had already checked 3 outposts near the initial abandoned base but found no traces of anyone having been there. According to Lin Yu's reasoning, other players should have started the game under similar circumstances. Therefore, they would likely prioritize finding shelter to make fire first. Searching for people in this vast snowy mountain was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but judging from the current situation, systematically checking each outpost might actually improve efficiency. Although there were nearly 100 outposts, this approach was still better than scouring the entire mountain range. Yet after 3 consecutive failures, Lin Yu began developing an unfavorable suspicion. Could it be that the 13 players in this dungeon were initially placed far apart from each other? Lin Yu pulled out the map again. Though already quite familiar with it, he couldn't help but double-check. If he treated his starting point B6 as the center of a fan-shaped area and divided the entire map equally, Lin Yu quickly noticed something peculiar. Exactly 12 outposts could form an approximate perfect circle. These 12 outposts evenly divided the circle into 12 30-degree sectors, each located precisely at the sector's midpoint. Including the center point, that made exactly 13 locations. Most importantly, these 12 sectors perfectly distributed all remaining outposts. Each sector contained exactly 8 outposts, no more, no less. 96 outposts total, plus the center point made 97. If assuming each player started at an abandoned outpost, the remaining 7 would correspond exactly to the 7 days option. Lin Yu exhaled sharply. Coincidence? Probably not. The game providing a map as initial hint was likely intentional, designed to lead players to this discovery. Lin Yu felt he was gradually piecing together something significant. But regardless, let's check the nearest sector first. Having been ascending continuously, Lin Yu had reached the edge of the next sector. Quickening his pace, he approached the central outpost of this area. Before reaching it, however, Lin Yu spotted a figure vigorously sweeping snow with their feet searching for firewood at the outpost nearest to the central location. Approaching closer, he saw it was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman wearing a colorful padded jacket and permed hair. "Hello there." Lin Yu walked up and greeted her. Startled by his voice, the woman turned to look at him. "Oh heavens, you scared me half to death. Why are you creeping up so quiet-like?" Then realization dawned on her. "You're a player." "Yes, I'm a player. My forum ID is a long classes soldier, and you are." The auntie sized Lin Yu up skeptically. "Soldier, you look too clean-cut for that. Don't seem the type." Lin Yu smiled. "Born this way. Plus I was in clerical work in the army, but the game still classified me as soldier." His warm, friendly smile and tone made his lie instantly believable to the rosy-cheeked woman. "Oh, so you really are military. Such handsome eyes. Must be from the cultural troop, eh?" The auntie studied Lin Yu with growing interest. "You got a girlfriend? My daughter's about your age, quite pretty too, just graduated from our local polytechnic." Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted. "Whoa there, auntie, let's pump the brakes. We're in the death game here. Save the matchmaking for later." He couldn't help feeling exasperated. Ever since enrolling at Jiangcheng Media University, Lin Yu's good looks had made him prime target for neighborhood matchmaking aunties. Though he always declined with "I'm just a sophomore," not thinking about that, their persistent just try dating first enthusiasm never waned. Who'd have thought even the death game couldn't spare him this script? And this auntie was more enthusiastic than all previous ones combined, probably due to his fake military identity. At Lin Yu's reminder, the auntie finally snapped back to reality. She smacked her forehead regretfully. "Oh dear, you're just too handsome, young man. Got me all flustered forgetting where we are. Being in the death game does make you rather unsuitable for my daughter." Lin Yu facepalmed internally. "Auntie, that's not what I meant. I was suggesting we focus on the game first. What's your class?" Finally refocusing, the woman replied, "Ah yes, my apologies, young man. My forum ID is Flourishing Flowers, cleared 5 dungeons already. Folks in my organization call me Sister Hua, you can too." "My class is Vendor." Lin Yu quickly recalled the Vendor class abilities. Another common information type class. Vendors could obtain intel about 3-5 non-exclusive items existing within each dungeon. Most obtainable items directly aided dungeon clearance, like Lin Yu's one-statement lie detector. Naturally, Lin Yu asked, "Sister Hua, mind sharing what items you've discovered?" Hearing this, Sister Hua grew cautious. "Oh, now along, that's rather forward of you." Lin Yu maintained his pleasant smile. This dungeon clearly seems survival type, no player versus player elements. "Can't be sure." Sister Hua shook her head. "Some NPC just told me it's better not to team up this run, so those items probably can't be shared. We may not be enemies, but that doesn't mean we're allies either." Lin Yu disagreed. "Sister Hua, you're misunderstanding. You're taking that NPC's words too literally." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Sister Hua looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yu turned to Sister Hua and asked, Sister Hua, did you get the map? No, what map are you talking about? Sister Hua replied, clearly confused. Lin Yu understood now. Indeed, the map item given by that burly man wasn't something every player had received. I got a map from the initial NPC, Lin Yu said as he pulled out the map from his pocket. It shows the number of strongholds. He showed the map to Sister Hua. There are almost 100 strongholds marked here. You see, so although the monsters restrict us from acting together, the abundant supplies mean there's no absolute competition between us. Lin Yu spoke seriously. I know you might think items should be kept for personal use first, but since you haven't retrieved any yet, those items must be difficult to obtain, right? As a soldier with enhanced physical abilities, if you trust me, why not share information about 1 or 2 items? If I get the chance, I'll retrieve them for you. His sincere attitude and reasoning moved the naturally warm-hearted Sister Hua. Young man, you make a good point, all right. I'll tell you about one that should be most useful to you. Sister Hua pointed directly north. About 3 kilometers that way, there's an item called Black Oil Torch buried under a rock. That thing never goes out no matter what and provides constant warmth and light. With that item, it seems you won't be targeted by monsters even when active outside at night. Once Sister Hua made her decision, she became much more forthcoming. She shared detailed information about one item with Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded understandingly. Got it. If I obtain it, I'll come back to help gather some supplies as repayment. He smiled as he spoke. Then Lin Yu waved goodbye to Sister Hua. Well then, Sister Hua, since the NPC already emphasized this point, we shouldn't stay together too long. As Lin Yu said this, Sister Hua nodded. All right, along, be careful on your way. Sister Hua waved back. Then Lin Yu walked into the snowstorm. With the 5-fold physical enhancement from being a soldier, plus the lingering effects of deceiving the burly man, Lin Yu's movement speed had increased further. His vastly improved stamina and endurance left him feeling no fatigue. Even in the mountainous blizzard, Lin Yu moved as effortlessly as walking on flat ground. Having successfully found Sister Hua earlier, Lin Yu also believed his analysis of the map was correct. So without delay, he headed straight for the next sector area. After searching 2 strongholds around the central point, Lin Yu wasn't surprised to find a young man sweeping snow with a large broom. Seeing a figure approaching rapidly through the snowstorm, the young man assumed the same defensive posture as Sister Hua. Whoa, who's there? Looking at the slightly pudgy man dressed like the Michelin tire mascot in a white down jacket, Lin Yu cleared his throat. Player, I'm a player. Even after Lin Yu identified himself as a player, the man in white remained wary. A player? Are you here to steal my firewood? Not at all, brother. Why would I steal your firewood? Lin Yu said with a smile. I'm just looking for Strongholds Me Forum ideas. Forever love AI and my class is otaku. What threat could an otaku possibly pose? Besides, since I'm an otaku, doesn't that prove how harmless I am? Hearing this, the man in white visibly relaxed. Oh, so you're an otaku, he nodded. You scared me. Seeing you run so fast through the snow, I thought you were a monster. My ID is Dolphin, class is student, cleared 6 dungeon show many of you done, forever love AI. Casually, Lin Yu replied, one less than you, Dolphin. This is my 5th dungeon. By the way, Dolphin, where'd you get that broom? Lin Yu asked enthusiastically. Dolphin scratched his head. I asked the NPC for it at the start. Makes it easier to find things buried under snow. He also gave me some food and water and pointed out a few stronghold locations. Since I'm a student, I got all these after using my ability. Lin Yu acted surprised. Dolphin, you're so decisive. Using your ability right away and getting so much thighs is the first time I've seen someone use the student ability so effectively. You're definitely set for this dungeon. Flattered by Lin Yu's praise, Dolphin looked embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing really. I was just worried the NPC might leave and I'd never get to use the ability. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Actually, you otaku types should do fine too, Dolphin said kindly to Lin Yu. Pure survival dungeons like this suit otakus well. If you're looking for strongholds, I suggest heading east. The NPC pointed out a few strongholds, that way there should be 2 more. Go check them out. Then Dolphin sighed regretfully. Too bad the monsters in this dungeon seem to target groups. Otherwise, I'd really team up with you. Hearing this, Lin Yu agreed. Yeah, Dolphin, what a shame. I shouldn't linger. Neither of us has any combat ability. If we encounter monsters, we're done for. Speaking sincerely, Lin Yu turned and walked back into the snowstorm. Feeling the belief flowing in and his deception becoming real, Lin Yu exhaled. Ha, as expected. This promotion mission is practically an advanced tutorial for the Fraudster class. Now Lin Yu recognized another strength of his unique class, Fraudster, because right now he simultaneously possessed abilities from both the Soldier and Otaku classes. Just by stopping movement, his stamina would rapidly recover. 2 completely contradictory lies could coexist as long as neither was exposed. This was precisely Lin Yu's strategy to complete his first promotion mission. He simply needed to claim different identities to each person. If successful, this wouldn't just mean completing the promotion mission. He could potentially gain 12 different identity classes in this game. The blizzard continued and the sky grew increasingly darker. It was only a matter of time before night fully fell. Yet Lin Yu, who hadn't found a base or begun gathering firewood, remained calm. After bidding farewell to Sister Hua earlier, he had headed north. This meant he was now closer to the item Sister Hua had mentioned. Of course, most importantly, Lin Yu currently had the soldier class enhancement and held a map in hand. Even if he needed to find a base and gather firewood now, time was still ample. But Lin Yu didn't want to waste the night. Precisely because Chait and the snow monsters appeared at night, he didn't want to delay. His promotion task conditions explicitly stated that he must tell different lies to every player participating in each game. But what if a player died beforehand? Lin Yu suspected that given the difficulty of the promotion task, failure would likely be declared in such cases. Thus, hidden within his first promotion task was a critical challenge. He had to race against time to meet everyone and successfully lie before any deaths occurred. Though the information Sister Hua obtained about the black oil torch was vague, Lin Yu could roughly guess its location by cross-referencing the map. On the map, several kilometers due north of the base Sister Hua mentioned, which was northwest of Dolphin's previous location, lay a red-marked zone with high snow monster activity. Without a map, Sister Hua would indeed have struggled to retrieve this item. Fortunately, Lin Yu was now a soldier and also possessed the guaranteed hit revolver. Though it had only one bullet, Lin Yu believed it would suffice. Since the monster named Chait was explicitly described as invincible, it implied that ordinary snow monsters under Chait's rule could likely be killed. With the soldier's physical prowess and the revolver, taking one down shouldn't be an issue. Still, it'd be best to avoid encountering them altogether. With this thought, Lin Yu quickened his pace, breaking into a full sprint across the snow. Soon, Lin Yu realized he had entered the red zone. On the ground, beneath the fresh layers of snow swept up by the blizzard, appeared a trail of heavy footprints. Compacted snow turned to ice. The prints were 3 to 4 times larger than a human's, with distinct edges and only 3 toes. These clearly didn't belong to any human. They undoubtedly belonged to a snow monster. Lin Yu exhaled sharply. Just looking at these footprints tells me this thing won't be easy to deal with, he muttered. Any primate or primate-like creature larger and stronger than humans was inherently dangerous. As the sky darkened further, the howling wind took on a mournful tone. Lin Yu observed the direction of the footprints, then deliberately chose a perpendicular path. Hope I find that rock soon. He stepped over the prints, maintaining speed but lightening his footsteps. Though unsure if snow monsters tracked by sound, caution never hurt. Just as visibility began deteriorating noticeably, making Lin Yu consider abandoning the search. A dark, protruding silhouette emerged faintly through the distant snowfall. Its shape was unusually regular, resembling a boulder. Despite traversing mountainous terrain, the extreme winter mountain had been relatively flat, likely due to wind and snow erosion, with no prominent rocks. Except for this sudden, massive outcrop, this must be it. Lin Yu hurried forward, reaching the boulder's side. The rock appeared diagonally embedded in the ground, leaving an area beneath it with noticeably thinner snow cover. Lin Yu stepped beneath it, shuffling his feet until he felt something solid. Kneeling, he brushed away the snow and soon uncovered a torch forged from black metal. The torch head was exquisitely crafted, far more intricate than Lin Yu expected. A hollow cylinder, adorned with flame-like engravings. Upon touching it, a prompt appeared: black oil torch, a torch capable of burning in any environment, providing constant warmth and light, effective at repelling fire-fearing monsters. Note, particularly effective against snow monsters in this game. Sister Hua had been truthful. Description matched her account almost verbatim. Lin Yu bent to pick up the torch but found it stuck. Recalling the sensation underfoot, he frowned and cleared more snow. Figures, the torch was clutched in a frozen hand. The fingers had fused with the torch's base, making it impossible to lift directly. Fortunately, as a soldier, Lin Yu had strength to spare. With a sharp tug, a crisp snapping sound followed. Crack, several fingers broke off, which Lin Yu then peeled from the torch's base. The pitch-black metal torch felt icy and smooth, almost painfully cold to hold. Lin Yu scraped it against the rock, grinding away the remaining frozen skin fragments. Next, he examined how to ignite it. Don't tell me I need my own fire starter. If so, that'd be rotten luck. However, given the description mentioned burns in any condition, the ignition method probably wasn't primitive. Sure enough, Lin Yu soon discovered a thin seam at the torch's base. It was nearly invisible, save for a few ice crystals lodged inside. After brief inspection, he understood. Rotating the black cylinder below the seam produced a faint pop from within the torch. A white flash flickered through the hollow torch head, followed by pale flames erupting silently from the top, casting a soft, cool glow that illuminated the surrounding blizzard. The torch grew warm, radiating comforting heat into Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. What a gem. Really owe Sister Hua for this one. Then he glanced at the severed fingers. Curious to investigate the cause of death for his own safety, Lin Yu crouched with the torch and cleared the snow shrouding the corpse. As the snow fell away, his expression sobered. The cause of death remained unclear, no visible wounds, just a frostbitten, pallid face frozen in terror. And this face, Lin Yu recognized it. It was the burly man he'd met earlier. Even the clothing matched exactly. "Well, ain't this a fucking unexpected bonus?" Lin Yu murmured, staring at the corpse.